Can we create a new culture? I think that one of the greatest problems confronting man at this present time is the question of creativeness, how to bring about the creative release of the individual, and if we can consider the question, not merely verbally, but go into it very deeply, perhaps we shall be able to discover the full significance of that word creativeness. It seems to me that this is the real issue, not what kind of political reform to work for, or what kind of religion to follow. How is it possible to bring about the creative release of the individual, not only at the beginning of his existence, but throughout life? That is, how is the individual to have abundant energy rightly directed so that his life will have expansive and profound significance? I feel that revolution is necessary at the most profound level, not fragmentary revolution, but integrated revolution, a total revolution starting not from the outside but from within, and to bring about that total revolution, surely we must understand the ways of our own thought, the whole process of our thinking, which is self-knowledge. Without the foundation of self-knowledge, what we think has very little meaning. So it is important, is it not, that from the very beginning we should understand the process of our thinking, the ways of our mind, and the revolution must take place, not in any given department of thought, but in the totality of the mind itself. But before we go into that, I think it is essential to find out what it means to listen. Very few of us listen directly to what is being said. We always translate or interpret it according to a particular point of view, whether Hindu, Muslim, or communist. We have formulations, opinions, judgments, beliefs through which we listen, so we are actually never listening at all, we are only listening in terms of our own particular prejudices, conclusions, or experiences. We are always interpreting what we hear, and obviously that does not bring about understanding. What brings about understanding, surely, is to listen without any anchorage, without any definite conclusion, so that you and I can think out the problem together, whatever the problem may be. If you know the art of listening, you will not only find out what is true in what is being said, but you will also see the false as false and the truth in the false. But if you listen argumentatively, then it is fairly clear that there can be no understanding, because argument is merely your opinion against another opinion, or your judgment against another, and that actually prevents the understanding or discovery of the truth in what is being said. So, is it possible to listen without any prejudice, without any conclusion, without interpretation? Because it is fairly obvious that our thinking is conditioned, is it not? We are conditioned as Hindus, or communists, or Christians, and whatever we listen to, whether it is new or old, is always apprehended through the screen of this conditioning. Therefore, we can never approach any problem with a fresh mind. That is why it is very important to know how to listen, not only to what is being stated, but to everything. It is clearly necessary that a total revolution should take place in the individual, but such a revolution cannot take place unless there is effortless comprehension of what is truth. Effort at any level is obviously a form of destruction, and it is only when the mind is very quiet, not making an effort, that understanding takes place. But with most of us, effort is the primary thing. We think effort is essential, and that very effort to listen, to understand, prevents comprehension, the immediate perception of what is true and what is false. Now, being aware of your conditioning, and yet being free of it, can you listen so as to comprehend what is being said? Can you listen without making an effort, without interpreting, which is to give total attention? For most of us, attention is merely a process of concentration, which is a form of exclusiveness, and as long as there is the resistance of exclusive thinking, a total revolution obviously cannot take place, and it is imperative, I feel, that such a revolution should take place in the individual, for only in that revolution is there creative release. So, the mind is conditioned by modern education, by society, by religion, and by the knowledge and the innumerable experiences which we have gathered. It is shaped, put into a mold, not only by our environment, but also by our own reactions to that environment and to various forms of relationship. Please bear in mind that you are not merely listening to me, but are actually observing the process of your own thinking. What I am saying is only a description of what is taking place in your own mind. If one is at all aware of one's own thinking, one will see that a mind that is conditioned, however much it may try to change, can only change within the prison of its own conditioning, and such a change is obviously not revolution. I think that is the first thing to understand, that as long as our minds are conditioned as Hindus, Muslims, or whatnot, any revolution is within the pattern of that conditioning and is, therefore, not a fundamental revolution at all. Every challenge must always be new, and as long as the mind is conditioned, it responds to challenge according to its conditioning, therefore, there is never an adequate response. Now, we all know that there is a great crisis in the world at the present time, there is enormous poverty and the constant threat of war. That is the challenge, and our problem is to respond adequately, completely, totally to this challenge, which is impossible if we do not understand the process of our own thinking. Our thinking is obviously conditioned. We always respond to any challenge as Hindus, Muslims, communists, socialists, Christians, and so on, and that response is fundamentally inadequate, hence the conflict, the struggle, not only in the individual, but between groups, races, and nations. We can respond totally, adequately, fully, only when we understand the process of our thinking and are free from our conditioning, that is, when we are no longer reacting as Hindus, communists, or what you will, which means that our response to challenge is no longer based on our previous conditioning. When we have ceased to belong to any particular race or religion, when each one of us understands his background, frees himself from it, and pursues what is true, then it is possible to respond fully, and that response is a revolution. It is only the religious man who can bring about a fundamental revolution, but the man who has a belief, a dogma, who belongs to any particular religion, is not a religious man. The religious man is he who understands the whole process of so-called religion, the various forms of dogma, the desire to be secure through certain formulas of ritual and belief. Such an individual breaks away from the framework of organized religion, from all dogma and belief, and seeks the highest, and it is he who is truly revolutionary because every other form of revolution is fragmentary and, therefore, inevitably brings about further problems. But the man who is seeking to find out what is truth, what is God, is the real revolutionary because the discovery of what is truth is an integrated response and not a fragmentary response. Is it possible, then, for the mind to be aware of its own conditioning and thereby bring about freedom from its conditioning? The mind's conditioning is imposed by society, by the various forms of culture, religion, and education, and also by the whole process of ambition, the effort to become something, which is itself a pattern imposed on each one of us by society, and there is also the pattern which the individual creates for himself in his response to society. Now, can we as individuals be aware of our conditioning, and is it possible for the mind to break down all this limitation so that it is free to discover what is truth? Because it seems to me that unless we do free the mind from its conditioning, all our social problems, our conflicts in relationship, our wars, and other miseries, are bound to increase and multiply, which is exactly what is happening in the world, not only in our private lives, but in the relationship between individuals and groups of individuals, which we call society. Taking that whole picture into consideration and knowing all the significance of it, is it possible for the mind to be aware of its conditioning and liberate itself? Because it is only in freedom that there can be creativeness, but freedom is not a reaction to something. Freedom is not a reaction to the prison in which the mind is caught, it is not the opposite of slavery. Freedom is not a motive. Surely, the mind that is seeking truth, God, or whatever name you like to give it, has no motive in itself. Most of us have a motive because all our life, in our education and in everything that we do, our action is based on a motive, the motive either of self-expansion or self-destruction. And can the mind be aware of and liberate itself from all those bondages which it has imposed upon itself in order to be secure, to be satisfied, in order to achieve a personal or a national result? I think the revolution of which I am talking is possible only when the mind is very quiet, very still. But that quietness of the mind does not come through any effort, it comes naturally, easily, when the mind understands its own process of action, which is to understand the whole significance of thinking. So the beginning of freedom is self-knowledge, and self-knowledge is not in the withdrawal from life but is to be discovered in the relationships of our everyday existence. Relationship is the mirror in which we can see ourselves factually, without any distortion, and it is only through self-knowledge, seeing ourselves exactly as we actually are, undistorted by any interpretation or judgment, that the mind becomes quiet, still. But that stillness of mind cannot be sought after, it cannot be pursued. If you pursue and bring about stillness of mind, it has a motive, and such stillness is never still because it is always a movement toward something and away from something. So there is freedom only through self-knowledge, which is to understand the total process of thinking. Our thinking at present is merely a reaction, the response of a conditioned mind, and any action based on such thinking is bound to result in catastrophe. To discover what is truth, what is God, there must be a mind that has understood itself, which means going into the whole problem of self-knowledge. Only then is there the total revolution, which alone brings about a creative release, and that creative release is the perception of what is truth, what is God. I think it is always important to ask fundamental questions, but when we do ask a fundamental question, most of us are seeking an answer, and then the answer is invariably superficial, because there is no yes or no answer to life. Life is a movement, an endless movement, and to inquire into this extraordinary thing called life, with all its innumerable aspects, one must ask fundamental questions and never be satisfied with answers, however satisfactory they may be, because the moment you have an answer, the mind has concluded, and conclusion is not life, it is merely a static state. So what is important is to ask the right question and never be satisfied with the answer, however clever, however logical, because the truth of the question lies beyond the conclusion, beyond the answer, beyond the verbal expression. The mind that asks a question and is merely satisfied with an explanation, a verbal statement, remains superficial. It is only the mind that asks a fundamental question and is capable of pursuing that question to the end that can find out what is truth. Questioner: in India today we see a growing disregard of all sensitive feeling and expression. Culturally we are a feeble, imitative country, our thinking is smug and superficial. Is there a way to break through and contact the source of creativity? Can we create a new culture? Krishnamurti, sir, this is not only a question for Indians, it is a human question, it is asked in America, in England, and elsewhere. How to bring about a new culture, a creativity that is explosive, abundant, so that the mind is not imitative. A poet, a painter longs for that, so let us inquire into it. What is civilization? What is culture as we know it now? It is the result of the collective will, is it not? The culture we know is the expression of many desires unified through religion, through a traditional moral code, through various forms of sanction. The civilization in which we live is the result of the collective will, of many acquisitive desires and, therefore, we have a culture, a civilization, which is also acquisitive. That is fairly clear. Now, within this acquisitive society, which is the result of the collective will, we can have many reformations, and we do occasionally bring about a bloody revolution, but it is always within the pattern because our response to any challenge, which is always new, is limited by the culture in which we have been brought up. The culture of India is obviously imitative, traditional. It is made up of innumerable superstitions, of belief and dogma, the repetition of words, the worship of images made by the hand and by the mind. That is our culture, that is our society, broken up into various classes, all based on acquisitiveness, and if we do become non-acquisitive in this world, we are acquisitive in some other world, we want to acquire God, and so on. So our culture is essentially based on acquisitiveness, worldly and spiritual, and when occasionally there is an individual who breaks away from all acquisitiveness and knows what it is to be creative, we immediately idolize him, make him into our spiritual leader or teacher, thereby stifling ourselves. As long as we belong to the collective culture, collective civilization, there can be no creativeness. It is the man who understands this whole process of the collective, with all its sanctions and beliefs, and who ceases to be either positively or negatively acquisitive. It is only such a man who knows the meaning of creativeness, not the sannyasi who renounces the world and pursues God, which is merely his particular form of acquisitiveness. The man who realizes the whole significance of the collective, and who breaks away from it because he knows what is true religion, is a creative individual, and it is such action that brings about a new culture. Surely, that is always the way it happens, is it not? The truly religious man is not the one who practices so-called religion, who holds to certain dogmas and beliefs, who performs certain rituals or pursues knowledge, for he is merely seeking another form of gratification. The man who is truly religious is completely free from society, he has no responsibility toward society, he may establish a relationship with society, but society has no relationship with him. Society is organized religion, the economic and social structure, the whole environment in which we have been brought up, and does that society help man to find God, truth? It matters little what name you give it, or does the individual who is seeking God create a new society? That is, must not the individual break away from the existing society, culture, or civilization? Surely, in the very breaking away he discovers what is truth, and it is that truth which creates the new society, the new culture. I think this is an important question to ponder over. Can the man who belongs to society, it does not matter what society, ever find truth, God? Can society help the individual in that discovery, or must the individual, you and I, break away from society? Surely, it is in the very process of breaking away from society that there is the understanding of what is truth, and that truth then creates the ripples which become a new society, a new culture. The sannyasi, the monk, the hermit renounces the world, renounces society, but his whole pattern of thinking is still conditioned by society, he is still a Christian or a Hindu, pursuing the ideal of Christianity or of Hinduism. His meditations, his sacrifices, his practices, are all essentially conditioned and, therefore, what he discovers as truth, as God, as the Absolute, is really his own conditioned reaction. Hence, society cannot help man to find out what is truth. Society's function is to limit the individual, to hold him within the boundary of respectability. Only the man who understands this whole process, whose action is not a reaction, can find out what is truth, and it is the truth that creates a new culture, not the man who pursues truth. I think this is fairly clear and simple. It sounds complicated, but it is not. Truth brings about its own action. But the man who is seeking truth and acting, however worthy and noble he may be, only creates further confusion and misery. He is like the reformer who is merely concerned with decorating the prison walls, with bringing more light, more lavatories, or what you will, into the prison, whereas, if you understand this whole problem of how the mind is conditioned by society, if you allow truth to act and do not act according to what you think is truth, then you will find that such action brings about its own culture, its own civilization, a new world which is not based on acquisitiveness, on sorrow, on strife, on belief. It is the truth that will bring about a new society, not the communists, the Christians, the Hindus, the Buddhists, or the Muslims. To respond to any challenge according to one's conditioning is merely to expand the prison, or to decorate its bars. It is only when the mind understands and is free from the conditioning influences which have been imposed upon it, or which it has created for itself, that there is the perception of truth, and it is the action of that truth which brings into being a new society, a new culture. That is why it is very important for a country like this not to impose upon itself the superficial culture of the West nor, because it is confused, to return to the old, to the Puranas, to the Vedas. It is only a confused mind that wants to return to something dead, and the important thing is to understand why there is confusion. There is confusion, obviously, when the mind does not understand, when it does not respond totally, integrally to something new, to any given fact. Take the fact of war, for example. If you respond to it as a Hindu who believes in ahimsa, you say, I must practice non-violence, and if you happen to be a nationalist, your response is nationalistic, whereas the man who sees the truth of war, which is the fact that war is destructive in itself, and who lets that truth act, does not respond in terms of any society, in terms of any theory or reform. Truth is neither yours nor mine, and as long as the mind interprets or translates that truth, we create confusion. That is what the reformers do, what all the saints have done who have tried to bring about a reformation in a certain social order. Because they translate truth to bring about a given reform, that reform breeds more misery and hence needs further reform. To perceive what is truth there must be a total freedom from society, which means a complete cessation of acquisitiveness, of ambition, of envy, of this whole process of becoming. After all, our culture is based on becoming somebody, it is built on the hierarchical principle, the one who knows and the one who does not know, the one who has and the one who has not. The one who has not is everlastingly struggling to have, and the one who does not know is forever pushing to acquire more knowledge, whereas the man who does not belong to either, his mind is very quiet, completely still, and it is only such a mind that can perceive what is truth and allow that truth to act in its own way. Such a mind does not act according to a conditioned response, it does not say, I must reform society. The truly religious man is not concerned with social reform, he is not concerned with improving the old, rotting society because it is truth and not reform that is going to create the new order. I think if one sees this very simply and very clearly, the revolution itself will take place. The difficulty is that we do not see, we do not listen, we do not perceive things directly and simply as they are. After all, it is the innocent mind, innocent though it may have lived 1,000 years and had a multitude of experiences, that is creative, not the cunning mind, not the mind that is full of knowledge and technique. When the mind sees the truth of any fact and lets that truth act, that truth creates its own technique. Revolution is not within society but outside of it. The fundamental problem that faces every individual is the psychological pain which corrodes all thinking and feeling. Unless you have an answer and can teach the ending of pain, all your words have little meaning. Sir, what is teaching? Is teaching merely communication, words? Why do you want to be taught? And can another teach you how to end pain? If you could be taught how to end pain, would pain cease? You may learn a technique for ending pain, physical or psychological, but in the very process of ending one particular pain, a new pain comes into being. So what is the problem, sirs? Surely, the problem is not how to end pain. I can tell you not to be greedy, not to be ambitious, not to have beliefs, to free the mind from all desire for security, to live in complete uncertainty, and so on, but those are mere words. The problem is to experience directly the state of complete uncertainty, to be without any feeling of security, and that is possible only if you understand the total process of your own thinking, or if you can listen with your whole being, be completely attentive without resistance. To end sorrow, pain, either one must understand the ways of the mind, of desire, will, choice, going into that completely, or else listen to find the truth. The truth is that as long as there is a point in the mind which is moving toward another point, that is, as long as the mind is seeking security in any form, it will never be free from pain. Security is dependency, and a mind that depends has no love. Without going through all the process of examination, observation, and awareness, just listen to the fact, let the truth of the fact operate, and then you will see that the mind is free from pain. But we do neither, we neither see, observe to find out what is truth, nor do we listen to the fact with our whole being, without translating, twisting, interpreting it. That is, we neither pursue self-knowledge, which also brings an end to pain, nor do we merely observe the fact without distortion, as we look at our face in the mirror. All that we want is to know how to end pain, we want a ready-made formula by which to end it, which means, really, that we are lazy. There is not that extraordinary energy which is necessary to pursue the understanding of the self. It is only when we understand the self, not according to Shankara, Buddha, or Christ, but as it actually is in each one of us in relation to people, to ideas, and to things, that there is the cessation of pain. Bombay, February 16, 1955. Can you understand the fact of emptiness? Questioner, beyond all superficial fears there is a deep anguish, which eludes me. It seems to be the very fear of life, or perhaps of death. Or is it the vast emptiness of life? Krishnamurti, I think most of us feel this, most of us feel a great sense of emptiness, a great sense of loneliness. We try to avoid it, we try to run away from it, we try to find security, permanency, away from this anguish. Or, we try to be free of it by analyzing the various dreams, the various reactions. But it is always there, eluding us, and not to be resolved so easily and so superficially. Most of us are aware of this emptiness, of this loneliness, of this anguish. And, being afraid of it, we seek security, a sense of permanency in things or property, in people or relationship, or in ideas, beliefs, dogmas, in name, position, and power. But can this emptiness be banished by merely running away from ourselves? And is not this running away from ourselves one of the causes of confusion, pain, misery, in our relationships and, therefore, in the world? So, this is a question not to be brushed aside as being bourgeois or stupid or merely for those who are not active socially, religiously. We must examine it very carefully and go into it fully. As I said, most of us are aware of this emptiness, and we try to run away from it. In running away from it, we establish certain securities, and then those securities become all important to us because they are the means of escape from our particular loneliness, emptiness, or anguish. Your escape may be a master, it may be thinking yourself very important, it may be giving all your love, your wealth, jewels, everything, to your wife, to your family, or it may be social or philanthropic activity. Any form of escape from this inward emptiness becomes all important and, therefore, we cling to it desperately. Those who are religiously minded cling to their belief in God, which covers up their emptiness, their anguish, and so their belief, their dogma, becomes essential, and for these they are willing to fight, to destroy each other. Obviously, then, any escape from this anguish, from this loneliness, will not solve the problem. On the contrary, it merely increases the problem and brings about further confusion. So, one must first realize the escapes. All escapes are on the same level, there are no superior or inferior escapes, there are no spiritual escapes apart from the mundane. All escapes are essentially similar, and if we recognize that the mind is constantly escaping from the central problem of anguish, of emptiness, then we are capable of looking at emptiness without condemning it or being afraid of it. As long as I am escaping from a fact, I am afraid of that fact, and when there is fear, I can have no communication with it. So, to understand the fact of emptiness, there must be no fear. Fear comes only when I am trying to escape from it, because in escaping, I can never look at it directly. But the moment I cease to escape, I am left with the fact. I can look at it without fear, and then I am able to deal with the fact. So, that is the first step, to face the fact, which means not to escape through money, through amusement, through the radio, through beliefs, through assertions, or through any other means, because that emptiness cannot be filled by words, by activities, by beliefs. Do what we will, that anguish cannot be wiped away by any tricks of the mind, and whatever the mind does with regard to it will only be an avoidance. But when there is no avoidance of any kind, then the fact is there, and the understanding of the fact does not depend on the inventions or the projections or calculations of the mind. When one is confronted with the fact of loneliness, with that immense anguish, the vast emptiness of existence, then one will see whether that emptiness is a reality or merely the result of naming, of terming, of self-projection. Because, by giving it a name, by giving it a term, we have condemned it, have we not? We say it is emptiness, it is loneliness, it is death, and these words, death, loneliness, emptiness, imply a condemnation, a resistance, and through resistance, through condemnation, we do not understand the fact. To understand the fact that we call emptiness, there must be no condemnation, no naming, of the fact. After all, the recognition of the fact creates the center of the me, and the me is empty, the me is only words. When I do not name the fact, give it a term, when I do not recognize it as this or that, is there loneliness? After all, loneliness is a process of isolation, is it not? Surely, in all our relationships, in all our efforts in life, we are always isolating ourselves. That process of isolation must obviously lead to emptiness, and without understanding the whole process of isolation, we shall not be able to resolve this emptiness, this loneliness. But when we understand the process of isolation, we shall see that emptiness is merely a thing of words, mere recognition, and the moment there is no recognition, no naming of it, and hence no fear, emptiness becomes something else, it goes beyond itself. Then it is not emptiness, it is aloneness, something much vaster than the process of isolation. Now, must we not be alone? At present we are not alone, we are merely a bundle of influences. We are the result of all kinds of influences, social, religious, economic, hereditary, climatic. Through all those influences, we try to find something beyond, and if we cannot find it, we invent it, and cling to our inventions. But when we understand the whole process of influence at all the different levels of our consciousness, then, by becoming free of it, there is an aloneness which is uninfluenced, that is, the mind and heart are no longer shaped by outward events or inward experiences. It is only when there is this aloneness that there is a possibility of finding the real. But a mind that is merely isolating itself through fear can have only anguish, and such a mind can never go beyond itself. With most of us, the difficulty is that we are unaware of our escapes. We are so conditioned, so accustomed to our escapes, that we take them as realities. But if we will look more deeply into ourselves, we will see how extraordinarily lonely, how extraordinarily empty, we are under the superficial covering of our escapes. Being aware of that emptiness, we are constantly covering it up with various activities, whether artistic, social, religious, or political. But emptiness can never finally be covered, it must be understood. To understand it, we must be aware of these escapes, and when we understand the escapes, then we shall be able to face our emptiness. Then we shall see that the emptiness is not different from ourselves, that the observer is the observed. In that experience, in that integration of the thinker and the thought, this loneliness, this anguish, disappears. Paris, May 7, 1950. What is our basic problem? I think most of us are easily satisfied with explanations, and we do not seem able to go beyond mere words and directly experience something original for ourselves. We are always repeating like gramophone records, merely following some authority who promises a certain result. Now, it seems to me that religion is something entirely different. It is not this worship of words, nor is it the projection of symbols and the experiencing of those symbols. Religion is the experiencing of that which lies beyond the measure of the mind, but to experience that state, to realize the immensity of it, one really has to understand the process of one's own thinking. Most of us are indifferent to the impressions, to the pressures, to the vitality of existence, we are easily satisfied, and some of us dare not even look at the problems about us and within ourselves. So I think it would be worthwhile if we could look at our problems, not theoretically or abstractly, but actually, and see what our problems really are. Not that we are going to resolve the problem of war, or put an end to the butchery that is going on, but we are easily led away by the very enormity of these issues, and there is not that clarity of thinking which can come into being only when we begin with ourselves, not with somebody or something else. The world problem is our problem because we are the world. What we think does affect the world, what we do does affect society. The individual problem is directly related to the world problem, and I do not think we are giving sufficient importance to the power of individual thinking and action. Historically, I am sure you will find that it is always individuals who produce the great movements that are brought about. So we have to look first and foremost at our own problems because they are directly related to world problems, and then perhaps we shall come out of it with a different outlook, a fresh impulse, an explosive vitality. Now, what is our basic problem? As students or businessmen, as politicians, engineers, or so-called seekers of the truth, whatever that may be, what fundamentally is our problem? First of all, it seems to me that the world is rapidly changing and that the Western civilization, with its mechanization, its industrialization, its scientific discoveries, its tyranny, parliamentarianism, capital investment, and so on, has left a tremendous imprint on our minds. And we have created through the centuries a society of which we are a part and which says that we must be moral, righteous, virtuous, that we must conduct ourselves in accordance with a certain pattern of thought which promises the eventual achievement of reality, God, or truth. So there is a contradiction in us, is there not? We live in this world of greed, envy, and sexual appetites, of emotional pressures, mechanization, and conformity, with the government efficiently controlling our various demands, and at the same time we want to find something greater than mere physical satisfaction. There is an urge to find reality, God, as well as to live in this world. We want to bring that reality into this world. We say that to live in this world we have to earn money, that society demands that we be acquisitive, envious, competitive, ambitious, and yet, living in this world, we want to bring the other thing into being. We may have all our physical needs provided, the government may bring about a state in which we have a great measure of outward security, but inwardly we are starving. So we want the state which we call religion, this reality which brings a new impulse, an explosive vitality to action. Surely, that is my problem, that is your problem. How are we to live in this world, where living implies competition, acquisitiveness, ambition, the aggressive pursuit of our own fulfillment, and also bring into being the perfume of something which is beyond? Is such a thing possible? Can we live in this world and yet have the other? This world is becoming more and more mechanized, the thoughts and actions of the individual are increasingly controlled by the state. The individual is being specialized, educated in a certain pattern to follow a daily routine. There is compulsion in every direction, and living in such a world, can we bring into being that which is neither outward nor inward, but which has a movement of its own and requires a mind that is astonishingly swift, a mind that is capable of intense feeling, intense inquiry? Is that possible? Unless we are neurotic, unless we are mentally peculiar, surely that is our problem. Now, any intelligent man can see that going to temples, doing puja, and all the other nonsense that goes on in the name of religion is not religion at all, it is merely a social convenience, a pattern which we have been taught to follow. Man is educated to conform to a pattern, not to doubt, not to inquire, and our problem is how to live in this world of envy, greed, conformity, and the pursuit of personal ambition, and at the same time to experience that which is beyond the mind, call it God, truth, or what you will. I am not talking about the God of the temples, of the books, of the gurus, but of something far more intense, vital, immense, something which is immeasurable. So, living in this world with all these problems, how am I to capture the other? Is that possible? Obviously not. I cannot be envious and yet find out what God or truth is, the two are contradictory, incompatible. But that is what most of us are trying to do. We are envious, we are carried along by the old momentum, and at the same time we dream of finding out whether there is God, whether there is love, truth, beauty, a timeless state. If you observe your own thinking, if you are at all aware of the operation of your own mind, you will see that you want to have one foot in this world and one foot in that other world, whatever it may be. But the two are incompatible, they cannot be mixed. Then what is one to do? Do you understand, sirs? I realize that I cannot mix reality with something which has no reality. How can a mind that is agitated by envy, that is living in the field of ambition, greed, understand something which is completely still and which has a movement of its own in that stillness? As an intelligent human being, I see the impossibility of such a thing. I also see that my problem is not to find God because I do not know what that means. I may have read innumerable books on the subject, but such books are merely explanations, words, theories which have no actuality for a person who has not experienced that which is beyond the mind. And the interpreter is always a traitor, it does not matter who that interpreter is. My problem, then, is not to find truth, God, because my mind is incapable of it. How can a stupid, petty mind find the immeasurable? Such a mind can talk about the immeasurable, write books about it, it can fashion a symbol of truth and garland the symbol, but that is all on the verbal level. So, being intelligent and aware of this fact, I say, I must begin with what I actually am, not with what I should be. I am envious, that is all I know. Now, is it possible for me, while living in this society, to be free of envy? To say it is or is not possible is an assumption and, therefore, has no value. To find out if one can do it requires intensity of inquiry. Most of you will say it is impossible to live in this world without envy, without greed. Our whole social structure, our code of morality is based on envy, so you assume it is not possible and that is the end of it, whereas a man who says, I don't know if there is a reality or not, but I want to find out, and to find out my mind must obviously be free of envy, not just in patches, but totally, because envy is a movement of agitation, it is only such a man who is capable of real inquiry. We shall go into that presently. So my problem is not to inquire into reality, but to find out whether, living in this world, I can be free of envy. Envy is not mere jealousy, though jealousy is part of it, nor is it merely being concerned because someone else has more than I. Envy is the state of a mind which is demanding more and more all the time, more power, more position, more money, more experience, more knowledge. And demanding the more is the activity of a mind which is self-centered. Now, can I live in this world and be free of self-centered activity? Can I cease to compare myself with somebody else? Being ugly, I want to be beautiful, being violent, I want to be non-violent. Wanting to be different, to be more, is the beginning of envy, which does not mean that I blindly accept what I am. But this desire to be different is always in relation to something which is comparatively greater, more beautiful, more this or more that, and we are educated to compare in this way. It is our daily craving to compete, to surpass, and we are satisfied with being envious, not only consciously but also unconsciously. You feel that you must become somebody in this world, a great man or a rich man, and if you are fortunate you say it is because you have done good in the past, all that nonsense about karma, and so on. Inwardly also you want to become somebody, a saint, a virtuous man, and if you observe this whole movement of becoming, this pursuit of the more, both outwardly and inwardly, you will see that it is essentially based on envy. In this movement of envy your mind is held, and with such a mind, can you discover the real? Or is that an impossibility? Surely, to discover the real, your mind must be completely free of envy, there can be no demand for the more, either openly or in the hidden recesses of the unconscious. And if you have ever observed it, you will know that your mind is always pursuing the more. You had a certain experience yesterday, and you want more of it today, or, being violent, you want to be non-violent, and so on. These are all the activities of a mind which is concerned with itself. Now, is it possible for the mind to be free from this whole process? That is my inquiry, not whether there is or there is not God. For an envious mind to seek God is such a waste of time, it has no meaning except theoretically, intellectually, as an amusement. If I really want to find out whether there is God or not, I must begin with myself, that is, the mind must be totally free from envy, and I can assure you, that is an enormous task. It is not just a matter of playing with words. But you see, most of us are not concerned with that. We do not say, I will free my mind from envy. We are concerned with the world, with what is happening in Europe, with the mechanization of industry, anything to get away from the central point, which is that I cannot help to bring about a different world until I as an individual have changed fundamentally. To see that one must begin with oneself is to realize an enormous truth. But most of us overlook it, we easily brush it aside because we are concerned with the collective, with changing the social order, with trying to bring about peace and harmony in the world. Few people are concerned with themselves except in the sense of achieving success. I do not mean that kind of concern. I mean being concerned with the transformation of oneself. But first of all, most of us do not see the importance, the truth, of change, and secondly, we do not know how to change, how to bring about this astonishing, explosive transformation within ourselves. Changing in mediocrity, which is to change from one pattern to another, is no change at all. This explosive transformation is the result of all one's energy coming together to solve the fundamental problem of envy. I am taking that as the central issue, though there are many other things involved in it. Have I the capacity, the intensity, the intelligence, the swiftness, to pursue the ways of envy, and not just say, I must not be envious? We have been saying that for centuries, and it has no meaning. We have also said, I must follow the ideal of non-envy, which is equally absurd, because we project the ideal of non-envy and are envious in the meantime. Please observe this process. The fact is that you are envious, while the ideal is the state of non-envy, and there is a gap between the two that has to be filled through time. You say, eventually I shall be free of envy, which is an impossibility, because it has to happen now or never. You cannot set some future date on which you will be non-envious. So, is it possible for me to have the capacity to inquire into and be totally free from envy? How does that capacity arise? Does it arise through any method or practice? Do I become an artist by practicing a particular technique day after day? Obviously not. The desire to have that capacity is a selfish movement of the mind, whereas if I do not try to cultivate it, but begin to inquire into the whole process of envy, then the means of totally dissolving envy is already there. Now, in what manner do I inquire into the process of envy? What is the motive behind that inquiry? Do I want to be free of envy in order to be a great man, in order to be like Buddha, Christ, and so on? If I inquire with that intention, with that motive, such inquiry projects its own answer, all of which will only perpetuate the monstrous world which we have now. But if I begin to inquire with humility, that is, not with a desire to achieve success, then an entirely different process is taking place. I realize that I have not got the capacity to be free of envy, so I say, I shall find out, which means that there is humility from the very beginning. And the moment one is humble, one has the capacity to be free of envy. But the man who says, I must have that capacity, and I am going to get it through these methods, through this system, such a man is lost, and it is such people who have created this ugly, treacherous world. A mind that is really humble has an immense capacity for inquiry, whereas the mind that is under the burden of knowledge, that is crippled with experience, with its own conditioning, can never really inquire. A humble mind says, I do not know, I shall find out, which means that finding out is never a process of accumulation. Not to accumulate you must die every day, and then you will find, because you are fundamentally, deeply, humble, that this capacity to inquire comes of itself, it is not a thing that you have acquired. Humility cannot be practiced, but because there is humility, your mind has the capacity to inquire into envy, and such a mind is no longer envious. A mind which says, I do not know, and which does not want to become something has totally ceased to be envious. Then you will find that righteousness has quite a different meaning. Righteousness is not respectability, it is not conformity, it has nothing to do with social morality, which is mere convenience, a manner of living made respectable through centuries of compulsion, conformity, pressure, and fear. A mind that is really humble, in the sense I have explained, will create its own righteousness, which is not the righteousness of a pattern. It is the righteousness of living from humility and discovering from moment to moment what is truth. So your problem is not the world of newspapers, ideas, and politicians, it is the world within yourself, but you have to realize, to feel the truth of this, and not merely agree because the Jiddu or some bearded gentleman says it is so. If you are aware of that inner world and are watching yourself without condemnation or justification from day to day, from moment to moment, then in that awareness you will find there is a tremendous vitality. The mind that is accumulating is frightened to die, and such a mind can never discover what is truth. But to a mind that is dying every minute to everything that it has experienced, there comes an astonishing vitality because every moment is new, and only then is the mind capable of discovery. It is good to be serious, and we are very rarely serious in our life. I do not mean just listening to somebody who is serious, or being serious about something, but having the feeling of seriousness in ourselves. We know very well what it is to be gay, flippant, but very few of us know the feeling of being deeply serious without an object to make us serious, that state in which the mind approaches every situation, however gay, happy, or exciting, with serious intent. So it is good to spend an hour together in this way, being serious in our inquiry, because life for most of us is very superficial, a routine relationship of work, sex, worship, and so on. The mind is always on the surface, and to go below the surface seems to be an enormously difficult task. What is necessary is this state of explosiveness, which is real revolution in the religious sense, because it is only when the mind is explosive that it is capable of discovering or creating something original, new. Bombay, February 10, 1957. How do you approach the problems of living? I think it might be worthwhile if we went into the question of how quickly the mind deteriorates and what are the primary factors that make the mind dull, insensitive, quick to respond. I think it would be significant if we could go into this question of why the mind deteriorates, because perhaps in understanding that, we may be able to find out what is really a simple life. We notice as we grow older that the mind, the instrument of understanding, the instrument with which we probe into any problem, to inquire, to question, to discover, if misused, deteriorates, disintegrates, and it seems to me that one of the major factors of this deterioration of the mind is the process of choice. All our life is based on choice. We choose at different levels of our existence. We choose between white and blue, between one flower and another flower, between certain psychological impulses of like and dislike, between certain ideas, beliefs, accepting some and discarding others. So our mental structure is based on this process of choice, this continuous effort at choosing, distinguishing, discarding, accepting, rejecting. And in that process there is constant struggle, constant effort. There is never a direct comprehension, but always the tedious process of accumulation, of the capacity to distinguish, which is really based on memory, on the accumulation of knowledge and, therefore, there is this constant effort made through choice. Now, is not choice ambition? Our life is ambition. We want to be somebody, we want to be well thought of, want to achieve a result. If I am not wise, I want to become wise. If I am violent, I want to become non-violent. The becoming is the process of ambition. Whether I want to become the biggest politician or the most perfect saint, the ambition, the drive, the impulse of becoming is the process of choice, is the process of ambition, which is essentially based on choice. So, our life is a series of struggles, a movement from one ideological concept, formula, desire, to another, and in this process of becoming, in this process of struggle, the mind deteriorates. The very nature of this deterioration is choice, and we think choice is necessary, choice from which springs ambition. Now, can we find a way of life which is not based on ambition, which is not of choice, which is a flowering in which the result is not sought? All that we know of life is a series of struggles ending in result, and those results are being discarded for greater results. That is all we know. In the case of the man who sits alone in a cave, in the very process of making himself perfect there is choice, and that choice is ambition. The man who is violent tries to become non-violent, that very becoming is ambition. We are not trying to find out whether ambition is right or wrong, whether it is essential to life, but whether it is conducive to a life of simplicity. I do not mean the simplicity of a few clothes, that is not a simple life. The putting on of a loincloth does not indicate a man that is simple, on the contrary, it may be that by the renunciation of the outer things, the mind becomes more ambitious, for it tries to hold on to its own ideal, which it has projected and which it has created. So if we observe our own ways of thinking, should we not inquire into this question of ambition? What do we mean by it, and is it possible to live without ambition? We see that ambition breeds competition, whether in children, in school, or among the big politicians, all the way up. This ambition produces certain industrial benefits, but in its wake, obviously there is the darkening of the mind, the technological conditioning, so that the mind loses its pliability, its simplicity and, therefore, is incapable of directly experiencing. Should we not inquire, not as a group but as individuals, you and I, should we not find out what this ambition means, whether we are at all aware of this ambition in our life? When we offer ourselves to serve the country, to do noble work, is there not in it the fundamental element of ambition, which is the way of choice? And is not, therefore, choice a corruptive influence in our life because it prevents the flowering? The man who flowers is the man who is not becoming. Is there not a difference between the flowering mind and the becoming mind? The becoming mind is a mind that is always growing, becoming, enlarging, gathering experience as knowledge. We know that process full well in our daily life, with all its results, with all its conflicts, its miseries and strife, but we do not know the life of flowering. And is there not a difference between the two which we have to discover, not by trying to demarcate, to separate, but to discover, in the process of our living? When we discover this, we may perhaps be able to set aside this ambition, the way of choice, and discover a flowering, which is the way of life, which may be true action. So if we merely say that we must not be ambitious without the discovery of the flowering way of life, the mere killing of ambition destroys the mind also, because it is an action of the will, which is the action of choice. So is it not essential for each one of us to find out in our lives the truth of ambition? We are all encouraged to be ambitious. Our society is based on the strength of the drive toward a result. And in that ambition there are inequalities which legislation tries to level out, to alter. Perhaps that way, that approach to life, is essentially wrong, and there might be another approach, which is the flowering of life, which could express itself without accumulation. After all, we know when we are conscious of striving after something, of becoming something, that is ambition, the seeking of a result. But there is an energy, a force in which there is a compulsion without the process of accumulation, without the background of the me, of the self, of the ego, that is the way of creativity. Without understanding that, without actually experiencing that, our life becomes very dull, our life becomes a series of endless conflicts in which there is no creativity, no happiness. And perhaps if we can understand not by discarding ambition but by understanding the ways of ambition, by being open, by comprehending, by listening to the truth of ambition, perhaps we may come upon that creativity in which there is a continuous expression, which is not the expression of self-fulfillment but is the expression of energy without the limitation of the me. Questioner: in the worst of misery, most of us live on hope. Life without hope seems dreadful and inevitable, and yet very often this hope is nothing but illusion. Can you tell us why hope is so indispensable to life? Krishnamurti: is it not the very nature of the mind to create illusion? Is not the very process of thinking the result of memory, of verbalized thought, which creates an idea, a symbol, an image to which the mind clings? I am in despair, I am in sorrow, I have no way of resolving it, I do not understand how to resolve it. If I understand it, then there is no need for hope. It is only as long as I do not understand how to bring about the dissolution of a particular problem that I depend on a myth, on an idea of hope. If you observe your own mind, you will see that when you are in discomfort, in conflict, in misery, your mind seeks a way away from it. The process of going away from the problem is the creation of hope. The mind going away from the problem creates fear. The very movement of going away, the flight from the problem, is fear. I am in despair because I have done something which is not right, or some misery comes upon me, or I have done a terrible wrong, or my son is dead, or I have very little to eat. My mind, not being able to resolve the problem, creates a certainty, something to which it can cling, an image which it carves by the hand or by the mind. Or the mind clings to a guru, to a book, to an idea which sustains me in my difficulties, in my miseries, in my despair, and so I say I shall have a better time next life, and so on and on and on. As long as I am not capable of resolving my problem, my sorrow, I depend on hope, it is indispensable. Then I fight for that hope. I do not want anyone to disturb that hope, that belief. I make that belief into an organized belief, and I cling to that because out of that, I derive happiness, because I have not been able to solve the problem which is confronting me. Hope becomes the necessity. Now, can I solve the problem? If I can understand the problem, then hope is not necessary, then depending on an idea or an image or a person is not necessary, because dependence implies hope, implies comfort. So the problem is whether hope is indispensable, whether I can resolve my problem, whether there is a way to find out how not to be in sorrow, that is my problem, not how to dispense with hope. Now, what is the factor essential to the understanding of a problem? Obviously, if I wish to understand the problem, there must be no formula, there must be no conclusion, there must be no judgment. But if we observe our minds, we will see that we are full of conclusions. We are steeped in formulas with which we hope to resolve the problem. And so we judge, we condemn. And so, as long as we have a formula, a conclusion, a judgment, a condemnatory attitude, we shall not understand the problem. So the problem is not important, but how we approach the problem. The mind that is wishing to comprehend a problem must not be concerned with the problem, but with the workings of its own machinery of judgment. Do you follow? I started out with the establishment of a hope, saying that it is essential because without hope I am lost. So my mind is occupied with hope, I occupy it with hope. But that is not my problem is the problem of sorrow, of pain, of mistakes. Is even that my problem, or is my problem how to approach the problem itself? So what is important is how the mind regards the problem. I have altogether moved away from hope because hope is illusory, it is unreal, it is not factual. I cannot deal with something which is not factual, which has been created by the mind. It is not something real, it is illusory, so I cannot grapple with it. What is real is my sorrow, my despair, the things that I have done, the crowded memories, the aches, and the sorrows of my life. How I approach the aches and sorrows and miseries in my life is important, not hope, because if I know how I approach them, then I shall be able to deal with them. So what is important is not hope but how I regard my problem. I see that I always regard my problem in the light of judgment, either condemning, accepting, or trying to transform it, or looking at it through glasses, through the screen of formulas of what somebody has said in the Bhagavad Gita, what the Buddha or the Christ has said. So my mind, being crippled by these formulas, judgments, quotations, can never understand the problem, can never look at it. So can the mind free itself from these accumulated judgments? Please follow this carefully, not my words, but how you approach your problem. What we are always doing is pursuing the hope and everlastingly being frustrated. If I fail with one hope, I substitute another and so I go on and on. And as I do not know how to approach, how to understand the problem itself, I resort to various escapes. But if I knew how to approach the problem, then there is no necessity for hope. So what is important is to find out how the mind regards the problem. Your mind looks at a problem. It looks at it, obviously, with a condemnatory attitude. It condemns it in distinguishing it, in reacting to it, or it wants to change it into something which it is not. If you are violent, you want to change into non-violence. Non-violence is unreal, it is not factual, what is real is violence. Now to see how you approach the problem, with what attitude, whether you condemn it, whether you have the memories of what the so-called teachers have said about it, that is what is important. Can the mind eradicate these conditions, free itself from these conditions, and look at the problem? Can it be unconcerned with how to free itself from these conditions? If it is concerned with it, then you create another problem out of it. But if you can see how these conditions prevent you from looking at the problem, then these conditions have no value because the problem is important, pain is important, sorrow is important. You cannot call sorrow an idea and brush it aside. It is there. So, as long as the mind is incapable of looking at the problem, as long as it is not capable of resolving the problem, there must be various escapes from the problem, and the escapes are hopes, they are the defense mechanism. The mind will always create problems. But what is essential is that when we make mistakes, when we are in pain, to meet these mistakes, these pains, without judgment, to look at them without condemnation, to live with them and to let them go by. And that can only happen when the mind is in the state of non-condemnation, without any formula, which means, when the mind is essentially quiet, when the mind is fundamentally still, then only is there the comprehension of the problem. Q. Will you please tell us what you mean by the words our vocation? I gather you mean something different from the ordinary connotation of these words. K. Each one of us pursues some kind of vocation, the lawyer, the soldier, the policeman, the businessman, and so on. Obviously, there are certain vocations which are detrimental to society, the lawyer, the soldier, the policeman, and the industrialist who is not making other men equally rich. When we choose a particular vocation, when we train our children to follow a particular vocation, are we not creating a conflict within society? You choose one vocation and I choose another, and does that not bring about conflict between us? Is that not what is happening in the world because we have never found out what is our true vocation? We are only being conditioned by society, by a particular culture, to accept certain forms of vocations which breed competition and hatred between man and man. We know that, we see it. Now, is there any other way of living in which you and I can function in our true vocations? Is there not one vocation for man? Are there different vocations for man? We see that there are. You are a clerk, I polish shoes, you are an engineer, and I am a politician. We see innumerable varieties of vocations and we see they are all in conflict with each other. So man, through his vocation, is in conflict, in hatred, with man. We know that. With that we are familiar every day. Now let us find out if there is not one vocation for man. If we can all find it, then the expression of different capacities will not bring about conflict between man and man. I say there is only one vocation for man. There is only one vocation, not many. The one vocation for man is to find out what is real. If I and you are finding out what is truth, which is our true vocation, then in the search of that we will not be in competition. I shall not be competing with you, I shall not fight you, though you may express that truth in a different way, you may be the Prime Minister, I shall not be ambitious and want to occupy your place because I am seeking equally with you what is truth. Therefore, as long as we do not find out that true vocation of man, we must be in competition with each other, we must hate each other, and whatever legislation you may pass, on that level you can only produce further chaos. So, is it not possible from childhood, through right education, through the right educator, to help the boy, the student, to be free to find out what is the truth about everything, not just truth in the abstract, but to find out the truth of all relationships, the boy's relationship to machinery, his relationship to nature, his relationship to money, to society, to government, and so on? That requires, does it not, a different kind of teacher, who is concerned with helping or giving the boy, the student, freedom, so that he begins to investigate the cultivation of intelligence, which can never be conditioned by a society which is always deteriorating. So, is there not one vocation for man? Man cannot exist in isolation, he exists only in relationship, and when in that relationship there is no discovery of truth, the discovery of the truth of relationship, then there is conflict. There is only one vocation for you and me. And in the search of that, we shall find the expression wherein we shall not come into conflict, we shall not destroy each other. But it must begin surely through right education, through the right educator. The educator also needs education. Fundamentally, the teacher is not merely the giver of information, but brings about, in the student, the freedom, the revolt, to discover what is truth. Q. When you answer our questions, what functions, memory or knowledge? K. It is really quite an interesting question, is it not? Let us find out. Knowledge and memory are the same, are they not? Without knowledge, without the accumulation of knowledge, which is memory, can you reply? The reply is the verbalization of a reaction, is it not? There is this question asked, what is functioning, memory or knowledge? I am only saying memory and knowledge are the same thing essentially, because if you have knowledge but have no memory of it, it will have no value. You are asking what functions when I answer a question. Is knowledge functioning? Is memory functioning? Now what is it that is functioning with most of us? Please follow this. What is functioning with most of us when you ask a question? Obviously knowledge. When I ask you the way to your house, knowledge is functioning, memory is functioning. And with most of us that is all that functions because we have accumulated knowledge from the Bhagavad Gita or from the Upanishads or from Marx or from what Stalin has said or what your pet guru says or your own experience, your own accumulated reactions, and from that background, you reply. That is all we know. That is the actual fact. In your business that is what is functioning. When you build a bridge, that is what is functioning. When you write a poem, there are two functions going on, the verbalization, the memory, and the creative impulse. The creative impulse is not memory, but when expressed it becomes memory. So without memory, verbalization, the verbalizing process, there is no possibility of communication. If I do not use certain words, English words, I could not talk to you. The very talking, the verbalization, is the functioning of memory. Now the question is, what is functioning when the speaker is answering, memory or something else? Memory, obviously, because I am using words. But is that all? Am I replying from the accumulated memories of innumerable speeches I have made during the last 20 years? Which I keep on repeating like a gramophone record machine? That is what most of us are. We have certain actions, certain patterns of thought, and we keep on repeating them. But the repetition of words is entirely different to that because that is the way of communication. By the repetition of experience, the experiences are gathered and stored away and, like a machine, I repeat from that experience, from that storehouse. Here again, there is repetition, which is again the memory functioning. So you are asking if it is possible, while I am speaking, that I am really experiencing, not answering from experience. Surely there is a difference between the repetition of experience and the freedom of experiencing, which is being expressed through memory, which is the verbalization. Please listen. This is not difficult to understand. I want to find out what ambition means, all that it implies. Do I really, now as I am speaking, investigate afresh the whole process of ambition? Or do I repeat the investigation which I have made yesterday about ambition, which is merely repetition? Is it not possible to investigate, to experience anew all the time, and not merely rely on a record, on memory, on the experience of yesterday? Is it not possible to flower, to be, all the time, now as I am speaking, without the repetitious experience of yesterday, though I use words to communicate? Your question is, what is functioning when I am speaking? If I am repeating merely what I have said 10 days ago, then it is of very little value. But if I am experiencing as I am talking, not an imaginative feeling, but actually, then what is functioning? The flowering is functioning, not through self-expression, not the me functioning, which is memory. So it is very important, not for me alone but for all of us, to find out if we can keep our minds from being this storehouse of the past, and whether the mind can be stable on the waters of life and let the memories float by without clinging to any particular memory, and when necessary to use that memory as we do use it when we communicate. Which means the mind constantly letting the past float by, never identifying itself with it, never being occupied with it, so that the mind is firm, not in experience, not in memory, not in knowledge, but firm, stable in the process, in the way of experiencing continuously. So, that is the factor which brings about no deterioration, so that the mind constantly renews. A mind that accumulates is already in decay. But the mind that allows memories to go by and is firm in the way of experiencing, such a mind is always fresh, it is always seeing things anew. That capacity can only come when the mind is very quiet. That quietness, that stillness, is not induced, cannot come about through any discipline, through any action of will, but when the mind understands the whole process of accumulation of knowledge, memory, experience. Then it establishes itself on the waters of life, which are always moving, living, vibrant. Q. With what should the mind be occupied? I want to meditate. Would you please tell me on what I should meditate? K. Now, let us find out what meditation is. You and I are going to find out. I am not going to tell you what meditation is. We are both going to discover it afresh. The mind that has learned to meditate, which is to concentrate, the mind that has learned the technique of shutting out everything and narrowing down to a particular point, such a mind is incapable of meditation. That is what most of us want. We want to learn to concentrate, to be occupied with one thought to the exclusion of every other thought, and we call that meditation. But it is not meditation. Meditation is something entirely different, which we are going to find out. So our first problem is, why does the mind demand that it should be occupied? Do you understand? My mind says, I must be occupied with something, with worry, with memory, with a passion, or with how not to be passionate, or how to get rid of something, or to find a technique which will help me to build a bridge. So the mind, if you observe, demands constant occupation, does it not? That is why you say, my mind must be occupied with the word OM, or you repeat Ram Ram, or you are occupied with drinking. The word OM, the words Ram Ram, or drinking are all the same because the mind wants to be occupied, because it says if it is not occupied it will do some mischief, if it is not occupied it will drift away. If the mind is not occupied, then what is the purpose of life? So you invent a purpose of life, noble, ignoble, or transcendental, and cling to that, and with that you are occupied. It is the same whether the mind is occupied with God or whether it is occupied with business, because the mind says consciously or unconsciously it must be occupied. So, the next thing is to find out why the mind demands occupation. Please follow this. We are meditating now. This is meditation. Meditation is not a state at the end. Freedom is not to be got at the end, freedom is at the beginning. If you have no freedom in the beginning, you have no freedom at the end. If you have no love now, you will have no love in 10 years. So what we are doing now is to find out what meditation is. And the very inquiry into what meditation is to meditate. The mind says, I must be occupied with God, with virtue, with my worries, or with my business concern, so it is incessantly active in its occupation. The mind can only exist as long as it is active, as long as it is conscious of itself in action, not otherwise. The mind knows itself as being when it is occupied, when it is acting, when it has results. It knows itself as existing when it is in motion. The motion is occupation toward a result, toward an idea, or denial of that idea negatively. I am conscious of myself only when there is motion, in and out. So consciousness is this motion of action, outward and inward, this breathing out of responses, of reactions, of memories, and then collecting them back again. So my mind is, I am, only when I am thinking, when I am in conflict with a thing, when there is suffering, when there is occupation, when there is strain, when there is choice. So the mind knows itself as in motion when it is ambitious and drags itself there, and seeing that ambition is dull, it says, I will occupy myself with God. The occupation of the mind with God is the same as the occupation of the mind with money. We think that the man whose mind is occupied with God is more sacred than the man who is thinking of money, but they are factually both the same, both want results, both need to be occupied. So, can the mind be without occupation? That is the problem. Can the mind be blank, without comparing, because the more is the way of the mind knowing that it exists? The mind that knows it exists is never satisfied with what is, it is always acquiring, comparing, condemning, demanding more and more. In the demand for, in the movement of, the more, it knows itself as existing, which is what we call self-consciousness, the conscious on the surface and the unconscious. This is our life, this is the way of our everyday existence. I want to know what meditation is, so I say I want to be occupied with meditation. I want to find out what meditation is, so my mind is again occupied with meditation. So, can the occupied mind ever be capable of meditation? Meditation, surely, is the understanding of the ways of the mind. If I do not know how my mind operates, functions, works, how can I meditate? How can I really find out what is truth? So the mind must find out how it is occupied, then it begins to see with what it is occupied, and then finds that all occupations are the same because the mind then is filling itself with words, with ideas, with constant movement, so that there is never a quietness. When the mind occupies itself with the discovery of what love is, it is another form of occupation, is it not? It is like the man who is occupied with passion. When you say you must find out the truth, will you find truth? Or does truth come into being only when the mind is not occupied, when the mind is empty to receive, not to gather, not to accumulate? Because you can only receive once. But if what you have received you make into memory with which you are occupied, then you will never receive again. Because the receiving is from moment to moment. Therefore, it is of timelessness. So the mind, which is of time, cannot receive the timeless. So the mind must be completely still, empty, without any movement in any direction. And that can only take place with a mind that is not occupied with the more, with the problem, with worry, with escapes, not conditioned in any belief, in any image, in any experience. It is only when the mind is totally free, then only is there a possibility of immense profound stillness, and in that stillness that which is eternal comes into being. That is meditation. Bombay, March 11, 1953. What is the central core of your thinking? 1. Krishnamurti, what is the central core of your thinking? You know there is peripheral thinking, which is not really important, but at the center, what is the momentum, the movement of that thinking? What is that me that is so concerned with itself? I think about myself, that is the core, the heart of my thinking. And on the periphery I think about various things, the people here, the trees, a bird flying by, but these things don't really very much matter unless there is a crisis on the periphery that affects the me, and the me reacts. Now what is that center from which you think, which is the me? And why is there this continual occupation about oneself? I am not saying it is right or wrong, but we see that we are occupied with ourselves. Why? Student, because we think it is important. K. Why do you give it importance? S. When you are a child you have to. K. Why do you think about yourself so much? See what is involved in this. Thinking about oneself isn't just a very small affair. You think about yourself in relation to another with like and dislike, and you think about yourself, identifying yourself with another. I think about the person I have just left, or the person I think I like, or the person with whom I have quarreled, or the person whom I love. I have identified myself with all those people, haven't I? S. What do you mean by identify? K. I love you, I have identified myself with you. Or I have hurt her and you identify yourself with her and get angry with me. See what has happened, I have said something to her which is harmful and unpleasant, you are her friend and you identify yourself with her and get angry with me. So that is part of the self-centered activity, isn't it? Are you sure? S. But isn't it the other person who is identifying with you? K. Is it or is it not? Let's inquire. I like you, I am very fond of you, what does that mean? I like your looks, you are a good companion and so on. It means what? S. It means you are a better companion than other people and so I like being with you. K. Go a little deeper. What does it mean? S. You keep that person to yourself and exclude others. K. That is part of it, but go on further. S. It is pleasing to be with that person. K. It is pleasing to be with that person and it is not pleasing with another person. So my relationship with you is based on my pleasure. If I don't like you I say, I'll be off. My pleasure is my concern, as is my hurt, my anger. So self-concern isn't just thinking about myself and identifying with this or that possession, person, or book. There is the peripheral occupation, and also I am comparing myself with you, that is going on all the time, but from a center. S. You read about the refugees in India and you haven't a personal relationship with them but you do identify with them. K. Why do I identify myself with those people who have been killed and chased out of East Pakistan? I watched them the other day on television. This is happening everywhere, not only in Pakistan. It is appalling. Now you say you identify yourself with all those refugees, what do you feel? S. Sympathy. K. Go on, explore it, unravel it. S1. Anger against the people who caused this. S2. Frustration because you can't do anything about it. K. You get angry with the people who do these things, who kill the young men and chase out old women and children. Is that what you do? You identify with this and reject that. What is the structure, the analysis, of this identification? S. You don't feel secure. K. Through identification you feel that you could do something? Move on. S. even by taking one side you feel that you have a certain chance to do something. K. Say I am anti-Catholic, I identify myself with a group who are anti-clerical. Identifying myself with those, I feel I can do something. But go further, it is still me doing something about it, it is still the occupation with myself. I have identified myself with something I consider greater, like India, communism, Catholicism, and so on, or with my family, my God, my belief, my house, you who have hurt me. What is the reason for this identification? I separate myself from the rest of the world, and in identifying with something bigger, that something becomes my ally. K. Yes, but why do you do this? I identify myself with you because I like you. I don't identify myself with him because I don't like him. And I identify myself with my family, with my country, with my God, with my belief. Now why do I identify with anything at all? I don't say it is right or wrong, but what is behind this identification? Inward confusion. K. Is it? You are afraid. K. Push further. The confusion is caused by the identification. K. Is it? I am questioning you and you must question me too. Don't accept what I am saying, inquire. This whole process of identification, why does it happen? And if I don't identify myself with you, or with something, I feel frustrated. Are you sure? You feel unfulfilled, empty. K. Go on. I feel sad, frustrated, not fulfilled, insufficient, empty. Now I want to know why I identify myself with a group, with a community, with feelings, ideas, ideals, heroes, and all the rest of it. Why? I think it is in order to have security. K. Yes. But what do you mean by that word security? Alone I am weak. K. Is it because you cannot stand alone? It is because you are afraid to stand alone. K. You are frightened of being alone, so, therefore, you identify? Not always. K. But it is the core, the root of it. Why do I want to identify myself? Because then I feel safe. I have pleasant memories of people and places, so I identify myself with that. I see that in identification I am much more secure. Right? I don't know if you want to talk about this particular aspect, but if I see the killing in Vietnam is wrong, and there is a group of anti-war demonstrators in Washington, then I go and join them. K. Now wait a minute. There is an anti-war group and I join them. I identify myself with them because in identifying with a group of people who are doing something about it, I am also doing something about it. By myself I cannot do anything. But belonging to a group of people who demonstrate, who write articles, I am actively taking part in stopping the war. That is the identification. We are not saying the results of that identification are good or bad, but why does the human mind want to identify itself with something? When is it action and when is it identification? K. I am coming to that. First, I want to be clear in myself and in talking it over find out why I should identify. And when necessary I will identify. That is, I must first understand what it means to cooperate. Then, when I am really deeply cooperating, then I will know when not to cooperate. Not the other way round. I don't know if you see this. If I know what is involved in cooperation, which is a tremendous thing, to work together, to live together, to do things together. When I understand that, then I will know when not to cooperate. Now I want to know why I identify myself with anything. Not that I shouldn't identify if there is a necessity of identification in action, but before I find out how to act, or with whom I can cooperate, I want to find out why there is this urge to identify. To have security, is that the reason? Because you are far from your country, from your family, you identify with this house, with the group, to be safe, protected. The identification takes place because you feel, here I am secure. So is the reason you identify because you are insecure? Is that it? Insecurity means fear, uncertainty, not knowing what to think, being confused. So you need protection, it is good to have protection. Is that the reason that you identify? What is the next step? In myself I am uncertain, unclear, confused, frightened, and insufficient, therefore, I identify myself with a belief. Now what happens? I find I am still insecure. No, I have identified myself with certain ideologies. What happens then? You try to make that your security. I have given various reasons for this identification, because it is rational, it is workable, all the rest of it. Now what happens when I have identified myself with it? You have a conflict. Look what happens. I have identified myself with an ideology, with a group of people, or a person, it is part of me. I must protect that, mustn't I? Therefore, if it is threatened I am lost, I am back again to my insecurity. So what takes place? I am angry with anybody who attacks or doubts it. Then what is the actual thing that takes place? Conflict. I have identified myself with an ideology. I must protect it because it is my security and I resist anybody who threatens that with a contradictory ideology. So where I have identified myself with an ideology there must be resistance. I build a wall around what I have identified myself with. Where there is a wall, it must create division. Then there is conflict. I don't know if you see all this. Now what is the next step? Go on. S1. What is the difference between identification and cooperation? S2. It seems there has to be more understanding of cooperation. You know what it means to cooperate, to work together? Can there be cooperation when there is identification? Do you know what we mean by identification? We have examined the anatomy of it. Cooperation means to work together. Can I work with you if I have identified myself with an ideology and you are identified with another ideology? Obviously not. But people have to work together. Is that cooperation? No. See what is involved. Because of our identification with an ideology we work together, you protect it and I protect it. It is our security, in the name of God, in the name of beauty, in the name of anything. We think that is cooperation. Now what takes place? Can there be cooperation when there is identification with a group? No, because there is division. I find myself in conflict with members of the group, because I keep identifying with them. Look what is happening. You and I have identified ourselves with that ideology. Our interpretation of that ideology may be, different. Of course. If you vary in the interpretation of that ideology, you are deviating, therefore, we are in conflict. Therefore, we must both agree about that ideology completely. Is that possible? S. That is exactly what happens with a school. Instead of an ideology, you identify with a school and each person has his own concept. K. Yes, quite right. Why? S. I sense that sometimes there is conflict here for just the reason you were giving when talking about an ideology. If you and I identify with the school, we think we are cooperating, but there isn't that spirit. K. Therefore, I am asking, can there be cooperation when there is identification? S. No. K. Do you know what you are saying? Laughter. That is how everything in this world is working. Is that the truth? That where there is identification there can be no cooperation. It is a marvelous thing to discover the truth of this. Not your opinion, or my opinion, but the truth, the validity of it. Therefore, we have to find out what we mean by cooperation. You see that there can be no cooperation when there is identification with an idea, with a leader, with a group, and so on. Then what is cooperation in which there is no identification? S. Acting in response to the situation itself. K. I am not saying you are not right, but can we work together when you and I think differently? When you are concerned with yourself and I am concerned with myself. And one of the reasons is that knowing we cannot cooperate when we are thinking of ourselves, we try to identify ourselves with an ideology, hoping thereby to bring about cooperation. But if you don't identify, what is cooperation? Here we are at Brockwood, in a school. We see there cannot be cooperation when there is identification with the school, with an idea, with a program, with a particular policy of this and that. And also we see that identification is the cause of all division. Then, what is cooperation? To work together, not about something. Do you see the difference? So before you do something together, what is the spirit of cooperation, the feeling, the inwardness of it, what is that feeling? S. Understanding, being completely open to it. K. Go a little deeper. We said identification is not cooperation. Are you quite sure on that point? And are you quite clear that cooperation cannot exist when each of us is concerned with himself? When you are concerned with yourself, you have no spirit of cooperation, you only cooperate when it pleases you. So what does it mean to cooperate? What does it mean to cooperate when there is no me? Otherwise you can't cooperate. I may try to cooperate around an idea, but there is always the me that is trying to identify itself with the thing that I am doing. So I must find out why it is that I am thinking about myself all day long, how I look, that somebody is better than me, why somebody has hurt me, or somebody has said, what a nice person you are. Why am I doing this all day long? And at night too, when I'm asleep this goes on, I am better than you, I know what I am talking about, it is my experience, you are stupid, I am clever. Why? S. It seems a lot of it becomes a habit. K. What is habit? S. Not being aware. K. No. What is habit? Not how is it formed. S. Repetition of a movement. K. Right. Why is there a repetition of this movement? Why is habit formed? You will see something extraordinary if you go slowly. We have all got short hair or long hair. Why? Because others do it. S. Is that habit or imitation? K. See what takes place. First you imitate others, then you say, short hair is square. S. Is a custom a habit too? K. Yes. I don't want to go too quickly into this. Isn't all thinking habit? You agree? S. Well, it is something you do over and over again. K. Go on, see what you can discover for yourself when we go into this whole question of habit. S. It is really a situation with an old reaction, isn't it? K. A new situation we meet with old responses. Is not identification a habit? S. Yes. K. Because you are insecure. So do you know the nature of this machinery that makes for habit? Are you aware that you are always operating by habit? To get up at 6 o'clock every day, to believe, to smoke, not to smoke, to take drugs. You follow? Everything is reduced to habit, it may be of a week, 10 days, or 50 years, but the habit is formed. Why does the mind fall into this groove? Haven't you asked yourself why you have a habit? Have you watched your mind working in habit? S1, it is easier. S2, it takes really a lot of energy to live without habit. K, I am coming to that. Don't jump, move from step to step. I am asking myself, why does the mind always live in habit? I thought that yesterday, I still think that today, and I will think the same about it tomorrow, with slight modifications perhaps. Now why does the mind do this? S. One is half asleep. K. We said laziness is part of it. What else? It feels easier with habits. S. One is afraid of the unknown. K. I want to go a little deeper than that. S. The mind is afraid that if it doesn't maintain thinking in the same way, it will itself be threatened. K. Which means what? S. It sees a certain kind of order in habit. K. Is habit order? S. You can form a certain structure with habit, but that is not necessarily order. K. Which means that the mind functions in habit for various reasons, like a machine. It is easier, it avoids loneliness, fear of the unknown, and it implies a certain order to say, I will follow that and nothing else. Now why does the mind function in a groove, which is habit? S. Its nature is that. K. But if you say that, then you stop inquiring. We know the reasons that the mind functions in habit, are you actually aware of it? The highly psychopathic person has a habit which is completely different from others. A neurotic person has certain habits. We condemn that habit but accept others. So why does the mind do this? I want to go into it deeper, I want to see why it does it and whether the mind can live without habit. S. Because it feels it is the personality. K. We said that the personality, the ego, the me which says, I am frightened, I want order, laziness, all that are different facets of the me. Can the mind live without habit? Except for the biological habits, the regular functioning of the body, which has its own mechanism, its own intelligence, its own machinery. Why does the mind accept habit so quickly? The question, can it live without habit, is a tremendous question. To say that there is God, that there is a Savior, is a habit. And to say there is no Savior, but only the state, is another habit. So the mind lives in habit. Does it feel more secure in habit? S. Yes. K. Go slowly. Which means what? Functioning in the field of the known, it feels safe. The known is habit, right? S. Even then, we still say we don't feel safe. K. Because the known may change or may be taken away or get something added to it. But the mind is always functioning in the field of the known because there it feels secure. So the known is the habit, the known is knowledge, that is, knowledge of science, of technology, and the knowledge of my own experiences. And in that there is mechanical habit. Now I am asking, can the mind move from the known, not into the unknown? I don't know what that means, but be free and move away from the borders of the known? Look. If I know everything about the internal combustion engine, I can continue experimenting in the same direction, but there is a limitation. I must find something new, there must be some other way to create energy. Would the mind say that if it wanted the security of the known? I am not talking about security at the moment. Are you saying that there has to be a break in continuity in technology in order for something new to happen? That's right. That is what takes place. Otherwise man couldn't have invented the jet engine, he had to look at the problem differently. My mind always works in the field of the known, the modified, which is habit. In relationship with human beings, in thought, which is the response of memory, and always within the field of the known, I am identifying myself with the unknown through the known. The mind must function with the known because otherwise one couldn't talk, but I am asking if it can also function without any habit. Does the mind ask that question because acting out of habit is unsuccessful? I am not thinking of success. But what would make the mind ask this? My mind says, this isn't good enough, I want more. It wants to find out more, and it can't find it within the field of the known, it can only expand that field. But it has to realize the limitation. I realize it, and I say to myself, I can function within the field of the known, I can always expand it or contract it, horizontally, vertically, in any way, but it is always within the field of the known. My mind says I understand that very well. And so, being curious, it says, can the mind live, can it function, without habit? Is that a different question? Now I am talking psychologically, inwardly. Apparently all life, all the mental activity in the psyche, is a continuity of habit. Is there really an impetus or something? I am creating an impetus. The mind is itself creating the impetus to find out, not because it wants to find something. This is a very touchy point. This seems to be the key to some difficulty. Why, if I may just ask the question, does the mind say, I see the need for living without psychological habit? I don't see the need, I am not positing anything. I am only saying I have seen the mind in operation in the field of the known, contracting, expanding horizontally or vertically, or reducing it to nothing, but always within that area. And my mind asks, if there is a way of living, I don't know it, I don't even posit it, in which there is no habit at all. So we come back. Do you know what you are thinking about all day? You say, yes, I am thinking about myself, vaguely or concretely or subtly or in a most refined manner, but always around that. Can there be love when the mind is occupied with itself all the time? You say no, why? Because if you are thinking about yourself all the time, you can't, therefore, you can never say, I love you, until you stop thinking about yourself. When a man feels ambitious, competitive, imitative, which is part of thinking about oneself, can there be love? So we have to find a way of living in which habit is not. But habit can be used, the known can be used, I won't call it habit, in a different way, depending on the circumstances, the situation, and so on. So is love habit? Pleasure is habit, isn't it? Is love pleasure? S. What do you mean by love, sir? K. I don't know. I will tell you what it is not, and when that is not in you, the other is. Listen to this, where the known is, love is not. S. So one has to find out first what habit is, and then about non-habit. K. We have found it. We have said that habit is the continuation of action within the field of the known. The known is the tomorrow. Tomorrow is Sunday and I am going out for a drive. I know that. I have arranged it. Can I say, tomorrow I will love? S1, no. S2, I do. K, what do you mean, I will love you tomorrow? S, we promise that. K, in a church, you mean? That means love is within the field of the known and, therefore, within time. S, but if you love once, can you suddenly stop loving? K, I loved you once, I am bored with you now. S, if you love someone today, you can love him tomorrow. K, how do you know? I love you today, but you want to be sure that I'll love you tomorrow. Therefore, I say, I'll love you, darling, tomorrow. S, that is something else. K, I am asking, has love a tomorrow? Habit has a tomorrow because it continues. Is love a continuity? Is love identification, I love my wife, my son, my God? Therefore, you have to really understand, not just verbally, the whole process, the structure and the nature of the known, the whole field of it inwardly, how you function always within that field, thinking from that field. The tomorrow you can grasp because it is projected from the known. To really understand this you have to understand all that we have said, you have to know what you think and why, and you have to observe it. S. You can know what you think, but you don't always know why you think it. K. Oh, yes, it is fairly simple. I want to know why I think, why thought comes in. Yesterday I went to the tailor and I forgot my watch there. Last night I looked for it and I thought about it and said, how lazy of me, how inconsiderate on my part to leave it there, giving trouble. All that went through the mind. S. When you say it was inconsiderate of you, you were identifying yourself. K. No, I forgot the watch. Which means they have to take the trouble to look after it. Someone might take it, they will be responsible, all that. And I thought about it, and I know why this whole momentum of thinking arose from that. I watched the whole flow of thought. You can know the beginning and the ending of thought. You look so mystified. I have thought about it and I can end it. I left the watch there and I thought it might get lost. I have had it for a long time, I have cared for it, I would give it away, but not lose it. And if it is lost, finished. I don't think any more about it. Now, to watch every thought, to be aware of it. Any thought is significant if you penetrate it, you can see the origin of it and the ending of it, not go on and on. S. And you say that if you see why the thought originated, you will be able to see the ending of it. K. No, look. Is there an individual thought separate from another thought? Are all thoughts separate or are they interrelated? What do you say? S. They are interrelated. K. Are you sure? S. Well, they all come from one another. K. If I understand their interrelationship, or if there is an understanding of the background from which all thought springs, S. That is the difficult point. K. To watch without any question of wanting an answer means infinite watchfulness, not impatience. Watch carefully, then everything comes out. If you and I quarrel, I don't want to carry it in my mind, in thought, I want to finish it. I'll come to you and say, I am sorry, I didn't mean it, and it is finished. But do I do that? Have you learned a lot? Not have learned, but are you learning, seeing what it means to learn? Brockwood Park, June 19, 1971. 2. Student, we were talking about why one can't say that one loves someone. Krishnamurti, can we approach it in a different way? Do you know what aggressiveness is? It means opposition, to go against. From that arises the question, how are you going to meet life when you have passed through here and are so-called educated? Do you want to be swallowed up by the society, the culture in which you live, or are you going to oppose it, revolt against it, which will be a reaction and not a total action? Are you going to step into the easy way of life, conform, imitate, adjust to the pattern, whatever that pattern be, whether it be the establishment, or an establishment of a different kind, and so on? Or are you going to be a totally different human being, who is aware and knows he has to meet adversity and opposition and that, therefore, there is no easy way of satisfaction? Because most of us want a life of ease, of comfort, without trouble, which is almost impossible. And if you do meet opposition, will you run away from it? If you don't like some place, certain people, a job, will you move away, run away from it to do something else that will be satisfactory? Do you use others for your own satisfaction? And is love the use of others, either sexually or as companionship, or for one's own satisfaction, not superficially but much more deeply? How are you going to meet all this, which is what life is? The so-called educated people in the world, who have been to college, to university, have good jobs, fit into a place and stay there and advance there, have their own troubles, their own adversities. One may pass some exam and get a job, or one may have been educated technologically. But psychologically, one doesn't know anything about oneself. One is unhappy, miserable because one can't get this or that. One quarrels with one's husband or wife. And they are all very educated people who read books but disregard the whole field of life. And uneducated people do the same. You are going to be educated. I don't know why, but you are going to be. And then what? Lead a comfortable life? Not that one is against comfort, but if one is seeking comfort in life it becomes rather shoddy, rather shallow, and you have to conform to a tremendous extent to the structure of the culture in which you live. And if you revolt against the culture and join a group, which has its own pattern, you have to fit into that too. Most human beings throughout the world want to be safe, secure, comfortable, lead a life of indulgence, a life in which they do not have too much opposition, where they conform superficially, but revolt against conforming, become superficially respectable but are inwardly rebellious, have a job, get married, have children, and responsibility. But because the mind wants something much more than that, they are discontented, running from one thing to another. Seeing all of this, not just one segment, one fraction of it, but the whole of the map, what are you all going to do? Or is it a question that you cannot possibly answer at your age? You are too young, perhaps, with your own occupations, so the other can wait. One knows what one would like to do. K. Do you know what you want to do? I know what I'd like to do. K. What would you like to do? Like? I might like to be the Queen of England, or the greatest something or other, but I can't, I haven't got the capacity. So when you say you'd like to do something, that gives you pleasure, that gives you satisfaction. That is what everybody wants, comfort, pleasure, satisfaction. This is what I want to do because I feel happy doing it. And when you find opposition along that path, you don't know how to meet it and then you try to escape from it. You know, this is really a very difficult question, it is not easy to say what one would like to do. This is a very complex question. That is why I said, is this asking too much? Or, at your age, are you already beginning to have an inkling of what you want to do, not only for the next year but for the rest of your life? S. We are not too young. K. I don't know. I don't know whether you are too old or too young. It is for you to answer, not for me. I am putting this to you, for you to find out. S. Some of us are already too old. We are already shaped. Already we have had experiences that make us all very bored with life. K. You know, the other day we were talking about the fact that we are always thinking about ourselves. And when you are thinking about yourself, isn't it generally around what gives you the greatest pleasure? I want to do that, because it is going to give me tremendous satisfaction. So how do you meet all these things? Shouldn't you be educated not only in geography, history, mathematics, and all the rest of it, but also in this field, where you have to discover for yourself how to live in this monstrous world? Isn't that part of education? Now how could you set about educating yourself to meet this life? Do you expect somebody else to educate you, as they educate you in mathematics and other subjects? S. No. K. No? You are quite sure? If nobody is going to educate you in the psychological, inward, way of living, how are you going to do it? How are you going to educate yourself? You know what is happening in the world? Apart from the monstrosities and wars and butcheries and all the terrible things that are going on, people who think they know are trying to educate you, and not just in the technological world that is clear, simple, and factual. The other day on television some bishop said, the knowledge of God is love, and if you don't have knowledge of God you can't live, life becomes meaningless. Now there is that statement made most emphatically by a well-known bishop, or whatever he was, and I listened to it and I said, I am learning, I want to find out. I want to be educated. He has reasonable explanations, and you look at his collar, or his coat, or his beret, and you say, oh, he is a priest, he is an old man, he is repeating old stuff, that is nothing, and you push him away. And then a man comes along and offers you a pattern of living which seems reasonable, logical, and because of his personality, the way he looks, dresses, walks, you know all the tricks, you say, yes, he has got something. And you listen to him. And through the very act of listening you are being conditioned by what he says, aren't you? S. It depends how you listen. K. If you don't know how to listen to that bishop, you will say, how reasonable, he says we have lived this way for 2000 years, this is the right way, with the knowledge of God. I listen to him and there is something that appeals to me and I accept it. I have been influenced by him. And I am also influenced by a man who says, do this and you will have enlightenment. So I am being influenced all around. What shall I do? I want to educate myself because I see very well nobody is going to educate me in that field. Because they have never educated themselves, they have never gone into themselves and examined, explored, searched out, looked and watched, they have always conformed to a pattern. And they are trying to teach me how to live within that pattern, whether it is the Zen pattern, or the Christian, or the communist pattern. They have not educated themselves in the sense we are talking about, though they may be clever in argument and in dialectics. So as nobody is going to help me to educate myself inwardly, how shall I begin? I see that if I don't do that I will become a lopsided human being. I may be very good at writing an essay and getting a degree, but then what? And the whole of the rest of my life is neglected. So how shall I educate myself, become mature in a field where very few people have taken the trouble to investigate, to inquire? Or they have done it and imposed their thinking on others, not helped them to find out for themselves. Do you understand what I am talking about? Freud, Jung, Adler, and other analysts, who have gone into this and stated some facts, traced all behavior to childhood conditioning. They have laid down a certain pattern and you can investigate in that direction and get more information, but that is not you learning about yourself, you are learning according to somebody else. Knowing what life is, what is happening in the world, wars, antagonism, politicians, priests, hippies with their little bit of philosophy, people who take drugs, the makers of communes, and the hatred between various classes, how will you set about finding out for yourself? Take all that is there outwardly, and inwardly people are ambitious, greedy, envious, brutal, violent, exploiting each other. These are facts, I am not exaggerating. Seeing all this, what shall I do? Shall I conform to some pattern, which is comforting, which is what I want to do, a fulfillment for myself? Because if you don't have a certain spark, a flame in you now at the age of 15, 16, 20, or 25, it is going to be very difficult when you are 50. Then it is much more difficult to change. So, what shall I do? How shall I face all this? Look at it, listen to all the terrible noise in the world, the priests, the technicians, the clever men, the workers, the strikes that are going on. Shall I choose a particular noise that appeals to me and follow that noise for the rest of my life? What shall I do? This is a tremendous problem, it is not a simple problem. I want to experiment. Experiment. Well, let things come to me. Listen to what I am saying. Seeing all this, I don't know what to do. Not knowing what to do, I am going to find an easy way out as I generally do. Don't fool yourself. This is a tremendously complex problem. But to find the easy way out is still not real. Wait, I am not at all sure. I face all this tremendous uproar that is going on, the shouting, the pushing, and I find there is an easy way out, I become a monk. That is what is happening in certain parts of the world, because people don't trust politicians, scientists, technicians, preachers, anymore. They say, I am going to withdraw from all this and become a solitary monk with a begging bowl. They are doing it in India. Or not knowing what to do, you drift, carrying on from day to day, not bothering. Or if you must find a way out you force yourself, or you join a group that thinks it is tremendously advanced. Is that what you are all going to do? If I had a daughter or a son here, that would be my concern as a parent. I would feel tremendously concerned. And Brockwood is concerned, it is tremendously important. You can all go to colleges and universities and get degrees and jobs, but that is too simple. That is, a way out doesn't solve anything either. So if I had a son or a daughter, I would ask how they are going to be educated in the field where they themselves don't take an interest, and where others don't know how to help them to understand that enormous field that has been neglected. So I would say to a daughter or son, look, listen to all this, listen to all the noise that is going on in the world. Don't take sides, don't jump to any conclusions, but just listen. Don't say one noise is better than another noise, they are all noises, so just listen first. And listen also to your own noise, your chattering, your wishes, I want to be this and I don't want to be that, and find out what it means to listen. Find out, don't be told. Discuss it with me and find out what it means first. Find out what it means to think, why you think, what is the background of your thinking. Watch yourself, but don't become self-centered in that watching. Be tremendously concerned, in watching, about further enlargement of yourself. If you watch yourself, there is a tremendous danger of self-centeredness. If I were a parent, I would be tremendously concerned with the problem, the question, of how to educate people in this field where there is no real understanding or help. I would discuss to find out how you think, why you think, and what you think. Not in order to change it, not to suppress it, not to overcome it, but to find out why you think at all. Question it. I don't know if you have noticed that most books, all the social, religious, moral, ethical structure, the relationship between man and man, are based on thinking. This is right, this is wrong, this should be, this must not be, it is based on the structure of thought. I want to find out if that is the way of living, to base everything on thought, on what I like and what I don't like, what I want to do, what I don't want to do. Brockwood Park, June 24, 1971. What is the relation between Krishnamurti's teaching and truth? 1. Questioner 1. Can we discuss the relation between Krishnamurti's teaching and truth? Questioner 2. Is there such a thing as a teaching at all, or is there only truth? Krishnamurti, is it the expression of truth? There are two things involved. The speaker is either talking out of the silence of truth, or he is talking out of the noise of an illusion, which he considers to be the truth. Q. That is what most people do. K. So which is it that he is doing? Q. There could be a confusion between the word and truth. K. No, the word is not the truth. That's why we said either he is talking out of the silence of truth or out of the noise of illusion. Q. But because one feels that he is speaking out of the silence of truth, there is a greater possibility for the word to be taken as truth. K. No, let's go slowly, for this is interesting. Who is going to judge? Who is going to see the truth of the matter? The listener, the reader? You who are familiar with Indian scriptures, Buddhism, the Upanishads, and know most of the contents of all that, are you capable of judging? How shall we find out? You hear him talking about these things and you wonder if he is really speaking out of this extraordinary silence of truth, or as a reaction and from a conditioned childhood, and so on. That is to say, either he is talking out of his conditioning or out of the other. How will you find out? How will you approach this problem? Q. Is it possible for me to find out if what is meeting that teaching is the noise within myself? K. That's why I am asking you. What is the criterion, the measure that you apply so you can say, yes, that is it? Or do you say, I don't know? I am asking what you do. Or do you not know but are examining, investigating, not whether he is speaking out of silence or conditioning, but watching the truth of what he is saying? I would want to know whether he was speaking out of this or out of that. But as I don't know, I am going to listen to what he is saying and see if it is true. Q. But what sees it as true? K. Say one is fairly alive to things. One listens to this man and one wants to find out whether what he says is mere words or the truth. Q. When I have come to the conclusion that it is the truth, then I am already not listening. K. No, I don't know. My whole life is concerned with this problem, it is not just for a few years or a few days. I want to know the truth of this matter. Is he speaking out of experience or from knowledge, or not out of any of these things? Most people speak out of knowledge, so we are asking that question. I don't know how you would find out. I'll tell you what I would do. I would put his personality, his influence, all that, completely aside. Because I don't want to be influenced, I am skeptical, doubtful, so I am very careful. I listen to him, and I don't say, I know or I don't know, but I am skeptical. I want to find out. Q. Skeptical means you are inclined to doubt it, which is already a bias. K. Oh, no. I am skeptical in the sense that I don't accept everything that is being said. Q. But you lean toward doubting. It's negation. K. Oh, no. I would rather use the word doubt, in the sense of questioning. Let's put it that way. I say to myself, am I questioning out of my prejudice? This question has never been put to me before, I am exploring it. I would put everything else aside, all the personal reputation, charm, looks. I am not going to accept or reject, I am going to listen to find out. Am I prejudiced? Am I listening to him with all the knowledge I have gathered about religion, of what the books have said, what other people have said, or what my own experience tells me? Q. No, I may be listening to him precisely because I have rejected all that. K. Have I rejected it? Or am I listening to him with all that? If I have rejected that, then I am listening very carefully to what he has to say. Q. Or I am listening with everything that I already know of him. K. I have said that I have put away his reputation. Am I listening to him with the knowledge that I have acquired through books, through experience and, therefore, I am comparing, judging, evaluating? Then I can't find out whether what he is saying is the truth. But is it possible for me to put aside all that? I am passionately interested to find out. So for the time being, while I am listening at least, I will put aside everything I have known. Then I proceed. I want to know, but I am not going to be easily persuaded, pulled into something by argument, cleverness, logic. Now am I capable of listening to what he is saying with complete abandonment of the past? It comes to that. Are you? Then my relationship to him is entirely different. Then I am listening out of silence. This is really a very interesting question. I have answered for myself. There are a dozen of us here, how would you answer it? How do you know that what he is talking about is the truth? Q. I wouldn't be concerned with that word truth. When you use the word truth, you indicate you have the ability to judge what is true, or you already have a definition of truth, or you know what truth is, which means you will not be listening to what somebody is saying. K. Don't you want to know whether he is speaking falsehood, out of a conditioned mind, from a rejection and, therefore, out of a reaction? Q1. I realize that in order to listen to anybody, I can't listen with a conditioned mind. Q2. Another question which arises is, I reject all this knowledge and listen in silence. Is truth in that silence? K. I don't know. That is one of the things I have got to find out. How would you answer this question? Q. I think first of all you can be sensitive to what is false. In other words, to see if there is something false, something incoherent. K. Logic can be very false. Q. Yes, I don't mean just logic, but you can be sensitive to the whole communication to see if there is some deception. I think one of the questions implied here is, are you deceiving yourself? K. Again, forgive me for asking, but how do you know he is speaking the truth? Or is he deceiving himself and is caught in an illusion which gives him a feeling that he is telling the truth? What do you answer? Q. One goes into it oneself. One cannot accept it without going deeply into it. K. But one can deceive oneself so appallingly. Q. You go through the layers of all those deceptions and beyond them. K. If I were a stranger I might say, you have listened to this man for a long time, how do you know he is telling the truth? How do you know anything about it? Q. I could say that I have looked at what you have said, and each time I was able to test it to see if it was right. I have not found anything that was contradictory. K. No. The question was, how do you find out the truth? Not about contradiction, logic, all that. One's own sensitivity, one's own investigation, one's own delving, is that enough? Q. If one goes all the way, if one goes through all the possible self-deceptions and then goes so far as to say that in the moments when one is listening one feels there is a change in oneself, it may not be a total revolution, but there is a change. K. That can happen when you go for a walk and look at the mountains and are quiet, and when you come back to your home certain things have taken place. You follow what I am saying? Q. Yes. We listen to people who speak from knowledge, and we listen to you, and there is something totally different. K. Have you answered the question? Q. Someone wrote to me and asked if I agreed with everything Krishnamurti said. Didn't he tell you that you should doubt everything he said? The only way I could answer was to say, look, to me it is self-evident. K. It may be self-evident to you and yet an illusion. It is such a dangerous, delicate thing. Q. I think that for thought it is not at all possible to be sure about this matter. It is typical of thought that it wants to be sure that it is not deceiving itself, that it is listening to truth. Thought will never give up that question, and it is right for thought never to give up questioning, but thought cannot touch it, cannot know about it. K. Dr. Bohm and I had a discussion of this kind in a different way. If I remember rightly, we said, is there such a silence which is not the word, which is not imagined or induced? Is there such a silence, and is it possible to speak out of that silence? Q. The question was whether the words are coming from perception, from the silence, or from the memory. K. Yes. Q. The question is whether the words that are used are communicating directly and are coming out of the emptiness, out of the silence, or not. K. That is the real question. Q. As we used to say, like the drum which vibrates to the emptiness within. K. Yes. Are you satisfied by this answer, by what the others have said? Q. No. K. Then how do you find out? Q. The very words you are using deny the possibility of being satisfied and of working at it intellectually. It is something that has nothing to do with those things. K. Look, suppose I love you and trust you. Because I trust you and you trust me, whatever you say won't be a lie and I know you won't deceive me under any circumstances. You won't tell me something which is not actual to you. Q. I might do something out of ignorance. K. But say you trust me and I trust you. There is a relationship of trust, confidence, affection, love, like a man and a woman when they are married, they trust each other. Now is that possible here? Because, as she points out, I can deceive myself with logic, with reason, with all these things. Millions of people have done it. I can also see the danger of loving the priest, he can play havoc with me. Q1. If one has affection for someone, one projects all kinds of illusions onto him. Q2. I think the trust, the investigation, logic, and all that, go together with love. K. That is a very dangerous thing too. Q. Isn't there any way to avoid danger? K. I don't want to be caught in an illusion. Q. So can we say that truth is in the silence out of which the teaching comes? K. But I want to know how the silence comes. I might invent it. I might have worked to have a silent mind for years, conditioned it, kept it in a cage, and then say, marvelous, I am silent. There is that danger. Logic is a danger. Thought is a danger. So I see all the dangers around me. I am caught in all these dangers and I want to find out if what that man is saying is the truth. Q. Are we saying that perception has to be pure and in the realm of silence, the real realm of silence, not a fantasy, in order to be able to even come close to this question? K. Dr. Bohm is a scientist, a physicist. He is clear-thinking, logical. Suppose someone goes to him and asks, is what Krishnamurti says the truth? How is he going to answer? Q. Doesn't Dr. Bohm, or anybody, have to go beyond the limitations of logic? K. Somebody comes to him and asks, tell me, I really want to know from you, please tell me if that man is speaking the truth. Q. But you are then saying use the instrument of logic to find out? K. No, I am very interested because I have heard so many people who are illogical and careless say he is speaking the truth. But I go to a serious thinker, careful with the use of words, and ask, please tell me if he is telling the truth, not some crooked thing covered up. How is he going to answer me? Q. The other day when that man said you may be caught in a rut, and you looked at it, what happened then? K. I looked at it in several different ways and I don't think I am caught in a groove, but yet I might be. So after examining it very carefully, I left it. Something takes place when you leave it alone after an examination, something new comes into it. Now I am asking you, please tell me if that man is speaking the truth. Q. For me it is a reality. I can't communicate it to you. This is what I have found out and you have to find it out for yourself. You have to test it in your own mind. K. But you may be leading me up the garden path. Q. That is all I can say. I can't really communicate it. K. You may be up the garden path yourself. Q. It seems to me I would want to know what he is bringing to bear on the answer to this question. Is it science? Is it logic? Is it his own intelligence? I would want to know out of what he was going to answer me. K. How do you in your heart of hearts, as a human being, know that he is speaking the truth? I want to feel it. I object to logic and all that. I have been through that before. Therefore if all that is not the way, then what is? Q. There are people who are very clever, who speak of things which are very similar, who have grasped this intellectually very well and say they are speaking from truth. K. Yes, they are repeating in India now, you are the world. That is the latest catchword. Q. in order to communicate that, I have to speak out of the silence you were referring to. K. No, please be simple with me. I want to know if Krishnamurti is speaking the truth. Dr. Bohm has known Krishnamurti for several years. He has a good, trained mind, so I go to him and ask him. Q. All he can say is, I know this man, this is how he affects me. He has changed my life. And suddenly a note may be struck in the other one. K. No, I want it straight from the horse's mouth. Q. But you said you wanted proof. K. I don't. It is a very serious question, it isn't just a dramatic or intellectual question. This is a tremendous question. Q. Can one ever get an answer? Or is that person asking a false question to begin with? K. Is he? Q. I think I could say to him that when we did discuss these things it was from the emptiness, and that I felt it was a direct perception. K. Yes. Is direct perception unrelated to logic? Q. It doesn't come from logic. K. But you are logical all the same. Q. That may come later, not at that moment. K. So you are telling me, I have found out that man is telling the truth because I had a direct perception, an insight into what he is saying. Q. Yes. K. Now, be careful, because I have heard a disciple of some guru saying exactly the same thing. Q. I have also heard a guru say this, but a little later by looking at it logically I saw the thing was nonsense. When I was looking at the fact and the logic I saw that it did not fit. So I would say that in addition to direct perception I have constantly examined this logically. K. So you are saying that perception has not blinded you, and with that perception goes logic also? Q. Yes, logic and fact. K. So perception first, then logic. Not first logic, then perception. Q. Yes. That is what it always has to be. K. So through perception and then with logic, you see that it is the truth. Hasn't this been done by the devout Christians? Q. Logic is not enough, because we have to see how people actually behave as well. I see that Christians say certain things, but when we look at the whole of what they do it doesn't fit. K. Isn't there a terrible danger in this? Q. I am sure there is a danger. K. So you are now saying that one has to walk in danger? Q. Yes. K. Now I begin to understand what you are saying. One has to move in a field which is full of danger, full of snakes and pitfalls. Q. Which means one has to be tremendously awake. K. So I have learned from talking to him that this is a very dangerous thing. He has said you can only understand whether Krishnamurti is speaking the truth if you are really prepared to walk in a field which is full of pitfalls. Is that right? Q. Yes. K. It is a field which is full of mines, the razor's edge path. Are you prepared to do that? One's whole being says, be secure. Q. That is the only way to do anything. K. I have learned to be aware of the dangers around me and also to face danger all the time and, therefore, to have no security. The inquirer might say, this is too much, and go away. So this is what I want to get at. Can the mind, which has been conditioned for centuries to be secure, abandon that and say, I will walk into danger? That is what we are saying. It is logical, but in a sense it is illogical. Q. In principle that is the way all science works. K. Yes, that is right. So it also means I don't trust anybody, any guru, any prophet. I trust my wife because she loves me and I love her, but that is irrelevant. Q. The word danger has to be explained too. From one point it is dangerous, and from another it isn't. I have to investigate. My conditioning is very dangerous. K. So we're saying, I have walked in danger and I have found the logic of this danger. Through the perception of the danger I have found the truth of what Krishnamurti is saying. And there is no security, no safety in this, whereas all the others give me safety. Q. Security becomes the ultimate danger. K. Of course. Q. What you have described is actually the scientific approach. They say every statement must be in danger of being false, it has been put that way. K. That is perfectly right. I have learned a lot. Have you? A man comes from Seattle or Sheffield or Birmingham and is told, I have found that what he says is the truth because I have had a perception and that perception stands logically. It is not outside of reason. And in that perception I see that where I walk is full of pitfalls, of danger. Therefore, I have to be tremendously aware. Danger exists when there is no security. And the gurus, the priests, all offer security. Seeing the illogic of it, I accept this illogic too. Q. I am not sure that you should call it illogical. It is not illogical, but it is the way logic has to work. K. Of course. Are we saying that direct perception, insight, and the working out of it demand great logic, a great capacity to think clearly? But the capacity to think clearly will not bring about insight. Q. But if the logic does not bring about perception, what does it do exactly? K. It trains, it sharpens the mind. But that certainly won't bring about an insight. Q. It is not through the mind that the perception comes. K. That all depends on what you mean by the mind. Logic makes the mind sharp, clear, objective, and sane. But that won't give you the other. Your question is, how does the other come about? Q1. No. That was not my question. Logic clears the mind, but is the mind the instrument of perception? Q2. Yes, that is what we said, that it clears the mind of confusion, of the debris. Q1. The debris may come if you don't have logic. K. You might remain in the debris if you don't have logic. Q. If the perception is a real perception and so the truth, why does it then need the discipline of logic to examine it? K. We said perception works out logically. It does not need logic. Whatever it does is reasonable, logical, sane, objective. Q. It is logical without an intent to make it so. K. That's it. Q. It is like saying that if you see what is in this room correctly, you will not find anything illogical in what you see. K. All right. Will the perception keep the confusion, the debris, away all the time so that the mind never accumulates it and doesn't have to keep clearing it away? That was your question, wasn't it? Q. I think perception can reach the stage at which it is continually keeping the field clear. I say that it can reach that stage for a certain moment. K. At a certain moment I have perception. But during the interval between the perceptions there is a lot of debris being gathered. Our question is perception continuous so that there is no collection of the debris? Put it round the other way, does one perception keep the field clear? Q. Can one make a difference between insight and perception? K. Don't break it up yet. Take those two words as synonymous. We are asking, is perception from time to time, with intervals? During those intervals a lot of debris collects and, therefore, the field has to be swept again. Or does perception in itself bring about tremendous clarity in which there is no debris? Q. Are you saying that once it happens it will be there forever? K. That is what I am trying to get at. Don't use the words continuous, never again. Keep to the question of whether, once perception has taken place, the mind can collect further debris, confusion. It is only when that perception becomes darkened by the debris that the process of getting rid of it begins. But if there is perception, why should there be a collecting, gathering? Ojai, California, March 22, 1977. 2. Krishnamurti, we were asking how one can know that what Krishnamurti is saying is true. He might be caught in his own conditioning, illusions, and not being able to free himself from them, have put together a series of observations, words, and calls them truth. How do you know whether what he is saying is actual, truthful, and lasting? Dr. Bohm said that when one has an insight, a direct perception into what is being said, then there is no doubt that it is the truth. Having that insight, you can work it out logically to show that the perception is true. But is that perception brief, only to be had at intervals and, therefore, gathering a lot of debris, those things that block perception, or is one perception enough? Does it open the door so that there is insight all the time? Questioner, does that mean that you would never have any confusion? K. Yes, we came to that point. One has a perception, an insight, and that insight has its own capacity for reason, logic, and action. That action is complete, because the perception is complete for the moment. Will further action confuse perception? Or, having perception, is there no further confusion? Q. I think we were saying that there is danger in this. If you say, my action is always right, K. Oh, that is dangerous. Q. We also said that logic has its danger. One could think one has an insight when one has not. K. Suppose I have the capacity to reason it out and act and then say, that is a perfect, complete action. Some people who read the Gita act according to it and they call that insight. Their action is patterned after their reading. They say this action is complete. I have heard many of them say this, as do Catholics and Protestants who are completely immersed in the Bible. So we are treading on very dangerous ground and, therefore, are greatly aware of it. Q. You also said that the mind tries to find security in all this. K. The mind has always been seeking security, and when that security is threatened it tries to find security in insight, in direct perception. Q. In the illusion of insight. K. Yes, but it makes the insight into security. The next question is, must there be a constant breaking of perception? That is, one day one sees very clearly, one has direct perception, then that fades away and there is confusion. Then again there is a perception and an action, followed by confusion, and so on. Is that so? Or is there no further confusion after these deep insights? Q. Are we saying this perception is whole? K. Yes, if the perception is complete, whole, then there is no confusion at any time. Or, one may deceive oneself that it is whole and act upon it, which brings confusion. Q. There is also a possible danger that one has a genuine perception, an insight, and is not fooling oneself, and that out of that comes a certain action. But then one could fall into making whatever that action was into a formula and stop having the insight. Let's say that out of an insight which was real a certain action came. One then thinks that is the way things should be. K. That is what generally happens. Q. But isn't that a corruption of the perception, just making a pattern out of the action instead of continuing to look. It is like being able to really look at something, for instance, looking out of the window and seeing something. But then you don't look out again and you think everything is the way it was. It may have totally changed. The perception starts out being genuine, but you don't continue to look, have insight. Yes. Scientists may have an insight in some specialized field and that insight is put into a category of science unrelated to their lives. But we are talking of a perception that is not only in the field of action but also in daily life. As a whole, and so there is a continuity. Yes. But I still don't think we have gone into the question of danger. You said that one day a man came to you and said maybe you were stuck in a groove. Yes, caught in a rut. You didn't say immediately, I know I am not because I have had a perfect insight. That would be deadly. But rather, you said you looked at it for several days. Of course. I am trying to find out what we are driving at. Perhaps we are saying that there may be an insight which never goes back into confusion. But we are not saying there is one. Yes, that's right. Now would you say that when there is complete perception, not an illusory perception, there is no further confusion? It seems reasonable to say that. That means from day to day there is no confusion at all. Then why did you feel it necessary to look into it? Because I may deceive myself. Therefore, it is dangerous ground and I must be alert, I must watch it. Are we seeing as an insight now that when there is an insight of that kind there is no further confusion? But we may deceive ourselves nevertheless. Yes. Therefore, we must be watchful. Do you mean after the real insight you could then deceive yourself? No. You have a deep insight, complete, whole. Someone comes along and says, look, you are deceiving yourself. Do you instantly say, no, I am not deceiving myself because my perception was complete? Or do you listen and look at it all afresh? It doesn't mean that you are denying the complete perception, you are again watching if it is real or illusory. That is not necessarily an intellectual process? No. I would say both. It is intellectual as well as nonverbal. Is perception something that is always there and it is only that that leads to dangerous ground. The Hindus say that God is always there inside you, the abiding deep divinity or soul or Atman, and it is covered up. Remove the confusion, the debris, and it is found inside. Most people believe that. I think that is a conclusion. You conclude that there is something divine inside, a soul, the Atman, or whatever you like to call it. And from a conclusion you can never have a total, complete perception. But this leads to another problem, because if you deny that, then what makes one step out of the stream? Does it mean that the stepping out is for certain individuals only? When you say certain individuals, I think you are putting the wrong question, aren't you? No. If the possibility exists for everyone, yes, the possibility exists for human beings. For the totality? For human beings. Then there is some energy, which is outside of them or which is in them. Yes. We don't know. Therefore, don't come to any conclusion. If from a conclusion you think you perceive, then that perception is conditioned, therefore, it is not whole. Q. Does that mean that there would not be the possibility of a deepening of perception? K. You can't deepen insight. You can't deepen perception. You perceive the whole, that's all. Q. What do you mean then by saying there was this mind into which you could continually go more deeply? K. That is something else. Q. Are you saying that perception, if it is partial, is not perception? K. Of course, obviously not. Q. You mentioned watchfulness after perception. K. What happened was that a man came up to me and said, "You are getting old, you are stuck in a groove." And I listened to it. For a couple of days I thought about it. I looked at it and said to myself, he may be right. Q. You are almost suggesting that it could be possible. K. No, I wanted to examine it. Not say it could or could not. Q. To be caught in habit after a perception, could that not ever happen again, at certain levels? K. There is partial perception and total perception, let's divide it into those two. When there is total perception, there is no further confusion. Q. You don't get caught in habit? K. There is no further confusion. Because it is so. Q. What if something happens to the brain physically? K. Then of course it is gone. Q. So there seems to be a limitation to what you say, because one assumes that the brain remains healthy. K. Of course, it assumes that the whole organism is healthy. If there is an accident, your brain suffers concussion and something is injured, then it is finished. Q. The major danger is that we would mistake a partial perception for the total. K. One has to go into the question of what perception is. How do you come to it? That is very important, isn't it? You cannot have perception if your daily life is in disorder, confused, contradictory. That is obvious. Q. Doesn't this perception mean that there is constant renewal? K. No. Is that energy outside or inside? She is asking that question all the time. Q. Isn't outside and inside an artificial division? Is that a real thing, or is it just an illusion? K. She said that this perception needs energy. That energy may be an external energy, a mechanical energy, or a non-mechanistic energy which may exist deeply inside you. Both are mental concepts. Would you agree to that? Both are conclusions which one has either accepted because tradition has said so, or one has come to that conclusion by oneself. Any form of conclusion is detrimental to perception. So what does perception mean? Can I have perception if I am attached to my position, to my wife, to my property? Q. It colors the act of perceiving. K. Yes, but take the scientists. They have their families, their attachments, they want position, money, and all the rest of it, but they have an insight. Q. It is not total. K. So we are saying that total perception can only take place when in your daily life there is no confusion. Q. May we look more closely into that, because couldn't it be that a total perception can take place in spite of that and wipe it away? K. I can see if the windows are not clean, my view is confused. Q. Would that mean that there is a conditioned insight? K. If I am in fear, my perception will be very partial. That is a fact. Q. But don't you need perception to end fear? K. But in investigating fear I have a total perception of fear. Q. Surely if there is fear or attachment, even one's logic would be distorted. K. One is frightened, as we said, that distorts perception. But in investigating, observing, going into fear, understanding it profoundly, in delving into it, I have perception. Q. Are you implying that there are certain things you can do which will make for perceptions, which means although you have fear and it distorts, the distortion is not so total that you cannot investigate it? There is still that possibility, although you are distorting through fear? K. I realize that I am distorting perception through fear. Q. That's right, then I begin to look at fear. K. I investigate it, look into it. Q. In the beginning I am also distorting it. K. Therefore, I am watching every distortion. I am aware of every distortion that is going on. Q. But you see, I think the difficulty lies there. How can I investigate when I am distorting? K. Wait, just listen. I am afraid and I see fear has made me do something that is a distortion. Q. But before I can see that, the fear has to fade away. K. No, I am observing fear. Q. But I cannot observe fear if I am afraid. K. Take a fact, that you are afraid. You are conscious of it. That means that you become aware of the fact that there is fear. And you observe also what that fear has done. Is that clear? Q. Yes. K. And you look more and more into it. In looking very deeply into it you have an insight. Q. I may have an insight. K. No, you will have insight, which is quite different. Q. What you are saying is that this confusion due to fear is not complete, that it is always open to mankind to have insight. K. To one who is investigating, who is observing. Q. If you try to investigate something else while you are afraid, you get lost in fear. But it is still open to you to investigate fear. K. Yes, quite right. One suffers and sees what it does. In observing it, investigating it, opening it up, in the very unrolling of it you have a certain insight. That is all we are saying. That insight may be partial. Therefore, one has to be aware that it is partial. Its action is partial and it may appear complete, so watch it. Q. Very often it looks as if it is totally impossible to have an insight, since you say, if you are distorting how will you look? But you are also saying that, as a matter of fact, when you have a distortion, the one thing you can look at is the distortion. K. That's right. Q. That factually you have that capacity. K. One has that capacity. Q. You can look at that. The fear which creates the distortion can be looked at, so you can't say that no perception whatsoever is possible. K. That's just it, then you have locked the door. Q. Could one say that the fear can look at itself? K. No, no. One is afraid. In looking at that fear, not having an insight, just watching it, you see what it does, what its action is. Q. You mean by looking, being aware of it. K. Without any choosing, being aware. And you see what fear does. In looking at it more extensively, deeply, widely, suddenly you have an insight into the whole structure of fear. Q. But still, in that moment of fear, I am fear. K. How you observe fear matters, whether you observe it as an observer or the observer is that. You perceive that the observer is the observed, and in this action there is distortion, confusion. And you examine that confusion, which is born of fear, and in the very process of examination you have an insight. Do it, you will see it, if you don't limit yourself, in saying, I am too frightened, I can't look, you run away from it. Q. To simplify it perhaps too much, when we said one can't see through the window because it is dirty and it distorts, the action of examining the fear, the distorting factor, is the cleansing of the window. K. How you observe, how you investigate, that is the real thing. That is, perception can take place only when there is no division between the observer and the observed. Perception can take place only in the very act of exploring. To explore implies that there is no division between the observer and the observed. Therefore, you are watching the movement of fear, and in the very watching of it there is an insight. I think that is clear. And yet you see, Krishnamurti says, I have never done this. Q. Never gone through all this? Then how do you know somebody else can? K. That's just it. Let's discuss it. Suppose you have not gone through all this, but you see it instantly. Because you see it instantly, your capacity to reason explains all this. Another listens and says, I'd like to get that. I don't have to go through that whole process. Q. Are you saying that all we have been discussing just now is merely a pointer to something else? We don't have to go through all that. K. Yes. I want to get at that. Q. In other words, that helps to clear the ground in some way? K. Yes. Q. It is not really the main point. K. No. Q. Are you saying there is a shortcut? K. No, no shortcut. Must you go through fear, jealousy, anxiety, attachment? Or can you clear the whole thing instantly? Must one go through all this process? Q. You previously said that you have never done this. And by having that immediate total perception you are able to see what those with the dirty windows can do to clean them. But that isn't necessary, there is perhaps a direct, an immediate, way for those who haven't. K. No. First put the question, see what comes out of it. Dr. Bohm says to Krishnamurti, you have probably not gone through all this. Because you have a direct, a total, insight you can argue with reason, with logic, you can act. You are always talking from that total perception, therefore, what you say can never be distorted. And another listens to all this and says, I am frightened, I am jealous, I am this, I am that, and, therefore, I can't have total perception. So I observe attachment, or fear, or jealousy, and I have an insight. Is it possible through investigating, through awareness and discovering that the observer is the observed and that there is no division, in the very process of investigation, in which we are observing without the observer and see the totality of it, is it possible to free all the rest? I think that is the only way. Q. Is it possible not to have certain fears, jealousy, attachment? Could that be part of one's conditioning if one were raised in a certain way, or went to a certain school? K. But there may be deeper layers. You may not be totally conscious of them, you may not be totally aware of the deeper fears. You may say, superficially I am all right, I have none of these things. Q. But if one went to a certain school, would the kind of learning and investigation that would take place in such a school clear the way toward the possibility? K. Obviously. What we are talking about is whether one must go through all this process. Q. Couldn't we remove from the problem the personal aspect? We are discussing what is open to mankind rather than to any individual. K. Yes. Is it open to any human being without going through all this process? Q. By this process, do you mean involvement with the fear? K. With fear, sorrow, jealousy, attachment. Must you go through all that, step by step, or can a human being see the whole thing at a glance? And that very glance is the investigation and the complete, total perception. Q. Which is what you mean when you say the first step is the last. K. Yes, total perception. Q. Then what would one's responsibility be toward someone who is in sorrow? K. The response to that human being is the response of compassion. That's all. Nothing else. Q. For instance, if you see an injured bird, it is very easy to deal with that because it really doesn't require very much of you. But when you come into contact with a human being, he has a much more complex set of needs. K. What can you do actually? Somebody comes to you and says, I am in deep sorrow. Do you talk to them out of compassion, or from a conclusion, or out of your own particular experience of sorrow, which has conditioned you? Do you answer according to your conditioning? A Hindu who is conditioned in a certain way says, My dear friend, I am so sorry, but in the next life you will live better. You suffered because you did this and that, and so on. Or a Christian would respond from some other conclusion. And he takes comfort in it. Because a man who is suffering wants some sort of solace, someone on whose lap he can put his head. So what he is seeking is comfort and avoidance of this terrible pain. Will you offer him any of those escapes? Whatever comes out of compassion will help him. Q. Are you saying that as far as sorrow is concerned you can't directly help anyone, but the energy of compassion itself may be of help? K. That's right, that's all. Q. But many such wounded spirits will come and I think it is going to be a problem to know how to deal with them. K. There is no problem if you are compassionate. Compassion doesn't create problems. It has no problems, therefore, it is compassionate. Q. You are saying that total compassion is the highest intelligence? K. Of course. If there is compassion, that compassion has its own intelligence and that intelligence acts. But if you have no compassion and no intelligence, then your conditioning makes you reply according to whatever another wants. I think that is fairly simple. To go back to the other question, must a human being go through the whole process? Has no human being said, I won't go through all this, I absolutely refuse to go through all this? Q. But on what basis does one refuse? It wouldn't make sense to refuse to do what is necessary. K. Of course. You see, we are such creatures of habit. Because my father is conditioned, generations after generations are conditioned, and I am conditioned. And I accept it, I work in it and I operate with it. But if I say, I won't ever operate in my conditioned responses, something else may take place. Then, if I realize I am a bourgeois, I don't want to become an aristocrat or a militant, I refuse to be a bourgeois, which doesn't mean I become a revolutionary, or join Lenin or Marx, those are all bourgeois to me. So something does take place. I reject the whole thing. You see, a human being never says, I will reject the whole thing. I want to investigate that. Q. Do you mean that even to say, I am going to get rid of the whole thing, is not necessary? K. Of course. I mean saying, I won't be a bourgeois, is just words. Q. But isn't the key to this somewhere in desire? There is some sort of desire for continuity, for security. K. That's right. Bourgeois implies continuity, security, it implies belonging to something, a lack of taste, vulgarity, all that. Q. But Krishnaji, if you are saying that Krishnamurti never said this, never had the need to say it, we can only conclude that you are some kind of freak. No, no. You can say he is a freak, but it doesn't answer the question. Krishnamurti says, I have not touched all this. Somebody asks, why should I go through all this? Don't say Krishnamurti is a freak, but how it happens. In saying, I won't be a bourgeois, you are discovering it in yourself. No, no. That is a different matter. If somebody says to you, I have never been through all this, what do? Do you say he is a freak? Or would you say, how extraordinary, is he telling the truth? Has he deceived himself? You discuss with him. Then your question is, how does it happen? You are a human being, he is a human being, you want to find out. You ask in what way we are different. He is a human being that has never been through all that, and yet he points out. No, he has never been through it. Don't say he points out. Don't you ask that question, how does it happen, must I go through all this? Do you ask that? You are taking two widely separate things. One is the uncontaminated person who never had to go through the process because he was never in the soup. Leave out why he didn't go through it. But most other people, apparently, are in some form of conditioning. Q1, in some form of contamination, it may be fear or something else. Therefore, the person who has already got this sickness, let's call it that, says this man has never been sick for a day in his life. What good is it to examine that, because one is already sick in some form? Q2, the question is, how can a human being who is sick in some way get out of it directly without going through endless self-exploration? Can we put the whole thing differently? Do you seek excellence, not excellence, for instance, in a building, but the essence of excellence? Then everything falls away, doesn't it? Or do you seek excellence in a certain direction and never the essence of excellence? As an artist I seek excellence in my painting and get caught in that. A scientist gets caught in something else. But an ordinary human being, not a specialist, just an average intelligent human being who does not take drugs, does not smoke, is fairly intelligent and decent, if he sought the essence of excellence, would this happen? The essence would meet all this. I wonder if I am conveying something? Does it exist apart from this manifestation? Listen carefully first. Don't object or reject and say if and but. That very demand for excellence, how you demand it, brings the essence of it. You demand it passionately. You demand the highest intelligence, the highest excellence, the essence of it, and when fear arises, then you, where does the demand come from? Demand it. Don't say, where does it come from? There may be a motive, but the very demand washes it all away. I wonder if I am conveying anything? You are saying to demand this excellence, which we don't know. I don't know what is beyond it, but I want to be morally excellent. Does that mean goodness? I demand the excellence of goodness, I demand the excellent flower of goodness. In that very demand there is a demand for the essence. Does perception come from this demand? Yes, that's right. Could you go into what you call this demand? It is not a demand which means asking, a demand that means imploring, wanting. Cut out all those. Q. It doesn't mean those? K. No, no. Q. But then you are back with prayer. K. Oh, no. Leave out all that. Q. You are really saying that the impossible is possible to the average intelligent human being? K. We are saying that, yes, which is not a conclusion, which is not a hope. I say it is possible for the average human being, who is fairly clean, who is fairly decent, fairly kind, who is not a bourgeois. Q. Traditionally we are conditioned to believe that there are special people with no conscious content of consciousness, so it is very difficult for someone like me to feel that one could really be completely free of it. K. You see, you have not listened. K says to you, please listen first, don't bring in all these objections. Just listen to what he is saying. That is, what is important in life is the supreme excellence, which has its own essence. That's all. And to demand does not mean begging or praying, getting something from somebody. Q. The point is, we find we confuse demand with desire. K. Of course. Q. There must be no beliefs. K. No beliefs, no desire. Q. You see, when people feel that they want to give up desire, then there is a danger of giving up this demand as well. K. How can we put this? Let's find a good word for it. Would the word passion be suitable? There is passion for this, passion for excellence. Q. Does it imply that this passion has no object? K. You see how you immediately form a conclusion. Burning passion, not for something. The communists are passionate about their ideas. That passion is very, very petty and limited. The Christians have passion for missionary work, that passion is born of the love of Jesus. That again is not passion, it is very narrow. Putting all that aside, I say, passion. Q. As you were just saying, people have had some vision, or a dream of something, and that has developed a great energy. But you are saying it is not a dream, it is not a vision, but it is nevertheless some perception of this excellence. K. All those passions feed the ego, feed the me, make me important, consciously or unconsciously. We are cutting out all that. There is a young boy who has a passion to grow up into an extraordinary human being, into something original. Q. He sees that it is possible. K. Yes. Q. And, therefore, he has the passion. K. Yes, that's right. It is possible. Is that what is missing in most human beings? Not passion, but the welling up of. I don't know how to put it. There is this passion in a human being who demands the supreme excellence, not in what he writes in his books, but the feeling of it. You know this, don't you? That may shatter everything else. Again, that human being didn't demand it. He says, I never even asked for it. Q. Perhaps that is due to conditioning. We are conditioned to mediocrity, not to make this demand. That is what you mean by mediocrity. K. Yes, of course. Mediocrity is lack of great passion, not for Jesus, or for Marx, or whatever it is. Q. We are not only conditioned to mediocrity but to direction, so the demand is always to have some direction. K. The demand is a direction, quite right. Q. To have a demand without any direction, K. That's right. I like the word demand because it is a challenge. Q. Doesn't a demand without direction imply that it is not in time? K. Of course. It demands no direction, no time, no person. So, does total insight bring this passion? Total insight is the passion. Q. They can't be separate. K. Total insight is the flame of passion that wipes away all confusion. It burns away everything else. Don't you then act as a magnet? The bees go toward the nectar. In the same way, don't you act as a magnet when you are passionate to create? Is it that there is this lack of fire? That may be the thing that is missing. If there is something missing, I would ask for it. Q1. Could we talk about the relationship between the conditioned and the unconditioned mind, and whether it is only possible to ask for small things, or can we somehow leap beyond that into something bigger? Q2. Whatever the me asks for, the asking in a direction is the small thing. K. Quite right. Q. We have to ask for the unlimited, for the unconditioned. K. She is really asking what the relationship is between the conditioned and the unconditioned. Also, what is the relationship between two human beings when one is unconditioned and the other is not? There is no relationship. Q. How can you say that there is no relationship between the unconditioned and the conditioned human being? K. There is no relationship from the conditioned to the unconditioned. But the unconditioned has a relationship to the other. Q. But logically one could ask if there is an essential difference between the unconditioned and the conditioned. Because if you say there is, then there is duality. K. What do you mean by essential difference? Q. Let's say difference in kind. If there is an essential difference between the conditioned and the unconditioned, there is duality. K. I see what you mean. X is conditioned, Y is not conditioned. X thinks in terms of duality, his very conditioning is duality. But duality has no relationship with Y, yet Y has a relationship with X. Q. Because there is no duality. K. Yes. Y has no duality, therefore, there is a relationship. You also asked another question, essentially, deeply, is there a difference? Are not both the same? Q. Could one ask the question in another way? Is the conditioning only superficial? K. No. Then we are lost. Q. The world couldn't be unconditioned, could it? K. The world is me and I am the world. Q. That is an absolute fact only to the unconditioned. K. Oh, not at all. Be careful, it is so. It is an obvious fact. Q. You mean that only the unconditioned can perceive that? K. I am refuting it. I say it isn't quite like that. Q. I mean it in the sense that I may say, I am the world is me, but I revert to an action that is a contradiction to that. Therefore, it is not an absolute fact for me. There may be moments when the fact of it is seen by me. K. Yes. Do you mean, I say to myself very clearly, I am the world and the world is me? Q. I see it. K. I feel it. Q. I feel it, yes. K. And I act contrary to that, which is, I act personally, selfishly, me. That is a contradiction to the fact that the world is me and I am the world. A person can say this merely as an intellectual conclusion, or a momentary feeling. Q. It is not an intellectual conclusion, because I am stating my position, but I accept that for you the position is totally different. K. No, you don't even have to accept that. See the fact, which is, when one says, I am the world and the world is me, there is no me. But one's house has to be insured, I may have children, I have to earn a living. But there is no me. See the importance of it. There is no me all the time. I function, but there is no me which is seeking a higher position and all that. Though I am married, I am not attached, I don't depend on a wife or husband. The appearances may give you the impression that the me is operating, but actually, to a man who feels, the world is me and I am the world, to him there is no me. To you, looking at him, there is. That human being lives in this world, he must have food, clothes, and shelter, a job, transportation, all that, yet there is no me. So when the world is me and I am the world, there is no me. Can that state, that quality operate in all directions? It must operate in all directions. When you say, I am the world and the world is me, and there is no me, there is no conditioning. Then I don't put the question, in that unconditioned state does the conditioned exist? When a human being says, I am the world and the world is me, there is no I. Therefore, the other person also is not there. There is no you. There is no me, there is no you. When you ask if the conditioned exists in this state, you are asking a wrong question. That is what I was getting at. Because when there is no I, there is no you. The question is, how does that person see the kind of confusion that arises around I and you? He sees what is going on in the world, that people are generally confused about this. I exist, there is you and me. And you also think the same thing. So we keep this division everlastingly. But when you and I really realize, have profound insight, that the world is me and I am the world, there is no me. There is no me and no you. No means everything. The world of living, everything. Then the question whether there is an essential difference between this and that, the unconditioned and the conditioned, doesn't arise because there is no between. Yes, that's right. There is no you, there is no I in that state, which doesn't include the conditioned state. Is this too abstract? Why do you have to say, I am the world first, and then deny this? Because it is an actuality. But then you imply that the I is still there if I say, I am the world. That is merely a statement. It is an actual fact that I am the world. Whatever I mean by the word I also mean by the word world. Yes. So we don't need those two words. Yes, you and I, remove that. There is just everything. No, this is very dangerous. If you say I am everything, I am trying to find out what you mean by the world. If you say, I am everything, then the murderer, the assassin, is part of me. Suppose I say, I am the world instead, does that change it? Laughing all right. I see the actual fact that I am the result of the world. The world means killing, wars, the whole of society. I am the result of that. And I see everybody is the result of that. Yes. I am saying the result is I and you. And that separation. When I say, I am the world, I am saying all that. You mean to say I am generated by the world, I am identified with everything. Yes. I am the product of the world. The world is the essence of what I am. Yes. I am the essence of the world. It is the same thing. When there is a deep perception of that, not verbal, not intellectual, not emotional, not romantic, but profound. There is no you or me. I think that holds logically. But there is a danger. If I say, the world is me, I am everything, I'll accept everything. Q. You are really saying that one is the product of the whole of society. K. Yes. Q. But I am also of the essence of the whole of society. K. Yes. I am really the essential result of all this. Q. Does it help to use the word ego? K. It is the same thing, it doesn't matter. You see, when you say me, or ego, there is a possibility of deception that the I is the very essence of God. You know about that superstition. Q. The Atman. K. Yes. Q. But there is still another question. Is the unconditioned mind also a product of all this? Then we come to a contradiction. K. No, there is no contradiction. Without using the word I, it can be said the result of the world is this. The result of the world is that also. We are two human beings, which means the result has created the I and the you. When there is an insight into the result, there is no result. Q. The result changes and vanishes when we see it. K. That means there is no result. Therefore, you and I don't exist. That is an actual fact for a man who says, I am not the result. You see what it means? There is no causation in the mind and, therefore, there is no effect. Therefore, it is whole, and any action born of it is causeless and without effect. Q. You have to make that clear, in the sense that you still use cause and effect concerning ordinary, mechanical things. K. Quite. This human being, X, is a result. And Y is a result. X says, I, and Y says, I, therefore, there is you and I. X says, I see this, and investigates, goes into it, and he has an insight. In that insight the two results cease. Therefore, in that state there is no cause. Q. There is no cause and no effect, although it may leave a residue in the mind. K. Let's go into it. In that state there is no result, no cause, no effect. That mind acts out of compassion. Therefore, there is no result. Q. But in some sense it would look as if there were a result. K. But compassion has no result. A is suffering, he says to X, please help me to get out of my suffering. If X really has compassion, his words have no result. Q. Something happens, but there is no result. K. That's it. Q. But I think people generally are seeking a result. K. Yes. Let's put it another way. Does compassion have a result? When there is result, there is cause. When compassion has a cause, then you are no longer compassionate. Q. But compassion also acts. K. Compassion is compassion, it doesn't act. If it acts because there is a cause and an effect, then it is not compassion, it wants a result. Q. It acts purely. K. It wants a result. Q. What makes it want a result is the idea of separation. Somebody says, there is a person suffering, I would like to produce the result that he is not suffering. But that is based on the idea that there is me and he. K. That's it. Q. There is no he and no I. There is no room, no place, to have this result. K. It is a tremendous thing. One has to look at it very, very carefully. Look, the world is me and I am the world. When I say me, you exist, both of us are there. The you and the I are the results of man's misery, of selfishness, and so on. It is a result. When one looks into the result, goes into it very, very deeply, the insight brings about a quality in which you and I, who are the result, don't exist. This is easy to agree to verbally, but when you see it deeply there is no you and no me. Therefore, there is no result, which means compassion. The person upon whom that compassion acts wants a result. We say, sorry, there is no result. But the man who suffers says, help me to get out of this, or, help me to bring back my son, my wife. He is demanding a result. This thing has no result. The result is the world. Q. Does compassion affect the consciousness of man? K. Yes. It affects the deep layers of consciousness. The I is the result of the world, the you is the result of the world. And to the man who sees this deeply, with a profound insight, there is no you or I. Therefore, that profound insight is compassion, which is intelligence. And the intelligence says, if you want a result I can't give it to you, I am not the product of a result. Compassion says, this state is not a result, therefore, there is no cause. Q. Does that mean there is no time either? K. No cause, no result, no time. Ojai, California, March 24, 1977. Part 4. You are the world. In the last 2 decades of his life, Krishnamurti continued to divide his time between India, Europe, and the United States, giving public talks, holding dialogues with small groups, and meeting with individuals. An extremely important feature of this period were the gatherings at Sonnen, in Switzerland. Held for 25 consecutive years, these were perhaps the strongest international focus of his work. Krishnamurti's life for over 60 years was always public, except for brief periods of illness and withdrawal for rest. His talks and meetings continued until his death in Ojai, California, in February 1986. In all that time the message of his talks was in essence as it had been in the early years: truth is a pathless land, each of us represents all humanity and one needs to be a light to oneself, free of all authority. In conveying these teachings, Krishnamurti explored the abiding themes of thought, time, suffering, death, space, silence, and the sacred. In his talks and writings too, he touched, sometimes almost reluctantly because it might become stimulation or escape, on the inner wellspring of his life's work. Krishnamurti provided a religious language that was extremely appropriate for the 20th century. Ranging from the poetic to the meticulously precise, this language conveys nuances and insights for which previously accepted mystical language was frequently inadequate. From the beginning of his life until the end, his talks, remarkable in their range and universality, were always a process of joint exploration. When Mary Lutyens, one of Krishnamurti's biographers, asked him to convey the core of his message, he did so, and this one-page summation, the core of Krishnamurti's teaching, begins the final part of the book. It is followed by selections from public talks given in Ojai, California, Sonnen, Switzerland, Brockwood Park, England, New Delhi, and Washington, D.C. This part of the book expresses the work of the final decade of his long life. The themes are quintessentially what they have been since the outset. There is, however, an evolution of expression, which underpins the relevance of Krishnamurti's teachings for all time. The core of Krishnamurti's teaching The core of Krishnamurti's teaching is contained in the statement he made in 1929 when he said, "Truth is a pathless land." Man cannot come to it through any organization, through any creed, through any dogma, priest, or ritual, nor through any philosophical knowledge or psychological technique. He has to find it through the mirror of relationship, through the understanding of the contents of his own mind, through observation, and not through intellectual analysis or introspective dissection. Man has built in himself images as a sense of security, religious, political, personal. These manifest as symbols, ideas, beliefs. The burden of these dominates man's thinking, relationships, and daily life. These are the causes of our problems, for they divide man from man in every relationship. His perception of life is shaped by the concepts already established in his mind. The content of his consciousness is this consciousness. This content is common to all humanity. The individuality is the name, the form, and superficial culture he acquires from his environment. The uniqueness of the individual does not lie in the superficial but in the total freedom from the content of consciousness. Freedom is not a reaction, freedom is not choice. It is man's pretense that because he has choice he is free. Freedom is pure observation without motive. Freedom is not at the end of the evolution of man, but lies in the first step of his existence. In observation one begins to discover the lack of freedom. Freedom is found in the choiceless awareness of our daily existence. Thought is time. Thought is born of experience, of knowledge, which are inseparable from time. Time is the psychological enemy of man. Our action is based on knowledge and, therefore, time, so man is always a slave to the past. When man becomes aware of the movement of his own consciousness he will see the division between the thinker and the thought, the observer and the observed, the experiencer and the experience. He will discover that this division is an illusion. Then only is there pure observation, which is insight without any shadow of the past. This timeless insight brings about a deep radical change in the mind. Total negation is the essence of the positive. When there is negation of all those things which are not love, desire, pleasure, then love is, with its compassion and intelligence. London, October 21, 1980. Total action without regret. 1. Thought has created this world, the world of politics, the world of economics, the world of business, of social morality and all the religious structures. All our problems and all our desires to find answers to problems are within that consciousness, within the field that thought has created. So thought is trying to find answers to the mess it has made in our personal relationships, in our relationship with the community. Even your meditations, even your gods, your Christs, and your Buddhas are the creations of thought, which is matter, which can only operate within the field of time. We think that through thought, through will, through ambition, through drive and aggression, through substituting new religions for the old traditions, we can solve all the problems of personal relationship. Is there an answer to all the problems through the operation of thought? If thought will give no answer to all the problems, then what will? What is consciousness? What is the operation of thought? All your meditations are in that area, all your pursuits of pleasure, fear, greed, envy, brutality, violence, are within that field. And thought is always endeavoring to go beyond that, asserting the ineffable, the unnameable, unknowable. The content of consciousness is consciousness. Your consciousness or another's consciousness is its content. If it is born in India, then all the traditions, superstitions, hopes, fears, sorrows, anxieties, violence, sexual demands, aggression, the beliefs, dogmas, and creeds of that country are the content of its consciousness. Yet the content of consciousness is extraordinarily similar, whether one is born in the East or in the West. Look at your own consciousness, if you can. If you are brought up in a religious culture as a Christian, you believe in saviors, rituals, creeds, and dogmas on one side and, on the other side, you accept social immorality, wars, nationalities, and their divisions that restrict economic expansion and deny consideration for others. The content of your consciousness is your personal unhappiness, your ambitions, your fears, your greeds, your aggressiveness, your demands, your loneliness, your sorrow, your lack of relationship with another, the isolation, frustration, confusion, misery. All that is consciousness, whether you are of the East or the West, with variations, with joys, with more knowledge or less knowledge. Without that content, there is no consciousness as we know it. All education is based on the acquiring of more knowledge, more information, but functioning always within this area. Any political reformation based on a new philosophy is an invention still within that area. And so man goes on suffering, unhappy, lonely, fearful of death and of living, hoping for some great leader to come and take him out of his misery, a new savior, a new politician. In this confusion we are so irresponsible that out of our own disorder we are going to create tyrants, hoping they will create order within this area. This is what is happening outside of us and inside. Any leader we choose will be like us, we will not choose a leader who is totally different from us. That is the actual picture of our life, conflict inside and outside, struggle, opposition to one another, appalling selfishness. When there is so much sorrow in the world, it is necessary to find out for oneself, through careful, slow, patient, hesitating investigation, if there is any other way of solving all these problems other than through the operation of thought. Is there an action which is not based on thought? Is there an intelligence which is not the function or the result of thought, which is not put together by thought, which does not come about through cunning, through friction and struggle, something entirely different? To communicate one has to listen not just to the speaker but to the very action of listening. How does one listen? Does one ever really listen at all? Is one free to listen, or does one always listen with the cunning operations of thought, with interpretation or prejudice? One has to listen, if one is free, to the content of one's consciousness, to listen not only to what is at the surface, which is fairly simple, but to the deeper layers of it. That means to listen to the totality of consciousness. How does one listen to and look at one's consciousness? The speaker was born in a certain country where he absorbed all the prejudices, the irrationalities and the superstitions, the beliefs, the class differences, as a Brahmin. There the young mind absorbed the tradition, the rituals, the extraordinary orthodoxy, and the tremendous discipline imposed by that group upon itself. And then he moves to the West, and again he absorbs from all that is there. The content of his consciousness is what has been put into it, what he has learned, what his thoughts are, and its own emotions, which thought recognizes. That is the content and the consciousness of this person. Within that area he has all the political, religious, personal, communal problems. All the problems are there. And not being able to solve them himself, he looks to books, to others, asking what to do, how to meditate, what to do about personal relationship with his wife, or his girlfriend, his parents. Should he believe in Jesus or in Buddha or the new guru who comes along with a lot of nonsense? He is searching for a new philosophy of life, a new philosophy of politics, and so on, all within this area. Man has done this from time immemorial, but there is no answer within that area. You may meditate for hours, sitting in a certain posture, breathing in a special way, but it is still within that area because you want something out of your meditation. So there is this content of consciousness, dull, stupid, traditional thought, recognizing all its emotions, otherwise they are not emotions. Always it is thought, which is the response of memory, knowledge, and experience operating. Now, can the mind look at it? Can you look at the operation of thought? When you look, who is the observer who is looking at the content? Is it different from the content? This is really a very important question to ask, and to which to find an answer. Is the observer different from the content and, therefore, capable of changing it and going beyond it? Or is the observer the same as the content? First, look. If the observer, the I that looks, the me that looks, is different from the observed, then there is a division between the observer and the observed and, therefore, conflict. I must not do this, I should do that, I must get rid of my particular prejudice, and I adopt a new prejudice, I must get rid of my old gods, and I take on new gods. So when there is a division between the observer and the observed, there must be conflict. That is a principle, that is a law. So, do I observe the content of my consciousness as if I were an outsider looking in, altering the pieces and moving the pieces to different places? Or am I the observer, the thinker, the experiencer, the same as that which is observed, experienced, thought? If I look at the content of my consciousness as an outsider observing, then there must be conflict between what is observed and the observer. There must be conflict, and in that conflict we live, the me and the not me, we and they. If I, the observer, am different from anger, I try to control it, suppress it, dominate it, overcome it, and there is conflict. But is the observer different at all? Or is he essentially the same as the observed? If he is the same, then there is no conflict, is there? The understanding of that is intelligence. Then intelligence operates and not conflict. It would be 1,000 pities if you did not understand this simple thing. Man has lived in conflict. He wants peace through conflict. And there can never be peace through conflict, however many armaments you may have against another's equally strong armaments, there will never be peace. Only when intelligence operates will there be peace, the intelligence that comes when one understands that there is no division between the observer and the observed. The insight into that very fact, that very truth, brings this intelligence. This is a very serious thing, for then you will see that you have no nationality, you may have a passport but you have no nationality. You have no gods. There is no outside authority, nor inward authority. The only authority then is intelligence. It is not the cunning intelligence of thought, which is mere knowledge operating within a certain area, and that is not intelligence. So this is the first thing to understand when you look at your consciousness, the division between the thinker and the thought, between the observer and the observed, between the experiencer and the experienced is false, for they are one. There is no thinker if you do not think. Thought has created the thinker. That is the first thing to understand, to have an insight into the truth of, the fact of, as palpable as you sitting there, so that there is no conflict between the observer and the observed. So, what is the content of your consciousness, the hidden as well as the open? Can you look at it, and not make an effort? You can find this out, not just sitting there, but in your relationships. That is the mirror in which you will see, not by closing your eyes, or by going off into the woods and thinking up some dreams. In the actual fact of your relationship with man, woman, your neighbor, your politician, your gods, your gurus, you will observe your reactions, your attitudes, your prejudices, your images, your constant groping. The content is in that. What you are doing now is merely plowing, and you can only sow when you observe your relationships and see what actually is taking place. You can look as much as you like and begin to distinguish various qualities and tendencies, but if you look as an observer different from the observed, then you are bound to create conflict and, therefore, further suffering. When you have an insight, see the truth that the observer is the observed, then conflict ceases altogether. Then a totally different kind of energy comes into operation. There are different kinds of energy. There is physical energy from good food, there may be energy created by emotionalism, sentimentality, there is energy created by thought through various conflicts and tensions. Within that field of energy we have lived, and we are still trying to find greater energy within that field to solve our problems. There is a different kind of energy, or the continuation of this energy in a totally different form, when the mind is operating completely, not in the field of thought but intelligently. Can the mind observe its content without any choice as to the content, not choosing any part of the content, any part of the piece, but observing totally? Now, how is it possible to observe totally? When I look at a map of France, as I come from England and cross the Channel, I see the road leading to Gstaad. I can tell the mileage, I can see the direction. All that is very simple because it is marked on the map and I follow it. In doing that, I do not look at any other part of the map, I know the direction in which I want to go and that direction excludes all others. In the same way, a mind that is seeking in a given direction does not see the whole. If I want to find something that I think is real, then the direction is set and I follow that direction and my mind is incapable of seeing the totality. Now, when I look at the content of my consciousness, which is the same as yours, I have set a direction, to go beyond it. A movement in a particular direction, seeking a certain pleasure, not wanting to do this or that, makes one incapable of seeing the whole. If I am a scientist, I see only in a certain direction. If I am an artist, there again. If I have a certain talent or gift, I see only a certain direction. So the mind is incapable of seeing the totality and the immensity of that totality if there is a movement in a particular direction. So can the mind have no direction at all? This is a difficult question. Please listen to it. Of course, the mind has to have direction when I go from here to the house, or when I have to drive a car, when I have to perform some technical function, but I am talking of a mind that understands the nature of direction and, therefore, is capable of seeing the whole. When it sees the whole, it can then also operate in direction. If I have the whole picture in mind, then I can take in the detail. But if my mind only operates in details, then I cannot take in the whole. If I am concerned with my opinions, with my anxieties, with what I want to do, with what I must do, I cannot see the whole. Obviously. If I come from India with my prejudices, superstitions, and traditions, I cannot see the whole. So can the mind be free of direction? Which does not mean that it is without direction. When it operates from the whole, the direction becomes clear, very strong, and effective, but when the mind only operates in a direction according to the pattern it has set for itself, then it cannot see the whole. There is the content of my consciousness. The content makes my consciousness. Now, can the mind look at it as a whole? Can it just look without any direction, without any judgment, without any choice? That implies no observer at all, for the observer is the past. Can it look with that intelligence which is not put together by thought? For thought is the past. Do it. It requires tremendous discipline, not the discipline of suppression, control, imitation, or conformity, but a discipline that is an act in which the truth is seen. The operation of truth creates its own action, which is discipline. Can your mind look at its content when you talk to another, in your gestures, in the way you walk, in the way you sit and eat, in the way you behave? Behavior indicates the content of your consciousness, whether you are behaving according to pleasure, reward, or pain, which are part of your consciousness. The psychologists say that, so far, man has been educated on the principle of punishment and reward, hell and heaven. Now, they say that we must be educated only on the principle of reward, that we must not punish but reward, which is the same thing. To see the absurdity of punishment and reward is to see the whole. When you see the whole, intelligence functions when you act, and you are not then behaving according to reward or punishment. Behavior exposes the content of your consciousness. You may hide yourself behind a polished behavior, a behavior that is very carefully drilled, but such behavior is merely mechanical. From that arises another question: is the mind entirely mechanical, or is there any portion of the brain that is not mechanical at all? To go over what has been said, outside of us, in the political world, in the economic world, in the religious world, in the social world, and so on, mankind is searching. There are gods, new gurus, new leaders. And when you observe all this very clearly, you see that man is functioning within the field of thought. Thought, essentially, is never free. Thought is always old because thought is the response of memory as knowledge and experience. Thought is matter. It is of the material world, and thought is trying to escape from that material world into a non-material world. But trying to escape into the non-material world by thought is still material. We have all the moral, social, and economic problems of the individual and the collective. The individual is essentially, intrinsically, part of the collective. The individual is not different from the collective. He may have different tendencies, different occupations, different moods, and so on, but he is intrinsically part of the culture, which is society. Now, those are facts as to what is going on about us. The facts as to what is going on inside us are very much the same. We are trying to find an answer to the major problems of our human life through the operation of thought, thought which the Greeks imposed upon the West, with their political philosophy, with their mathematics, and so on. Thought has not found an answer and it never will. So we must go then into the whole structure of thought and the content that it has created as consciousness. We must observe the operation of thought in relationship, in our daily life. That observation implies having an insight as to whether it is a fact that the observer is different from the observed, for if there is a difference there must inevitably be conflict, just as there is between two ideologies. Ideologies are the inventions of thought, conditioned by the culture in which they have developed. Now, can you, in your daily life, observe this? In such observation you will find out what your behavior is, whether it is based on the principle of reward and punishment, as most of our behavior is, however polished and refined. From that observation one begins to learn what real intelligence is. Not the intelligence that is obtained from a book, or out of experience, that is not intelligence at all. Intelligence has nothing whatsoever to do with thought. Intelligence operates when the mind sees the whole, the endless whole, not my country, my problems, my little gods, my meditations. It sees the whole implication of living. And this quality of intelligence has its own tremendous energy. Sonnen, July 14, 1974. 2. we were saying that the world outside us and inside us is in a chaotic condition and that the politicians, the leaders, the priests, are all trying to solve our problems in the field of thought. This has been so for centuries upon centuries. But one sees that suffering still goes on, there are endless wars, governments are more or less corrupt, politicians play a crooked game, and ideologies and systems have taken the place of morality and intelligence. Seeing all this, objectively, without any prejudice, without being dedicated to any particular ideology or any system, one observes that thought is divisive and that excellence in thought is not necessarily excellence in conduct. We are concerned with something that one has to go through, investigate deeply as one can, verbally and non-verbally. That demands a great deal of care, affection, and consideration, a sense of intimate communication with each other. It demands that you and I share the thing together. You share it not by just listening to a series of words or ideas or concepts, because they are not ideas or concepts with which to agree or disagree, but rather, by really taking part in it with all your heart, with all your mind, with all your energy. Such serious concern and commitment do reveal a great deal, not only the source of our thought and its mischief, but also the source of action. We live by action. We cannot possibly avoid action. You may withdraw from the world into a monastery, take vows, but that is still action. You may specialize in a particular field which gives you an opportunity for your talent and a career, that is action. Action is also in relationship between you and another. The movement of life is action. Thought, in civilizations so far, has produced actions which are conflicting, contradictory, opposing, therefore, breeding great mischief and misery. Is excellence in thought and, therefore, action, possible? Or is there always conflict when thought produces action? This is your life, and if you would understand your life, your behavior, your conduct, your relationship, your confusion, to find out what to do so that action is excellent at all levels, then you must ask if there is an action that is not fragmented by thought. Thought is fragmentary in its very nature, and yet through thought you are trying to find at all levels an action which will not be contradictory, which will not be regretful, which will be whole, total, complete. Is there an action that is supremely excellent yet is not based on the movement of thought? Why is thought, upon which we live, upon which our whole social morality is dependent, divisive? Thought is matter. It is the response of the past. It creates the movement of time as yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Thought has its source and root in the past and, having its root in the past, it must create time as movement. One sees that by its very nature, by its very function and structure, thought has its being essentially in the past. It lives in tradition, in the accumulated knowledge that society has acquired, and in the great accumulation of scientific knowledge, all of which is in the past. Thought is essentially a movement from the past. Therefore, it must be divisive. It can pretend, or speculate, or conceive, that it is beyond time, it can imagine a timeless state, but it is still thought. It can pretend that it is going beyond its own limits, but it is still thought. So thought creates a boundary of time around itself, and that is the factor of division. We are all reared in the field of thought. Education is a movement in thought, the getting of more and more knowledge, the refinement of thought. Thought, being divisive, whatever action it creates must be fragmented, which therefore gives rise to conflict. This is a principle. Man has lived, historically as we know it, in a series of crises and responses, which inevitably breed more conflict. One sees it in the modern world. There is a crisis, Thought tries to answer it and, in the very answering of it, more problems are created. One country supplies arms to another knowing well that that is going to create more trouble, and so on, and so on. So can thought ever bring about an action that is total, whole, sane, not contradictory? Our life is contradictory, we live at different levels, at the business level, the family level, the scientific level, the religious level, or at the artistic level, each opposing the other, each specializing in his own department. Specialization becomes exclusive and, therefore, contradictory and, therefore, destructive. Thought, trying to be excellent in its action, specializes and brings about more conflict, more division. Each specialization has its own ambitious end, each career has its own reward, which is contradictory, opposed to affection, care, consideration, and love. Looking at it, one asks if there is an action that is whole, not fragmentary, an action in which there is no regret, no sense of fulfillment, no sense of frustration. Is there such an action? That is what we are asking all our life, for whatever we do brings a certain pain, a certain confusion, or a certain reward in the pursuit of which we create more division. It is inevitable and natural and logical to ask if there is an action that is not born out of the movement of thought. I will go into something which may appear to be different, but which is not. We need energy. We have physical energy, emotional energy, the energy of hate, the energy of lust, the energy of great passion, and the energy of great tension that is brought about through the sense of frustration, division, and lack of fulfillment. As one gets older, the body becomes rather worn out, disease and pain come, and energy wastes away. Most of our energy is the product of conflict, I am this, I should be that, or of fright and the aggressive desire to continue in a given direction. There is the energy that is brought about through commitment to an ideal, the whole communist world is based on that, from Lenin until now, destroying people by the millions to get what it thinks is right. That gives one tremendous energy. The saint, dedicated to an ideal, to a picture, to an imagination, to a formula, has an extraordinary energy. The idealists have an extraordinary energy. In any form of specialization, energy is required. The more you specialize, the more energy you have. This is what one sees not only in oneself but also outside. Thought creates its own energy. To produce such a marvelous machine as a submarine, one must have tremendous energy and cooperation, energy that is brought about through an idea, through organized thought. And this kind of energy is always, in the deep sense of that word, destructive, because it is divisive. Now, is there an energy that is not destructive, that is not divisive, that is not mechanical, not based on idea or a commitment to an ideology? Is there an energy that is not in any way involved in the field of time as thought, movement? Life is action. In the very living, all relationship is action, movement in action. And that movement, that action, is based on thought. At present, all political, religious, social, and economic life, and moral relativism, are based on thought, which is divisive, contradictory, and breeding misery. Is there an action totally unrelated to all that? To find out, one must have energy. It is not mere intellectual energy, with all its accumulated knowledge, nor emotional energy, which is recognizable by thought and, therefore, still part of thought, but an energy that can bring about a total transformation in the very process of the mind. To inquire very deeply into whether there is an action that is not based on the movement of thought, you need a great deal of energy, not the energy of trying to find an end, not the energy that you have when you are moving in a particular direction, but the energy that can change the content of consciousness. To put it differently, one knows what the content of one's consciousness is, if one is at all awake and aware, attending to one's behavior, watching, listening. The desire to change that content is a movement in a particular direction. That does give energy, but it is divisive. Yet one realizes that the content must be totally changed because we cannot go on as we are unless we want to destroy the whole of humanity. The content makes consciousness. Therefore, when there is total transformation of the content, there is a different kind of, I won't call it consciousness, a different level altogether. To bring about that change, one needs tremendous energy. So there must be freedom from direction. Please see the logic of it, the sanity of it. There must be freedom from a conclusion. Although a conclusion may give one a great deal of energy, it is a kind of energy that is wasteful. The mind must be free of the response of thought. It must be free of ideals because they again have direction. The mind must be free of all the divisive movements of thought, as nationality, as race, as religion. Now, can your mind be free of all that? If it cannot, then do what you will. Stand on your head for 10,000 years, or meditate sitting in a posture breathing rightly for another 10,000 years, you will never find the other. So, can the mind see how stupid, how unintelligent, ideals are? Can it see the truth of it, not just say that they are wrong and put them away? For when you see the truth of it, you are free of it, not as when you logically or historically examine something, but as when you see something poisonous and you drop it. There is no conflict because intelligence sees that it is stupid to go the way of ideals. Can you free your mind from all this? Do you free it one thing at a time, or do you free it totally? If you free it one thing at a time, that takes energy, looking at how stupid nationality is and dropping it, looking at ideals and seeing that they do not lead anywhere, that they breed conflict, and dropping them. Will you free the mind layer by layer, which will take time, which will take analysis? Traditionally it is said that you must go step by step, that first you must get rid of this, control your body, breathe rightly. Not only traditional but modern psychology says to go step by step, analyze, tear away layer by layer. You can spend years until you die doing that. Will you go through that process taking long years? Now, is that not a wastage of energy? If it is, then how shall the mind empty itself of its contents so that it has a totally different kind of energy, a totally different existence? Is there a way of looking at all this totally and, therefore, being totally free of it? The content of my mind is the content of your mind. The content of your consciousness is the content of my consciousness, slightly modified, with a little more or a little less color, a little more or a little less elaboration, more artistry and less something else, but more or less the same. The mind becomes aware of this and it says, how can I be aware of the totality of it, not only of the conscious but the unconscious? I know I can strip layer after layer, both of the conscious as well as of the unconscious. I know I can go through that process, taking time, analyzing, knowing the danger of analysis. I can do that. That is the traditional, accepted way to do this. And I see that that takes infinite time, because every step in analysis must be accurate, otherwise the next step will be corrupted by the previous analysis. So, each analysis must be complete, true, and final, otherwise I am lost. And who is the analyzer? Is not the analyzer the analyzed? So I see that that is not going to do a thing. So what am I to do? What is my mind to do when it has seen the absurdity of this? Now, has it actually seen the absurdity of it, or does it imagine it has seen it because somebody has said that it is absurd? We are second-hand people, so am I accepting the authority of another when I say it is absurd? That is a verbal assertion without any reality. That acceptance has no validity, it does not produce results. So the mind discards authority, whether it is traditional or the authority I have cultivated out of my own desires and selfishness, my authority which asserts that I know. The mind totally discards authority. Not the authority of law, obviously, but the psychological authority of someone who tells you what to do because you are in confusion and look to somebody who will free you from that confusion, out of your disorder creating the authority. It is historically so. Wherever there is disorder, a man springs up and tyrannically brings about some kind of order, which is total disorder. So, can the mind put away authority because it sees the truth about it, the significance of it, the nature of it? Not just as a reaction against authority, as we do, because when you react against authority you are creating another authority. That is obvious. Can the mind, your mind, be free of the traditional approach of analysis, introspectively trying to improve? Because you see the truth of being free of authority, therefore, there is no guru, no savior, there are no steps through meditation to come upon something extraordinary. There is something extraordinary, but not through this way. Can the mind put away all this, deny all this, without any resistance? To do that you must look. You must look outwardly and inwardly, hear the music of the world and the discord of the world and the music inwardly and the discord outwardly, because both are the same. We are an intrinsic part of the world. To do this we require energy, and this energy is not brought about by concepts, by words. This energy comes when you have insight into the disorder of a mind that functions mechanically in the movement of thought. So, no belief, no idea, no concept, no ideal, no commitment of any kind in that field. Then, through negation of what is false, not through resistance or reaction to the false, through choiceless rejection of what is false, you have a different kind of energy. It is simple enough. If you climb a mountain you must discard all the things that you have been carrying on the plane, you must put them all aside. It is far more important to understand attachment and the corrupting factors of thought, which are attachment and power, domination in different forms, the corruption of property and possessions, than to search, or to take vows. Most of us are attached to possessions, whether it is an antique table, which you look after and polish very carefully, or a house, or a person, a group, an idea, or a particular form of experience. Why is the mind attached? To our looks, our hair, our worries. There are so many things we are attached to. Why? And then, knowing that possessions in any form are one of the major corrupting factors in life, we say, do not possess, have a few clothes that are necessary, but do not possess, take a vow of non-possession. In that there is a lot of travail, I want that, I must give it up, I have taken a vow. Possessions corrupt, and we say we must be detached from possessions, so then there is all the conflict involved in that. Understanding attachment is much more important than detachment. Why is there attachment? Not how to be detached, but why is the mind attached? Why are you attached to your house, to your wife, to your girl, to your ideas, to your meditations, to your systems? Why? What would happen if you were not attached? Attachment gives a certain occupation to the mind, you constantly think about something. The brain and the mind say, I must be occupied with something, with my God, with my sex, with my drink, I must be occupied, with the kitchen, or with some social order or commune or whatever it is. Out of this demand for occupation there is attachment, holding on to something. Why must the mind be so occupied? What would happen if it were not so occupied? Would it go astray? Would it disintegrate? Would it feel utterly naked, empty? Does the fear of that emptiness demand occupation and, therefore, give importance to the furniture, the book, the idea, and so on? It is out of the empty feeling and loneliness, from not being totally whole, that the mind is attached. Can the mind live, be vital, energetic, full of depth, without attachment? Of course it can. Is love attachment? Not that love is detachment. When love is attached or detached, then it is painful, which we all know. We go through that ugly state. Power is another form of corruption, political power, religious power, power in the business world, power in the exercise of a certain talent that one has. When you dominate somebody, your cook or your servant, your wife or your husband, there is tremendous pleasure. That is another factor of corruption. That energy, which is so necessary to bring about a transformation in the content of consciousness, is dissipated in all these ways. Can you see all this as fact, as a dangerous fact? Not a relative danger, but a total danger for human beings. Now, if you see that as real danger, as you would see the danger of a falling rock, you move away from it instantly and you are free of it. To observe this, you need a certain sensitivity, physical as well as psychological, and you cannot have this sensitivity if you are indulging in all kinds of things, drink, sex, overworking. So, if you are at all serious, if you give your attention, your care, your affection to this, then you will see for yourself that out of this freedom from the division that thought has created, there is another kind of energy, which is intelligence. That intelligence is not put together by thought. It is not the cunning intelligence of a politician or a priest or a businessman. It comes out of the freedom that is perceiving the falseness, the unreality of all that. Can your mind see it totally? It cannot see it totally if it has any direction at all. An intelligent mind acts in the field of thought intelligently, sanely, without resistance. It is free from the structure and implications of attachment, from the action of attachment, from the pursuit of power with all its complications, the ruthlessness of it. It sees the dividing process of thought, and seeing that clearly, totally, it has energy. That energy is intelligence. Having that energy, that intelligence, it can operate in the field of thought, not the other way round. One can see that there is no division between the outside and the inside, it is an interrelationship. One sees that, and one also sees that one needs energy to transform the mind. So one discards everything that is wasteful, everything that is psychological, everything that breeds division and conflict within the mind. It can be done only when there is an observation of it, not a resistance to it. There is such observation only when the observer is the observed. The observer is the past, put together by thought in terms of experience, knowledge, memory, tradition, they are the essence of the observer. What it observes, which is the result of thought, is still thought. The chaos in the world, the misery, the starvation, the poverty, the brutality, the violence, the mess that is going on, the madness that is going on, is created by thought. And it is the observer who says, I must change all that, if he is at all intelligent, if he is at all awake and not concerned with his own little pattern of life. But is the observer different from what he observes? He is put together by thought also, so he is the observed. Now when the understanding of that takes place, not as a verbal statement but as a reality, conflict ceases and the mind goes beyond the limitations that thought has imposed on action. Now can you do this? If you cannot, why not? Is it because you are indolent, lazy, indifferent, not only to your own sorrow, to your own suffering, to your own misery, but to the misery of millions of people, to what is going on in Russia, in India, and elsewhere? Are you totally indifferent to all that, because you want to find God, you want to meditate, you want to learn how to breathe properly, how to have the right kind of sexual relationship, and so on? If you are concerned with the whole of humanity, not just your neighbor or your wife but with the whole of humanity, then when you see that whole you can put the detail in order. But without the perception of the whole you cannot put the detail in order. The politicians, the analysts, the priests, fail to see this. It is only you and I, if we are utterly responsible, concerned, serious, committed, who will be able to meet these problems because we have seen the whole and, therefore, are extraordinarily alive and intelligent and yet able to function in detail. Sonnen, July 16, 1974. 3. We have talked of understanding our actions, of our behavior and the content of consciousness. Unless we understand the nature and the structure of this consciousness in which we act, through which all our behavior and all our thinking takes place, it seems to me we shall always be floundering, confused, always living in constant battle within ourselves and outside. We shall never be able to find peace, a sense of deep inward tranquility. In a world that is getting madder and madder every day, where there is so much brutality, violence, deception, and chicanery, it is so necessary that all of us should understand this immense problem of living. We are going to concern ourselves now with what is called materialism. Materialism means evaluating life as matter, matter in its movement and modification, also matter as consciousness and will. We have to go into it to find out if there is anything more than matter and if we can go beyond it. This is not merely an intellectual amusement and investigation but rather a deep inquiry as to whether our minds and our whole social, economic, and religious life is entirely material. Is all existence, including consciousness and will, the movement and modification of matter? We are ruled by our senses, taste, smell, touch, and so on. They play a great part in our life. The brain, if you examine it, if you are rather aware of its activities, holds in its cells memory as experience and knowledge. What these cells hold is material, so thought, the capacity to think, is matter. And you can imagine, or construct through thought, as thought, otherness, that is to say, other than matter, but it is still matter as imagination. We know that we live in a material world, based on our sensations, desires, and emotions, and we construct a content of consciousness that is essentially the product of thought. We know that, if we do not just romanticize but go into it very deeply and seriously, yet, knowing that, we say there must be otherness, something beyond that. So thought begins to investigate the other. But when thought investigates the other, it is still material. It is important to understand this because we are all so romantically minded, all our religions are sentimental and romantic. Living in this very small field of materialism, we want to have something much greater beyond. That is a natural desire. So thought constructs a verbal or nonverbal structure of God, otherness, immensity, timelessness, and so on. But it is still the product of thought, so it is still material. So thought creates the form outside, thinking that that form, that image, that prototype, is not material. But that form is the product of thought, the ideal is still the product of thought, so it is still material. If you go to India or elsewhere in the East, they will tell you they accept that, but they say there is a higher self, there is a super-consciousness, which dominates the material, or encloses the material, as in the West you have the soul. They call it by a Sanskrit word, Atman. But the Atman, the super-consciousness, the soul, is still the product of thought. Thought is matter, whatever its movements, inside, outside, in trying to go beyond itself, it is still material. So the question arises, is the mind mechanical? That is, in your mind, are your thoughts, your feelings, your reactions, your responsibilities, your relationships, your ways, your opinions, and so on, merely mechanical, that is, responding according to conditioning, according to environmental influence? If that is the totality of the mind, then we live in a tremendous, inescapable prison. This has been the problem of man right through the ages. He knows he lives by the senses, by his desires, by touch, by appetites, sexual, intellectual, and otherwise, and he questions, is that all? Then he begins to invent the gods, the super-gods, super-consciousness, and so on and so on. Having invented and projected a form, he pursues it, thinking he is tremendously idealistic or tremendously religious. But his pursuit of what he calls God or truth is still the pursuit of the product of thought, which is material. See what he has been doing. See what his churches, temples, and the mosques have done to him, to each one of us. Since this great deception on which he has been fed, which he thinks is extraordinarily idealistic. When one realizes that, in seriousness, it is rather a shock, because one is stripped of all illusion. If one has gone that far, one then begins to ask if there is a movement other than the movement of thought. How does one find out? If one is trying to find out if there is something beyond the material, then one must examine what is the cause of one's search. Is the cause of one's search an escape from this? Cause means motive. Is all one's inquiry motivated? Because if it is, the root of that is either the seeking of pleasure or the escape from fear. Or, if it is from total dissatisfaction with what is, then it projects its own answer. Therefore, to inquire into the other, my mind must be without cause. We said, and we are saying again, that there must be a transformation in the mind, not peripheral reformation but a revolution deep in the mind, to solve the problems that thought has created, whether they are religious, economic, social, or moral. If one is really serious, not flippant, not merely amused by intellectual theories or philosophies that are invented by thought, then one must be concerned and totally committed to this question of transforming the content of consciousness. For it is the content that makes up consciousness, as we said. And we asked who the entity is that is to change it. We said that the observer is the observed and that when there is a division between the observer and the observed, the me and the not me, then there is conflict. That conflict is essentially a waste of energy. And when you look into it and find that the observer is the observed, you remove conflict altogether and you have enormous energy because it is no longer wasted in conflict. Now this energy is either in the field of thought or it is an energy totally different from thought. For a mind that is burdened, conditioned, and shaped by materialistic thought, is there a movement other than that of thought? To find that out, we must look into the cause of this search. Where there is a cause there is time. The cause produces an effect and that effect again becomes a cause. It is not really difficult because this is our life, it becomes difficult when you treat it, or look at it, as something apart from our daily life. Put it differently. What is virtue, morality? Is morality transient? Is morality relative? Or is it absolute? For us, in the modern world, morality is relative, and that relativism is nearly destroying us. So one asks, what is virtue? Is there an absolute virtue, a sense of no hate under any circumstances? Is there a complete peace, an absolute peace, which can never be disturbed? Can one live without any sense of violence? Or is violence relative, hate modified, and so on? So what is virtue? If you hit me and I hit you back and apologize for it later, that becomes relative. If I have a cause for hating you, or disliking you, or being violent, that cause makes my action not complete and, therefore, relative. Is there a way of living which has no cause? Because the moment you have a cause, living becomes relative. If I have cause to love you, because you give me comfort, psychologically, physically, sexually, morally, it is not love. So where there is a cause, action must be relative. But when there is no cause, action will be absolute. See what takes place in your life, not in the explanation I am giving. If I depend on you, if I am attached to you, that dependence and attachment have a cause. It is because I am lonely, or I am unhappy, or I want companionship, I want your love, your affection, your care, and so I am attached to you. From that attachment there is great sorrow, there is pain. Because you do not love me, or you only tolerate me, or give me a little of your affection and turn to somebody else, there is jealousy, antagonism, hate, and all the rest that follows. Where there is a cause, then action, morality, must be relative. Can the mind be free of form, free of the ideal, of form as a cause, so that the mind is capable of going beyond itself? It is very simple really, words make it so difficult. Words are necessary in order to communicate, but if you merely live at the verbal level they are absolutely useless. It is like plowing, and you destroy the earth by merely plowing. We have this problem, which man right from the beginning has sought to solve, which is all life mechanical? Is all life material? Is all existence, including mind and consciousness and will, matter? Is your whole life that? You may pretend it is not, but actually it is that. Being enclosed in that, thought creates a form, the ideal of the supreme, the highest form of excellence, great nobility, the gods, as well as all the other things that thought has put together in the world, the immense technological movement. It is all matter. And living on this shore as we are, with our wars, our hatreds, our appalling politics, living on this side of the river, which is matter, the mind says, I want to go across, there must be something there because this life is too stupid. And it is stupid, just to go to the office, to earn money, to take responsibility, to struggle, compete, worry, to despair, to have anxieties, immense sorrows, and then die. We say that is not good enough. We may put it more philosophically, in more extravagant or romantic language, but we see it is stupid and we want something more. Then we say, how are we to cross this river to the other shore? We ask, who will take us across? When we ask that question, there is the priest, the guru, the man who knows, and he says, follow me, and then we are done, because he is exactly like us, because he still functions within the field of thought. He has created the gods, Jesus, Buddha, Krishna. He has created the form and that form is as materialistic as your sensations, it is the product of thought. Now, if that is absolutely clear and there is no romantic escape, no ideological washing of the hands, no seeking comfort and all the other things that lead to illusions, if it is absolutely clear that any modification within the field of consciousness is merely moving from one object to another within the field of thought, then what is the mind to do? Or not to do? First, such a mind must be in total order, material order, because if it is in disorder it cannot go away from itself. Thought is matter and all its activity within consciousness has created extraordinary confusion and disorder. Politically, religiously, socially, morally, in relationships, in every direction it has created disorder. And that is your life. Unless there is absolute order, and I am using the word absolute not relative, unless there is absolute order within that area, any cause to move away from that area is still the product of disorder. So there must be order. Now, how does this order come about politically, religiously, intellectually, morally, physically, in relationships? An absolute order, not a convenient order, not a relative order. How is the mind, which has been trained, educated, conditioned, to live in disorder and to accept disorder, to bring order in itself? Bear in mind, that if you say there is an outside agency which will bring order, then that outside agency is the product of thought and, therefore, it will create contradiction, and, therefore, disorder. If you say the action of will bring about order, then what is will? I will do that, look at it, find out. When you are aggressive, when you say, I must do that, what is that will that is in action? Is it not desire, a projected end to be achieved, the achieving of an end projected by thought as an ideal, as a form, as an original pattern? Can thought bring order? That is the way the politicians and the priests and all the so-called reformers are trying to achieve it. Thought has created disorder. So what is one to do? Can the mind, your mind, observe, see, this disorder? One is in disorder. One sees that the exercise of will, the following of another, having desire to overcome disorder, is still within the field of disorder. So one says to oneself, what am I to do, what is the mind to do? First of all, does one know disorder? Does the mind see disorder, or does it know only the description of disorder? You describe to me a mountain, its beauty, its snow, its lines against the blue sky, the depth of shadows in the forest, the running waters, the murmur of trees, the beauty of it all. You describe it to me and the description catches my mind and I live with that description. But the description is not that which is described. So one asks oneself, am I caught in the description, or am I actually seeing disorder? One is intellectual, the other is factual. Now, is the mind observing its disorder, which means no word, not being caught in the description, but merely observing this enormous disorder? Can the mind so observe? And in observing its own disorder, is there an observer looking at it, or is there no observer at all, but merely the observing? I observe you, I see you. I met you last year, you were pleasant or unpleasant to me, you flattered or insulted me, or neglected me. The memory of that remains. This year I meet you and the memory responds. That memory is the past and also that memory is the observer. Of course. Can the mind observe all the disorder, social and moral and so on, which is created by thought, in which I am, which is part of me? Can it observe this disorder without the observer? If the observer is there looking at disorder, then there is a division between the observer and the observed. In that division, conflict takes place. I must control it, I must change it, I must suppress it, I must overcome it, and so on. Now when the observer is not, and there is only observation, then there is no conflict, there is merely observing. Then there is energy to go beyond disorder. Where there is division, there must be disorder. The observer, rooted in the past, is essentially the factor of division. Now can the mind see the truth of that and observe the actual disorder of your life, not the description? Can it observe your disorder, your confusion, your anxieties, your contradictions, your selfish demands, all that? Observe. And if it observes without the observer, there is then the going beyond it, which means total order, not relative order but mathematical order that is essential before you can go any further. Without order in the material world, in the world of matter, in the world of thought, the mind has no basis, no foundation on which to move. Therefore, there must be observation of behavior. Do I behave according to a motive, according to circumstances? Is my behavior pragmatic, or is it under all circumstances the same? Not the same in the sense of copying a pattern. Is it a behavior that is never relative, that is not based on reward and punishment? Inquire into it, observe it, and you will find how terrible your behavior is, how you look to a superior and inferior in all the other things you do. There is never a constant movement free of the motive of reward and punishment. Then also you have to inquire into relationship in the material world. Relationship is of the highest importance, because life is relationship. What is your relationship? Have you any relationship? Relationship means to respond adequately to any challenge. As I inquire into relationship, is my relationship with another personal and intimate, or not so intimate? Is it based on my opinions, my memories, my hurts, my demands, my sexual appetites? If my relationship to you is relative, it changes. I am moody one day, not moody the next day I am affectionate, and the third day I hate you, and the fourth day I love you, and so on, and so on. If that relationship is not satisfactory, I will go to somebody else. This is the game that we have been playing for centuries. Now it is more open, more extravagant, more vulgar, that is all. So my mind has to find out what its relationships actually are. Unless there is complete harmony in the material world in which I live, which is part of me, in me, which is my consciousness, the mind cannot possibly go beyond itself. That is why your meditations, your postures, your breathing exercises, your going to India and searching, are so utterly meaningless. So, is my relationship relative? Is all relationship relative? Or is there no relationship at all except when the division as the me and the you does not exist? I am related to you because I love you, because you give me food, clothes, shelter, you give me sex, you give me companionship. I have built a marvelous image about you. We may get annoyed with each other, irritated, but that is trivial. And I hold on to you, I am attached to you, and in that attachment there is great pain, there is great sorrow, suffering, torture, jealousy, antagonism. And then I say to myself, I must be free of that. And in freeing myself from that I attach myself to somebody else. And the game begins again. So I say to myself, what is this relationship? Is there a relationship? Can there ever be a relationship? There is the me that is pursuing my appetites, my ambitions, my greed, my fears, my wanting to have more prestige, greater position, and so on, and there is the other also pursuing his or her own demands. Is there any relationship possible at all between two human beings, each functioning with and pursuing his own exclusive, selfish, demands? There may be no relationship in that direction, but there may be relationship when there is no me at all. When the me, as thought, is non-existent, I am related, then I am related to you, the trees, the mountains, to the rivers, to human beings. That means love, does it not, which has no cause. Consciousness, with its content, is within the field of matter. The mind cannot possibly go beyond that unless it has complete order within itself and conflict in relationship has come totally to an end, which means a relationship in which there is no me. This is not just a verbal explanation, the speaker is telling you what he lives, not what he talks about. If he does not live it, it is hypocrisy, a dirty thing to do. When the mind has order and the sense of total relationship, then what takes place? Then the mind is not seeking at all, it is not capable of any kind of illusion. That is absolutely necessary, because thought can invent any experience, any kind of vision, any kind of superconsciousness and all the rest of it. There is no ideal, there is no form, there is only behavior, which is order and the sense of relationship for the whole of man. There you have the foundation. Now another question arises from this: is the brain totally conditioned? This brain of mankind has had thousands and thousands of experiences, it is educated with a great deal of accumulated knowledge from books and elsewhere, and that is there in the brain. And thought operates only within that field of the known. It can invent a field that says, apart from knowing, I am there, but that is too silly. So my mind is asking, is the whole brain conditioned by the economic, social, environmental, religious, culture it has lived in? Is the mind, in which is included the brain, totally conditioned within the borders of time? Is the mind a complete slave? Do not say yes or no, for then you have settled it, then there is nothing more into which to inquire. But a mind that is asking, groping, looking, without any motive, without any direction, says, is the mind totally conditioned and, therefore, mechanical? And you see that it is mechanical when it is functioning in the field of knowledge, whether scientific, technological, or the priestly tradition. It is mechanical, there is repetition, repetition, repetition. That is what is going on, the repetition of desire, sexual or otherwise, repeating, repeating, repeating. Therefore, the mind asks itself, is the totality of this thing mechanical, or is there, in this field of the mind, an area that is not mechanical? Can the mind be free of causation? For where there is causation, all movement as thought must be mechanical. Sonnen, July 18, 1974. 4. Our chief concern is the transformation, the radical change, of the human mind. The human mind includes the brain, the heart, the organism as a whole, the mind that has created this world around us, the world of corruption, violence, brutality, vanity, and all the structures that bring about war. We are concerned with the change of the content of consciousness because the content makes consciousness. Unless that radical revolution, that psychological change, comes about, there will be no end to conflict, no end to suffering and all the violence that is going on throughout the world. This change cannot possibly be brought about without knowing oneself, self-knowledge. This is not knowledge of the higher self or knowledge of some supreme consciousness, for they are still within the field of thought. Unless one understands oneself, the self of every day, what it thinks, what it does, its devotions, its deceptions, its ambitions, all its self-centered activities, its identification with something noble or ignoble, the state or some ideal, one is still within the field of the me. Unless one understands that narrowing field, of which one is so little aware, the field in which there is the unconscious as well as the conscious, which is concerned with the individual ego, its individual ambitions and reactions, which are essentially a part of the whole, part of the community, part of the culture in which it lives. Unless we understand that radically, the content of consciousness cannot possibly be transformed. Understanding is not an intellectual, an emotional, or a passing thing. It is something that comes with action and, therefore, it is a complete understanding and not a partial understanding. In understanding oneself, one's consciousness and its content, for there is no consciousness without content, one sees there are two principal factors, pleasure and fear. They cannot be separated. Where there is the pursuit, the insistence on, and the demand for pleasure, there must be in its wake fear. In understanding fear, one must not disregard the fact of pleasure. Thought is the measure of fear. Thought is the response of memory, which is experience and knowledge stored up in the brain cells and tissues. Thought is matter. The whole world is constructed from thought, is based in its very nature and substance and activity on thought. One has to find out whether it is thought that has bred fear. Not how to be free of fear. Freedom from fear will inevitably come about when one understands the structure, the nature, and the functioning of thought. When one observes the whole process of thought, which has created the world with all its religions, with all its gods, with its saviors, which has created the materialistic world in which we live, one sees that, as long as we function there and remain there, fear must continue. Fear is the cause of loneliness, of deprivation, both physical and psychological. It is the cause of attachment to property, to people, ideas, concepts, nationalities, families. As long as there is this functioning of thought within the material world, and it has to function in that world, fear must remain. What else has one if one lives in that world? For there one must seek security, physical or psychological. As long as the mind seeks material security, as long as the mind asserts a permanency, there must be fear. Yet the brain can only function effectively, objectively, rationally, if it has complete security. That is obvious. When it has no security, it seeks security in belief in gods, in symbols, in ideologies, in nationalities, which leads to neurotic action. As long as I call myself a nationalist of a particular country, I am behaving neurotically, I bring about conflict and division between people. That is one of the causes of fear. When you realize that, when you are aware of its whole nature, are you still a nationalist? If you are, there must be the continuance of pleasure and of fear. If the mind lives totally in the material world, then nothing exists but matter, which is thought, consciousness and will. If the mind lives there, fear will go on, because there is nothing else but the demand for material security and permanency. Where there is that demand, there must be fear. There are all the various fears concealed in the very recesses of one's consciousness, racial, collective, the fear of famine, and so on. There are hidden fears and extraordinarily subtle forms of pleasure. There is fear, both conscious and unconscious, the fear of death, of loneliness, of losing a job, the fear of what people will say, the fear of your own attachments and of losing them, the fear of not succeeding, not becoming great. Can they all be exposed, and without analysis? We have seen the futility of analysis, how the analyzer and the analyzed are the same. So, what is a mind to do when it realizes the absurdity, the falseness, of analysis, or introspective examination? To understand what the mind is to do, we must go into the question of meditation. When we use the word meditation, hear it as though you have never heard the word before. What is meditation? Not how to meditate, that is irrelevant, because the moment you understand what meditation is, it happens naturally, like breathing. To find out what meditation is, the real meaning, can you learn from another? Volumes have been written about it. People have meditated according to a particular system, Zen, or the many, many varieties and methods of the Hindu systems. They all imply an end to be achieved through control. Control implies a controller. And is the controller different from the controlled? The meditative groups, with their systems and their philosophies, say, control your thought. Thought wanders about, and that wandering about is a wastage of energy, therefore, they say thought must be absolutely held, disciplined, subjugated in the pursuit of that thing called enlightenment, God, truth, what you will, the nameless. That implies a controller, obviously. And who is the controller? Is he different in quality, in nature, from that which he says he is going to control? This is very important to understand. The speaker wants to point out that one can live completely in daily life, without any control, against all the traditions, against all your education, your social and moral behaviors. To live a life absolutely without any controls means you have to understand very, very deeply who is the controller and what is the controlled, for this is part of meditation. Is the controller different from that which he is controlling, which is thought? Some say the controller is different, that he is the higher self, that he is part of the higher consciousness, that he is the essence of understanding or the essence of the past, which has accumulated so much knowledge. But the controller is still within the field of thought, and however much that thought may be elevated, it is still within the area of time and measure. Do you see the truth of this? Not the verbal acceptance of it, or the intellectual comprehension of it, but the truth that all the gods, Christian or Hindu, all of them, are the invention of thought. Thought can project itself into all kinds of states, into all kinds of illusions, and when thought says there is the higher self, it is still within the field of thought and, therefore, that higher self is still matter. When you see that the controller is the controlled, the whole aspect of meditation changes. Meditation means the emptying of consciousness of its content. Then only can the mind and the brain be absolutely quiet. That absolute, not relative, that absolute quietness is necessary to observe, not to experience. Experiences we have had, of every kind, and thought desires more experience, including the experience of another state, another dimension. We are fed up with this world and its experiences, they are boring, they are limited, confined, narrow, and we want an experience which is totally different. Now, to experience involves recognition. If I do not recognize, is there an experience? I have had the experience of looking at a mountain, the beauty of it, the shadow, the lovely deep blue of an early morning, the whole sense of something extraordinary and magnificent. That experience cannot exist if there is no relationship to the past. And so experience implies recognition from the past. And the mind wants to experience something supreme. But to recognize it, it must already have had it. Therefore, it is not the supreme, it is still the projection of thought. Meditation is that in which there is no experience. In that there is no element of time, which implies movement and direction. Direction implies will. Can the mind empty itself of time, direction, and movement, which implies the ending of thought? That is the whole problem. We need knowledge to function, To speak any language, we need knowledge. To drive a car, we need knowledge. To do anything, we need knowledge. What place has knowledge in meditation? Or has it no place at all? It has no place because knowledge is merely a continuation of the past, it is still the movement of time. So can the mind empty itself of the past and come upon that area of itself that is not touched by thought? We have only operated, so far, within the area of thought as knowledge. Is there any other part, any other area of the mind, which includes the brain, which is not touched by human struggle, pain, anxiety, fear, and all the violence, all the things that man has made through thought? The discovery of that area is meditation. That implies the discovery of whether thought can come to an end yet still operate when necessary in the field of knowledge. We need knowledge, otherwise we cannot function, we would not be able to speak, nor be able to write, and so on. Knowledge is necessary to function, and its functioning becomes neurotic when status becomes all important, which is the entering of thought as the me. So knowledge is necessary, and yet meditation is to discover, or come upon, or to observe, an area in which there is no movement of thought. Can the two live together, harmoniously, daily? Yoga exercises are excellent to keep the body healthy, and so on. But through them you can never come upon the other, never. Because if you give them all importance, you are not giving importance to the understanding of yourself, which is to be watchful, to be aware, to give attention to what you are doing, every day of your life. That is, to give attention to how you speak and what you say, to what you think, how you behave, whether you are attached, whether you are frightened, whether you are pursuing pleasure, and so on, to be aware of the whole movement of thought. If you are, and you are really serious about it, then you will have established right relationship. Obviously, when all things about us are chaotic, when the world is going to pieces, as it is, relationship becomes extraordinarily important. When there is the establishing of total relationship, whole relationship, not between you and me, but human relationship with the whole of the world, then you have the basis for meditation. From there you can go on to behavior, how you behave. If your behavior is based on pleasure or on reward, it is not behavior. It is merely the pursuit of pleasure, and from that fear arises. Relationship, behavior, and order are absolutely essential if you want to go into the question of meditation. If you have not laid this foundation, then do what you like. Stand on your head and breathe in and out for the next 10,000 years and repeat words, words, but there will be no meditation. If you have the money, you can go to India. But I do not know why you go, you will find no enlightenment there. Enlightenment is where you are. And where you are, you have to understand yourself. Having established that, laid the foundation there of order, not mechanical order but order which is virtue from moment to moment, which is not following a pattern, not the order of the establishment, not the order or the virtue of society, which is immoral, then you can go into the question of finding out what meditation is. Meditation implies a quality of mind that is absolutely silent. Not made silence, not a contrived act brought about through will, but a silence that comes naturally when you have established order, relationship, and behavior. Silence is necessary. If my mind is chattering, as most minds are, in that chatter there may be a period of silence. Between two chatterings there may be a period of silence. But that is not silence. Silence is not the absence of noise, it is not the absence of conflict. Silence comes only when the content of consciousness has been completely understood and gone beyond, which means the observer and the observed are one and there is no controller. When there is no controller, which does not mean that you live a life of non-discipline, when there is no controller, no observer, then action is instantaneous and it brings a great deal of energy. Meditation means the emptying of consciousness of its content, and that happens only when you observe your consciousness and its content without the observer. Can you look at your wife, your husband, your girl, your boy, or the mountain, without the observer? The observer is the past. As long as there is the observer, he will inevitably translate everything he observes in terms of the past, therefore, he is the maker of time. He divides the observed and the observer. In that there is conflict. When there is observation without the observer, there is no conflict, no past, there is only the fact, and you have the energy to go beyond it. Do it and you will find out. Meditation implies a gathering of all energy. You have established order, relationship, behavior, therefore, you are not dissipating energy in that field. That energy is necessary to look without the observer, and you have the energy to go beyond. With that energy, which has not been dissipated, the mind sees that there is an area which is not touched by thought. But all this requires tremendous attention and discipline. It is not just a plaything for immature people. Meditation requires tremendous discipline. The word discipline means to learn, not control, subjugate, imitate, and conform. Discipline means to learn. From the word discipline comes disciple, one who is willing to learn from the master, to learn. But here there is neither a disciple nor a master, but only the act of learning, all the time. And that requires a great deal of attention, a great deal of energy, so that you are watching, and thus, you create no illusions. It is so easy to create illusions. They come when you are pursuing, demanding, wanting, an experience. Desire creates illusions. All this implies a mind that is very, very serious, and a heart that is of love, that has never been hurt. We human beings, from childhood on, are hurt. Our parents hurt us, and in the business world we are hurt. We are hurt in every direction, and when we are hurt we cannot possibly love. So is it possible for a mind that has been hurt to be free of all that hurt, which is part of consciousness? You will find, when you look at it, that it is utterly and irrevocably possible to empty all hurts and, therefore, to love, to have compassion. To have compassion means to have passion for all things, not just between two people, but for all human beings, for all things of the earth, the animals, the trees, everything the earth contains. When we have such compassion we will not despoil the earth as we are doing now, and we will have no wars. To a mind that is serious, totally dedicated, concerned, meditation means something extraordinary, something immense. In meditation, mind discovers space. Space is held within a room and there is space outside it. Thought as the me creates the narrow space in which it acts. It has created, through hurt, through all kinds of reasons, walls within which it lives. There is that narrow space and the space which thought has created outside of itself. Is there a space which has no frontiers, which has no boundaries and, therefore, no center? This is meditation, to find out. As long as there is a center, the me or the idea of the me, with all its attachments, that very center creates a space around itself. Where there is a center, there must be a border. The border may be extended, but it is still limited by the space that the center has created. Meditation means to come upon that space in which there is no center, therefore, no direction, therefore, no time. Without meditation and the coming upon that thing which is not able to be experienced, which is not to be put into words, which has no time, which has no continuity, life has very little meaning. You may have a lot of money, or no money, you may be attached to your property, to your wife, to your friend, or you may worship your particular little god, which thought has invented, but as long as you live there, there will be suffering, pain, anxiety, and violence. And that has no meaning in itself, obviously. Only when you come upon this space, not invent it, not project it, not bring it about through any system, then only does life have an extraordinary sense of beauty and meaning. Sonnen, July 28, 1974. A relationship with the world. 1. We are the world. The world is you and me, the world is not separate from you and me. We have created this world, the world of violence, the world of wars, the world of religious divisions, sex, anxieties, the utter lack of communication with each other, with no sense of compassion, consideration for another. Wherever one goes in any country throughout the world, human beings, that is, you and another, suffer, we are anxious, we are uncertain, we don't know what is going to happen. Everything has become uncertain. Right through the world as human beings we are in sorrow, fear, anxiety, violence, uncertain of everything, insecure. There is a common relationship between us all. We are the world essentially, basically, fundamentally. The world is you, and you are the world. Realizing that fundamentally, deeply, not romantically, not intellectually but actually, then we see that our problem is a global problem. It is not my problem or your particular problem, it is a human problem. So we are dealing with the human, global problem, which is that you as a human being are living in a disintegrating world. So when we talk about relationship, we are talking about the relationship of man to man. When you understand that relationship, then you can come very much closer, which is the relationship between you and your neighbor, you and your wife, you and your son, and so on. Unless you have a global, universal, sense of the whole human being, you will live merely in fragments, as an American, or a European, a communist, a socialist, a Hindu, or a Buddhist, and all the rest of the divisions that man has made. We are concerned with mankind, which is you. Wherever you go, man is suffering, man is afraid, man wants to find out if there is some truth anywhere, if there is any God, if there is anything sacred, whether there is an eternity or only the ending of life, and whether man can ever be free from fear, find an end to sorrow. When we say man we mean woman also, let us not quarrel about words, it becomes rather childish. In our examination together, there is no authority, there is no teacher and the taught, there is no guru and the disciple, therefore, there is no authority. In the psychological world, in the world of the spirit, there is no authority. You are not following the speaker or accepting what he is saying. It is good to have a great deal of skepticism, but that skepticism must be kept on a leash, and you must know when to let it go and when to hold it. In examining this vast problem of existence, both of us must be very clear and understand that there is no authority, the one who knows and the other who does not know. Together we are looking into this. Whether you are capable of looking is a different matter. Whether you are intensely, consistently, pursuing the investigation depends on you. If you do not have the energy, the intention, the necessary persistence, then you make authority. If you are lazy, indolent, then you give authority to another. Or if you are disorderly in your life and you see orderliness in another, then you make him into an authority. So, please, we are going together to examine without any sense of authority, which means there is freedom to look. Because one of the causes of this disintegrating society in which we live is that we are followers, we accept spiritual authority, the intermediary, the priest, the analyst, as our guide in matters of the spirit. We become incapable when we give ourselves over to another to find out about ourselves. We don't seem to be able to look into ourselves and examine very closely the whole of human existence, which is yourself. If we are examining, investigating together, and there is no authority, only freedom to examine, see the beauty of it, then you and I have a relationship. In the human being and in the society in which he lives, one of the basic causes of this disintegration, this breaking up, is the utter lack of religious spirit. Religion means accumulating all your energy to investigate truth, to find out, to come upon that state of mind or consciousness in which there is truth that is not invented by thought. One of the factors of disintegration is the utter lack of the religious mind, and another is the lack of morality, not a Christian morality, or Hindu morality, or the morality of permissiveness. Morality implies orderliness, basic order. It is not order according to a pattern, according to the convenience of environment, but an order that comes when you understand the nature of disorder, and that morality is a thing that is living. This disintegrating world is your mind. You are the essence of society, you are the basis of society in your relationships. And when there is no relationship, then there is disintegration. So what is relationship? Relationship is the basis of our existence, the basis of our society, and unless there is deep understanding of that and a transformation in that relationship, we cannot go further into the question of meditation, what is religion, what is truth, and so on. So that is the bedrock upon which we must stand clearly. We must find out what it means to have right relationship, accurate relationship. The word accurate means factually correct. What is relationship? What does it mean to be related to another, at the physical level, sexual level, psychological level, emotional level, intellectual level, and at the level of what one calls love? If that whole nature and structure of relationship is not understood clearly and lived daily, to go to meditate is utterly infantile, has no meaning, because then meditation becomes merely a futile escape. Unless you establish right relationship between you and another, that being the very basis of existence, trying to meditate becomes an evasion of the actual that leads to all kinds of neurotic, destructive results. So what is actual relationship in our daily life with each other? If you examine it very closely, and are not afraid, see what is taking place. You have an image about yourself, don't you? You have a picture, an idea, a concept of yourself, and the person you are related to has his or her concept, her image, her picture about herself. Please, you are looking at yourself, you are not merely listening to these words. Words are a mirror, and the mirror becomes useless when you are looking at yourself actually. So you and the other, man and woman, boy or girl, or husband and wife, and so on, each human being, has a picture, an image, a conclusion, an idea about herself or himself. If you have lived with another for a week, or 100 weeks, you have made a picture of the other, and the other has made a picture of you. That is a fact, isn't it? Are you afraid to look at that picture? That picture has been built through many days, many years, many incidents, nagging, pleasure, comfort, fear, domination, possession, attachment, and so on and so on and so on. Each person has an image of the other. That is an actuality, isn't it? And you call that relationship? That is a relationship between two pictures, between two images. Right? You are not agreeing with the speaker, you are looking at the fact. These pictures or images or conclusions are memories, which each has put together, stored up in the brain. And they are reacting to each other according to those images. You have been hurt, and that hurt is a memory, stored up in the brain, and that reacts. So our relationship is not actual but from memories. If you are married, you have built a picture about your wife, and the wife has built a picture, an image about you. Those pictures, those images are the nagging, the casual remarks, the hurts, the pleasures, the comforts, the sexual memories, all that. And the relationship is between these two verbal pictures in memory, it is not actual, and, therefore, there is always division and conflict. When you have been hurt in that relationship, it is the image you have built about yourself that has been hurt. I wonder if you are actually observing it in yourself, or listening to the speaker and agreeing with the speaker. They are two different facts. If you are agreeing with the speaker, that has very little significance. Do you actually see that you have built an image about yourself and that hurt exists because of that image? So in this relationship of human beings, hurt has taken place. The image has been hurt. Unless you heal that image totally, there must always be conflict. There are past hurts and you may receive further hurts. You have been hurt in the past. Unfortunately, this happens from childhood, in school, in college, at home. Right throughout life one is hurt, and because one is hurt, one builds a wall around oneself to resist, not to be hurt anymore. And when one builds a wall around oneself, division takes place. You may say, I love you, but it is just words, because a division exists. Is it possible not to be hurt at all? Which doesn't mean build a wall of resistance so that nothing can touch you, but to live without resistance, which means never to be hurt. Do you know what it means to be hurt? When a child is compared with another, that is a hurt. Any form of comparison hurts. Any form of imitation, conformity, hurts, not only verbally but deeply. And when one is hurt, out of that hurt there is violence. So is it possible never to be hurt? How are we to deal with past hurts and prevent future hurts? We will find out. When you say, I am hurt, what is this I that is hurt? You say, you have hurt me, by your word, by a gesture, by discourtesy, and so on and so on. What is hurt? Is it not the image that you have built about yourself? Please, do look at it. That image is one of the factors that society, education, and environment have built in you. You are that picture, that image, the name, the form, the characteristics, the idiosyncrasies, and so on. All that is you, the picture, the image which you are. And that image has been hurt. You have a conclusion about yourself, that you are this or that, and when that conclusion is disturbed you are hurt. So can you live without a conclusion, without a picture, without an image about yourself? As long as you have an image about yourself, you are everlastingly hurt. You may resist it, you may build a wall around yourself, but when there is a wall around yourself, when you withdraw, there is a division, and where there is a division there must be conflict, as with the Arab and the Jew, the Hindu and the Muslim, the communist and the non-communist. Where there is a division, it is the law that there must be conflict. So is it possible not to be hurt at all? That is, to have an innocent mind, a mind that is incapable of being hurt. It is very important to find out if one can live that in daily life. Not go off to some monastery or some community where you all agree together, becoming mushy and sentimental, but actually in daily life to find out if you can live without an image and, therefore, never be hurt, which means never to have conflict, never to have psychological division. We are going to find out. We are going to examine whether it is possible to live that way. First, be aware that one has this image. When I have an image about myself and that is hurt, and my wife has an image about herself and she is hurt, how can we have any kind of relationship? So is it possible not to have an image, which means not to be hurt? One has been hurt in the past, and one has resisted it, built a wall around oneself, is frightened of being hurt more, therefore, withdraws, becomes isolated. Now how will you deal with the past hurts? Will you analyze why you have been hurt, the causes of your hurt? Will you go into it analytically? Look at the analytical tradition. We have accepted analysis as part of our life. If you cannot analyze yourself, you go to the professional. What is the process of analysis? There is the analyzer and the analyzed. See the division already. But is not the analyzer the analyzed? So you have created an artificial division between the analyzer and the analyzed, but in actuality the analyzer is the analyzed. So there is a fundamental error in the process of analysis. And in the process of analysis you take time, days, months, years, playing the game and enriching each other in your own peculiar ways, financially and emotionally, and all the rest of it. So, realizing that fundamental error in the process of analysis, how is one to be free of all the past hurts, and any hurts that may come in the future? The speaker and you are sharing this question, to find out actually, in daily life, whether it is possible to live without a single hurt, because then you will know what love is. Hurt and flattery are the same, aren't they? Both are different forms of hurts. You are flattered, and you like it, and the flatterer becomes your friend. So that also is another form of encouraging the image. The one you want, the other you don't want. We are now dealing only with what we don't want, which is not to be hurt, but we want the other, which is pleasurable, which is comforting, pleasing to the images that we have. So both are the same. Now how is a human being, to be free of hurt? So we have to go into the question of what it is to be attentive. What does it mean to attend? If you know what it means to attend, it may solve the problem. Have you ever given total attention to anything? Complete attention in which there is no center from which you attend? When there is a center from which you attend, then there is a division. Let's put it differently. You know what it is to be aware. One is aware of the trees under which we are sitting, aware of the branches, the color of the branches and their thickness, of the leaves, the shadows, aware of all the nature, the beauty of it. The Ojai talks took place in the open in a grove of oaks. Then you are also aware of sitting on the ground, the color of the carpet, the microphone. And can you be aware of all this, the microphone, the carpet, the earth, the color of the leaves, and so on, the blue shirt, be aware of all that without any choice? To look at it without any choice, judgment, just to look. If you can look without any judgment, without any choice, just observe, in that observation there is no observer. The moment the observer comes in, prejudice begins, the like and the dislike, I prefer this, I don't prefer that, division takes place. So there is attention only when there is no entity who says, I am attending. Please, it is important to understand this. Because if there is attention, when there is an awareness in which there is no choice, no judgment, merely observation, then you will see you will never be hurt again, and the past hurts are wiped away. But the moment the observer comes in, then the observer gets hurt. So, when there is complete attention, there is no hurt. If someone says the speaker is a fool or arrogant, in listening to the word and giving complete attention to it, there is no past hurt or future hurt because there is no entity who is observing. Please, this is very important, because as long as there is a division there must be conflict. It is very important, in dealing with fear, with pleasure, with sorrow, with death, to see that as long as there is a division between the observer, the experiencer, the thinker, and the thought, there must inevitably be conflict, division, fragmentation and, therefore, disintegration. So can you observe the tree, yourself, your neighbor, observe life completely attentively? Then can you observe with total attention the picture that you have about yourself? And when you give that complete attention, is there a picture at all? When there is no image, no picture, no conclusion, then what is the relationship between two human beings? Now our relationship is based on division, which is an obvious fact. The man goes to the office where he is brutal and ambitious, greedy, then he comes home and he says, "Darling, how lovely you are." So there is contradiction in our life and, therefore, our life is a constant battle and, therefore, there is no relationship. To have real human relationship is to have no image whatsoever, no picture, no conclusion. And it is quite complex, because you have memories. Can you be free of memories of yesterday's incidents? All that is implied. Then what is the relationship between two human beings who have no images? You will find out if you have no image. That may be love. So can one live, actually in daily life, without division, which means without war, without conflict? Oh hi, April 3rd, 1976. 2. All our life is based on thinking. All our actions are the result of thought, either from the deep past, or from immediate necessities according to environment. Thought guides our whole life. Thought has divided us into nations, classes, into religious sects, beliefs, with their dogmas, rituals. Thought has built the churches, Catholic, Protestant, Hindu, and the various Eastern religious structures and propaganda. I think this is irrefutable fact. What is thought? Why has it become such an extraordinarily important factor in our life? Our education, our relationship is based on thought, on image, verbal structure. It is all put together by thought. Why is it that thought has become so persistent, continuous, and divisive? In examining why thought has become so extraordinarily important, we have also to go into the question of consciousness. Consciousness is filled with thought and the things of thought. Whether it is conscious or unconscious, deep down it is still the movement of thought, from the past, meeting the present, and creating the future. All that is the movement of thought. Movement implies time. Thought implies measurement. So thought is a movement, time, and measure. What is the process of thought? What is the nature and the structure of thought? That is our life. We act, we live according to certain patterns laid down by thought, consciously or unconsciously, deep down. It seems extraordinarily important to understand thought because thought has divided people, nationally, geographically, according to their beliefs, according to their dogmas. Thought has built up the whole memorial structure as the me and the you, the ego, the personality, and so on. We are trying to find out if there is another consciousness that is not put together by thought and, therefore, we must examine this consciousness as we know it, which is filled with the things of thought. What is the source of thinking? Why is thinking, thought, fragmentary? From where does thought come? What is the nature of consciousness, and why is that consciousness filled with all this movement of thought? One must discover for oneself what is the beginning of thought. Isn't thought a reaction of memory? Memory is knowledge stored up as experience. There is an experience, knowledge of that experience as memory, and the response of that memory is thinking. So the source of thinking is in the past. So thought springs from the past. If you examine it, all our lives are based in the past, our roots are in the past. Knowledge is the past, there is no knowledge of the future, or of the present. There is knowledge of the present only when there is a complete understanding of what the structure and the nature of the past is, and ending it. So thought is the response of the movement from the past. The past is stored up in the brain as experience and knowledge. And why is thought fragmentary? Why has thought built divisions between people as Christians, Buddhists, communists, socialists, capitalists, believers and non-believers, and so on? Is there an action that is not based on thought, that is not divisive, that is not fragmentary, in which there is no regret, pain, sorrow? The fragmentary process is seen in our daily life as the me and the you, we and they, the Christian, the non-Christian, and so on and so on and so on. That fragment of thought may think there is God, but God then is still the product of a fragment. Thought has filled our consciousness with its own fragments, and then thought says, I must go beyond this fragment, I must find enlightenment, I must find God, I must find truth, I must find nirvana, whatever you like to call it. A fragment is trying to understand that which is whole, that which is sane, healthy, holy. The word whole implies all that. So the fragment has been trying to grasp or come upon that which is whole. So it meditates, it controls, it tries to follow a system in order to arrive at that, but it is still the movement of time as a fragment in measure. So why is thought a fragment? Why has it become a fragment? Why has thought divided you and me, we and they, the Buddhist, communist, socialist? Can thought see the whole? Can thought see itself as a fragment? Or can it never see itself, see its own limitation, see its own fragmentary movement and, therefore, never see the whole? Now leave it there for the moment and we will come to it in a different way. Does one realize, see that one's consciousness is its content? The content of consciousness makes consciousness. If you are a Christian, the content of your consciousness, all the beliefs, the dogmas, the rituals, the reactions, the attachments, the anxieties, the fears, the sorrows, the aspirations, the images which you have built about yourself and about others, all your conclusions, your prejudices, all that is the content of your consciousness. It is so. So your consciousness is made up of the things it contains. And the content of consciousness is filled by the things of thought, your scholastic knowledge, the knowledge of your own experiences, prejudices, and so on. So your consciousness is fragmentary. And within that area we are trying to find reality, truth, by expanding it, trying to go beyond it. Are you just accepting my words or are you observing for yourself, watching the content of your own consciousness, and seeing that it is filled with all the things that you have accumulated? Not only the things you have accumulated, but what the past generations have accumulated, the traditions, the manner of behaving. All that is your consciousness, and because it is fragmentary and, therefore, divisive, it must always be in conflict. Thought realizes this and then says to itself, I must go beyond it, through meditation, through control, through suppression, through various forms of enlarging consciousness. This is the game we are playing all the time, holding on to our content, and trying to go beyond it. So thought cannot see the whole, because it is fragmentary. If thought could see the whole, it would be the whole, it would not make an effort to be the whole being healthy, not divisive, sane, and holy. But it is not. Now, the observer is fragmentary, it says, I am conscious of the limitations of my thought. That observer is the past, and the past, which is fragmentary, makes every action fragmentary. The past is the knowledge, experience, all the things that human beings have gathered together for centuries and centuries. And we think the ascent of man lies through knowledge. One questions whether knowledge is the instrument of ascent, although various professors and experts say knowledge is the way because knowledge is the past. The movement of thought is time, and we think time will make us progress, evolve, grow, but time is also fragmentary. There are two kinds of time: physical, chronological time by the watch, yesterday, today, and tomorrow, and the psychological time of I will be, a psychological tomorrow, where I shall be able to achieve enlightenment, where I will be perfect. But is there psychological time at all, or is it still the invention of thought? We are trying to find out if there is an action that is not based on the past and, therefore, divisive. Is there an action that is complete, whole, not caught in the net of time? After seeing the action, the movement that is going on in the world, and in ourselves, which is the world, one wants to find out if there is an action not based on a conclusion, because conclusion is the movement of thought, action that is not based on an ideal, which is again fragmentary, action not based on a prejudice, an action that is every moment whole, complete, so that in that action there are no regrets, no sorrows, no pain. Don't you want to find such an action? We live with action that is painful, in which there is always uncertainty, regrets, I wish I hadn't done that. One knows the action that brings regret, pain, sorrow, confusion, and so on, and one wants to find out if there is an action that is whole and, therefore, complete, into which none of the regrets, or the poisonous movements, enter. I think this is what whatever is intelligent in a human being demands, and not being able to find it, one invents an outside agency. If I can reach God, then I will know complete action. He will never reach God because God is his own invention. So we are going to find out if there is an action that is whole, sane, healthy, rational and, therefore, holy. Why has thought invented an ideal? The ideal is the opposite of what is. The ideal is in the future, and what is actual. One does not know how to deal with the actual, how to understand it, how to go beyond it and, therefore, not being able to understand it, one projects an ideal, which is fictitious, which is not actual. So there is the division between what is and the ideal and, hence, conflict. Thought, being fragmentary, is not capable of understanding what is actually in the present. It thinks it will understand by creating an ideal and trying to follow that ideal and, therefore, it brings more and more conflict. But if one is capable of looking at the present, the actual, the what is, without the principle, without the ideal, without the observer, who is the past, then one meets the actual. Can one look at what is without a prejudice, without prejudgment? Can you look at what is without the observer, who is the past? Say you are envious of people, how do you look at that envy? Are you looking at it as an observer who is different from envy? You look at it as though you are separate from envy, but the fact is that you are envy. You are not the observer who is different, the observer himself is that. So the observer is the observed. Please, this is really very important to understand. When you have grasped the truth that the observer is the observed, then that which is observed undergoes radical change. What prevents a radical change of what is the interference of the observer, who is the past. To understand this removes all conflict. We are educated to conform to the division of the observer and the observed, and the observer is always trying to do something about the observed. He says, I am envious, I will find it reasonable to be envious. If I am not envious, what will happen in society? I suppress it, rationalize it, or justify it, which are all a process of conflict. Out of that conflict we have all kinds of violence. But the actual fact is that the observer is the observed. And, therefore, the division ends. When there is only observation of the fact undergoes radical transformation. So can one live a life in which there is no conflict whatsoever? That is to be perfectly sane. It is the unbalanced, the insane, who are always in conflict. So one wants to find a way of living in which there is no conflict, in which thought, which is the movement in time as measure, which creates division, can realize its own limitation and function where it is absolutely necessary, and not enter into the psychological field at all. Thought has built the psyche, the psychological states, which is me, my ego. And thought is fragmentary, therefore, what it has created, the me, is fragmentary. Then thought says, I must integrate with the whole, which is an impossibility. So can thought realize, itself, that it is a fragment, and that whatever movement it makes must be fragmentary? Can it realize that there is an action that is not fragmentary, which can only take place when the observer is the observed, and that in that which is undergoes a radical change? Our consciousness is filled with the things of thought and, therefore, our consciousness is fragmentary. Is there a consciousness that is not fragmentary, and can thought find it? Is there a consciousness that is not put together by thought? We have divided the universe as the me and the you, we and they, good and evil. We have divided it, that is, thought has divided it. And then thought says to itself, is there a consciousness that is not put together by me? Now how are you, a human being, going to find out if there is a consciousness that is not put together by thought? Man has tried this for millennia. It isn't just now that we are trying it. He has said there must be another consciousness that is not this kind of consciousness. And so he says, I must control thought, there must be a system by which thought can be controlled, and then when thought is controlled, held, perhaps I will know what the other is. And this is the whole basis of meditation, control thought. But he doesn't ask who the controller is. The controller is still thought. So, to find out, to come upon that which is not put together by thought, we have to understand the place of thought as knowledge, and where thought has no place whatsoever, without suppressing it. Thought has a place as knowledge in our daily, superficial activities, driving a car, working in a factory, writing. It is only possible to give knowledge its right place when you have understood the whole nature of thinking. The psyche, the me, has been put together by thought, my virtue, my temperament, my desires, my ambitions, my peculiar idiosyncrasies, my experience as opposed to your experience. Those are all the result of thought. Thought as knowledge has its right place, but it has no place in the psyche. That means, can the mind, can this whole structure of the psyche cease to be? Then only is there a totally different kind of consciousness, which you will never find through meditation. All the things that thought has put together is reality. But thought has not put together the mountain or the tree, and that is also a reality. All the gods, all the rituals, all the mischief that is being made in the world by thought, is a reality, war is a reality, killing people is a reality, the violence, the brutality, the callousness, the destruction, is a reality made by thought, put together by thought. The mountains, the trees, the rivers, the beauty of the sky, is a reality but it is not put together by thought. Belief is a reality put together by thought but it is neurotic. The neuroticism is a reality. And truth is not reality. Thought can never touch truth. Then what is the relationship between truth and reality? We have examined the nature of thought. We said thought is a material process, matter, because it is stored up in the brain, part of the cell, which is matter. So thought is a material process in time, in movement. And whatever that movement creates is reality, the neurotic as well as the so-called fragmentary are realities. The actual is a reality, like the microphone. And nature is also a reality. So what is truth? Can thought, which is fragmentary, which is caught up in time, mischievous, violent, find truth, truth being the whole, that which is sacred, holy? And if it cannot find it, then what is the relationship of thought, of reality, to that which is absolute? You know, all this demands meditation. This is real meditation, not the things imported into this country by the gurus. Can consciousness, which is its content, ever expand to include consciousness of truth? Or does this consciousness of the psyche, the me with all its content, have to end before the perception of what is truth? One has to find out what is the nature of the psyche, which has been put together by thought. What is me, the vanity, the arrogance, the desire to achieve, to become successful, to which one clings so desperately? What is the nature of it? How has it come about? Because if that exists, the other cannot be. If I am egotistic, as long as that psychic center exists, truth cannot possibly be, because truth is the whole. So how is the mind being all the senses, the emotions, the memories, the prejudices, the principles, the ideals, memories, experiences, the totality of that, which is the psyche, which is the me, how is that to end and yet act in this world? Is that possible? To find that out one must go very deeply into the question of fear, the very complex problem of pleasure, and the question of sorrow and whether sorrow can ever end. Man has lived with sorrow for millennia upon millennia. He hasn't been able to end it. And one must also go into the question of what is death and love. Because all that is the matrix of the me. So this is a very, very serious affair, it is not just a thing to be played with. One must give one's whole life to understand this. To live in this world completely, sanely, without the psyche, not escape, not go off into some monastery or commune, but to live here, in this mad, insane, and murderous world where there is so much corruption, where politics are divorced from ethics. To live in this world sanely, without the psyche, the me, is a tremendous challenge. That requires a mind that can think meticulously, correctly, objectively, having all the senses fully awakened, not drugged by alcohol, speed, and all the rest of it. You must have a very healthy mind, and when it is drugged or smoking, drinking, you do not have a healthy mind. All that destroys the mind, makes the mind dull. Oh hi, April 4, 1976 3. If one single human being understands radically the problem of fear and resolves it, not tomorrow or some other day but instantly, he affects the whole consciousness of mankind. That is a fact. As we have said, your consciousness is not your private property, it is the result of time, of thousands of incidents, experiences, that are put together by thought. That consciousness is in constant movement. It is like a stream, a vast river of which you are a part. So there is no particularization, and if you go into it very deeply, there is no individuality. You may not like that, but look at it. Individual means an entity who is undivided, indivisible, who is not fragmented, who is not broken up but is a whole being. But most of us, unfortunately, are fragmented, broken up, divided, like the rest of the world, unhappy, concerned, confused, miserable, aching, frightened. So we are going together to explore the question of fear and whether it can end. We are sharing it together. Fear can be very little or an enormous burden. There is fear of losing a job, fear of not being successful, fear of death, fear of not being loved, fear of loneliness, isolation, fear of deep insecurity, the fear of being dependent, fear of not doing the right thing, or the fear of following the rest of the crowd, or being left behind. You know what fears are. Man has never been able psychologically to be free of fears. Fear has burdened his mind, darkened his outlook. He does not know how to deal with these fears, therefore, he escapes from them into violence, brutality, arrogance, bitterness. What is the root cause of fear? Please look into yourself. Use the words as a mirror to discover your own fear, and as you observe, find out the root of it, not the branches, the leaves, the trivialities of fear, but the fundamental cause of fear. Because if there is fear psychologically, inwardly, every action becomes distorted, and there is no meticulous, clear observation. What is the root of fear? Is it not being able to find complete security, psychologically, inwardly? Complete, total certainty, security. Is it that we are seeking permanency, something that will endure, that will last, that is final? Is there the uncertainty of not being? First let us see if there is security psychologically, because we may be seeking psychological security and, therefore, creating insecurity in the outward world. What is security, psychologically, inwardly? What do we mean by being secure, having firm, certain, enduring, unshakable, immovable, security so that nothing can shake it, break it down? Is that what you are seeking in relationship between each other? Having complete knowledge and depending on that knowledge to give us stability? That means seeking permanency, something that nothing can change and, therefore, eternity in the sense of putting an end to time. So, is time one of the factors of fear? There is time by the watch, time as yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Chronological time is necessary, it is there. Is there psychological time? Is there for me, for you, psychologically, tomorrow? If there is not, there is immense fear. If you are confronted with the fact that there is no tomorrow psychologically, your whole foundation is shaken, because tomorrow you are going to have greater pleasure, tomorrow you will be better, tomorrow you will achieve, tomorrow you will get rid of your fear. So psychologically, is there tomorrow? Tomorrow means time. Tomorrow implies thought, which is in itself fragmentary. It has created psychological time, in which you will move from what is to what should be. So is time a factor of fear? Time exists, but is there time at all psychologically, to make an effort to be something? Or, is fear of not being? What is this everlasting demand for self-expression, the me expressing itself, the me and the you, the I, the ego? Tackle this, because it is your life, and if you understand this and are free of fear, you open the door to heaven. What is this me that says, I must be, I must meditate, I must find God, I must realize, I must be happy, I am lonely, I must be successful, I am frightened, I must be told. Is it not the name, Mr. So-and-so, the form being the body that you see in the mirror, and all the associated memories, all the concepts about yourself, the image about yourself, the image that says, I am much better than you are? Are they not all put together by thought? Thought itself is a fragment, and the activity of that fragment is not only the me, but the fragments it has created all round you, separate nations, separate classes, wars, the whole of that. And thought is a material process in time. Thought is the response of memory, experience, knowledge, stored up in the brain. So the me to which we cling is fictitious. That may be the root cause of fear, clinging to something that is non-existent. So, there is the fictitious, imagined me, a picture, a symbol, an idea, an image, put together by thought and time, which is a material process, measurement. And that me, being uncertain of its very existence, deeply, in the very depths of one's being, may be the deep fundamental cause of fear. That doesn't mean that if you have no me you cannot live in this world. On the contrary. Now can you look at the movement of time? Time is movement. The ending of that movement is putting a stop to time. That is one of the major factors of meditation, so that time comes to an end, psychologically. So deep-rooted fear is the movement of thought and time, which is a material process, which has created an artificial structure called the me, and having created it clings to it. Thought clings to a fragment that it has created, and thought itself is a fragment. There is fear in relationship, because in relationship we have created the image of you and me. The man and the woman each has an image of the other, a picture, a symbol, put together by time, of many days, many years, or an hour. And their relationship is between these two images. Look into it and you will see the actuality of it. We cling to the picture, to the image, and we are frightened of losing that image. So we are forced to look at each other totally differently if there is no image. We have described in words the nature, the quality, the structure, of this thing called fear. Now, knowing that the description is not the described, can you look not at the description but at the fact? Can you look at it? That is, can you observe it? It is very important to learn how to observe. There is an art in observation. Art means putting things in their proper place, putting everything where it belongs. Can you observe this thing called fear? Are you, the observer, different from the thing observed? When you are angry, or envious, or jealous, or whatever it is, are you different from that feeling which we have named as jealousy? Or you are jealousy? So the observer is the observed. To put it differently, is the thinker different from his thought? Or again differently, is the experiencer different from the experience? If he is not different, then why do you seek experiences? If there is no difference between the observer and the observed, then there is only the observed. Then there is only thinking, not the thinker different from thought. You want experiences. You are bored with the experiences that you have had already, the daily experiences of sex, this, that, and the other, so you want other experiences, experience of God, experience of enlightenment, experience of Jesus, experience of Krishna consciousness. And you have never asked who the experiencer is, and whether he is different from the experienced. You want to experience Krishna consciousness, or the consciousness of Jesus, or something else, but to experience that, you must recognize it, mustn't you? That means you have already known it. Therefore, the experiencer is the experienced. So can you look at fear without the observer? Because you are the fear, fear isn't different from you. When you are angry, is that anger different from you? If you say it is different, then you try to control it, then you try to rationalize it, then you try to do something about it. But if the observer is the observed, you can't do anything about it, you are that. So observe fear without the observer. One realizes in observing that fear is not different from the observer. When the observer is the observed, there is fundamental change in that which is observed. When there is division between the observer and the observed, in that division there is conflict. I say I must get rid of it, I must control it, or ask why should I not have fear, why should I not have neurotic actions out of those fears? There is always contradiction, division, and, therefore, conflict, which is a wastage of energy. It is a wastage of energy when there is conflict, trying to control, running away, going to somebody to tell me how to get rid of fear. All those are factors of wasting energy. If you don't waste energy, and that only takes place when the observer is the observed, then you have that immense energy to transform what is. The very observation is the energy which transforms that which is. Get this, and then you will see that you are completely free from psychological fears. If you have listened with all your heart and your mind, then when you get up you are free of fear. That means you have listened. That means it is your problem and it is absolutely necessary to solve it, not tomorrow, but instantly. That is, when you perceive something, then you act instantly, and that perception is only possible when the perceiver is the perceived, because there you have total energy. Total observation is only possible when there is no observer, the observer being the past. When there is that total attention given to observation, that which is observed undergoes a fundamental transformation. Got it? Do it. Oh hi, April 10th, 1976. 4. Why does the human mind pursue pleasure? We are not saying that there should not be pleasure, but we are going to investigate into the nature of pleasure because apparently human beings are everlastingly committed to pleasure. Why is there this great demand for pleasure, the easiest way of action, the most comfortable way of living, the pursuit not only of physical, sensory pleasures, but psychological pleasures? And the ultimate pleasure is God, enlightenment. What is pleasure? It may be the other side of the coin of fear. Most human beings disregard fear, do not know how to deal with fear, and pursue pleasure constantly. Through culture, through tradition, through our habits, the environment, and so on, part of our brain has become mechanistic. Is pleasure mechanistic? Is it the repetition of a certain delight of yesterday, either sexual or otherwise, which becomes a memory, and we pursue the memory as pleasure? We are concerned with the transformation of the human mind. We cannot live as we are living. There must be a radical change in our minds, in our hearts, in our whole way of living, and so it is very important to find out why we human beings have been caught in this everlasting pursuit of pleasure. Now look at it. Yesterday there were some delightful incidents, something that you liked immensely happened. That is registered in the brain, it becomes a memory. Then thought says, I must have more of that. It is the repetition of an incident which is over, which was considered pleasure by thought, the pursuit of it today and tomorrow. That is mechanistic, mechanical, obviously. What is the difference between pleasure, enjoyment, and joy? There are three things: pleasure, enjoyment, and joy. You can cultivate pleasure, taste, all sensory activities. Can you cultivate enjoyment? Or can you cultivate joy? Joy comes uninvited, by some curious chance. You find yourself suddenly, extraordinarily, unspeakably happy. Then thought takes it over and says, I must have more of it. So the moment thought interferes with that thing called joy, which is uninvited, it becomes pleasure. Therefore, it becomes mechanistic. So that is our life, a way of living, that is constantly repetitive, constantly going over something that is already dead, making it live through thought and pursuing that as pleasure. You can look at something beautiful, the trees and the clouds and the light. But when thought comes in and says, that was a most lovely thing, it is already finished. So can you watch the beauty of nature, the beauty of this world, with all your senses and not let thought come in? Then enjoyment is completely for the moment, but when thought takes it over, it becomes pleasure and it becomes mechanistic. Please, this requires a mind with a tremendous sense of alertness, watchfulness, awareness. Experiment with it now as we are talking. Look at the trees, the sunlight, the beauty of the hills, the shadows, the playing of those shadows among the hills, the valleys. It is a delight. Can you watch it without thought coming into it, and end it there, not wanting to continue it? What has continuity becomes mechanistic. In that which has an ending, there is a new beginning. Got it? Now, you had an insight into this, didn't you? Please, watch it carefully. You had an insight, is that insight the product of thought? So you have found something. That is, when there is an insight and action through insight, it is not mechanistic. Insight or intelligence is not the product of thought, it is non-mechanistic action. Whenever thought takes over the moment of delight, it becomes mechanistic. You saw that. The perception of that is intelligence, isn't it? Can you act always according to that intelligence, not according to the repetitive movement of thought? Do you see the difference? So we see the movement of pleasure, based upon desire, desire being sensation. To watch the trees, the clouds, the heavens, and the stars and the moon, is a tremendous sensation if you watch it with all your senses. Then thought comes in. So where there is sensation plus thought there is a desire. That is, the sensations, the activity of the senses at their highest, plus thought, is desire. Do you see that? How do you see it? You see it because your intelligence is observing it. That intelligence is not the product of thought. Have you considered why human beings suffer, both biologically as well as inwardly, why there are tears? What is this suffering, this sorrow? Can it ever end, or is it an everlasting movement from the beginning of mankind to our end? Must man put up with it, live with it? Organized religions, based on authority and belief, have never solved this problem. Christianity says somebody suffered for you, and you carry on. Hindus and the Buddhists have their own explanations. So man has lived with sorrow from the most ancient days. Can sorrow end? If there is no ending to sorrow, there is no compassion, there is no love. We think suffering is necessary, or we think there is no solution to suffering, therefore, we must escape from it. And we have developed a marvelous network of escapes. What is sorrow? There is this thing called sorrow, which is pain, grief, loneliness, a sense of total isolation, no hope, no sense of relationship or communication, total isolation. Mankind has lived with this great thing and perhaps cultivated it because he does not know how to resolve it. We are going to find out if there is an end to sorrow, because without the ending of sorrow there is no love. When there is love will you suffer for another? When there is love will there be sorrow? You might have sympathy, kindliness, generosity, sharing, but love is something totally different, a different dimension, which one can come upon only when sorrow ends. There is sorrow when someone dies whom you love. You feel utterly lonely when you have lost someone upon whom you have depended. When you feel that you cannot climb the ladder of success, when someone whom you think you love does not return it, when your beliefs, in which you have false security, are shattered, when your mother or father dies, or son or brother dies, there is sorrow. What actually takes place when you suffer? Not biologically, physiologically, but psychologically, which is much more penetrating, much deeper, much more excruciating. You may shed tears, escape from it, never look at it, but it is always there. Sorrow is the lot of human beings, everyone knows it. We escape from it, rationalize it, justify it, or say that every human being suffers so I must suffer. Or if you are prejudiced religiously, you say it is the work of God. Now all those are ways and means of escaping from the fact of what is, which is sorrow. Now if you don't escape, that is, if there is no rationalizing, no avoiding, no justifying, just remaining with that totality of suffering, without the movement of thought, then you have all that energy to comprehend the thing that you call sorrow. If you remain without a single movement of thought, with that which you have called sorrow, there comes a transformation in that which you have called sorrow. That becomes passion. The root meaning of sorrow is passion. When you escape from it, you lose that quality which comes from sorrow, which is complete passion, which is totally different from lust and desire. When you have an insight into sorrow and remain with that thing completely, without a single movement of thought, out of that comes this strange flame of passion. And you must have passion, otherwise you can't create anything. Out of passion comes compassion. Compassion means passion for all things, for all human beings. So there is an ending to sorrow, and only then you will begin to understand what it means to love. So one has to have an insight into fear, insight into relationship, insight into the whole structure and nature of thought, thought that breeds fear, that pursues pleasure, and into the ending of sorrow. If you have an insight into all that, you have that intelligence that transforms your mechanistic activity into something totally non-mechanistic. Don't go away and think about it. You have no time. When you think about what has been said, then your thinking becomes traditional, mechanistic, and empty, but as you are sitting there, sharing this thing, it is happening now. It must happen now, otherwise it will not ever happen, because thought will prevent it. Thought has no insight. Have an insight into what we have pointed out, knowing the description is not the described, and it must take place instantly, now. Thinking about it is just a waste of time. When you are sharing something, you are sharing it now. Oh hi, April 11th, 1976. 5. We have loaded the word love with so much meaning, mostly sensual. Using that word, knowing all the complications of that word, the meaning of that word, we must explore together the structure and the nature of that thing called love. Is love desire or pleasure? What is desire and how does it arise? How does it flower? What is the root of it? How does it come into being? Apparently for most of us love is intimately connected with desire, sexually, psychologically, biologically, and spiritually. The objects of desire vary, but the root of desire is the same. So how does desire come into being in each one of us? Religions based on belief, religions of authority, which are not religion at all, have said that to serve God you must be free of desire. So the monks, the Indian sannyasis, try to suppress desire, and in the process of repression identify themselves with an image, with a name, and thereby think they have solved the problem. They are burning inside with desire, but they suppress it through rituals, through discipline, through every form of conformity, effort. This has been a great problem for human beings who are very serious to find out if there is truth, because desire breeds illusion. Desire breeds experiences, and when you cling to an experience, that becomes an illusion. We have identified love with desire. Is not desire sensation, that is, the activity of the senses, plus thought? Sensations plus thought is desire. Is that fact or just a statement of an idea? Can you look at something with all your senses completely? And in that looking end it and not let thought come into the activity of sensation? That is, when you look at the trees, the mountains, the face of a human being, the endless movement of the sea, with all your senses, all your eyes and ears and nerves, can you look at it completely and not allow thought to come in, to interfere with it? Then your perception is whole, whereas when thought interferes with that perception, it becomes fragmentary. So desire is fragmentary. Unfortunately, or fortunately, it is up to you. We have identified desire with that thing called love. Is love desire? Is love attachment? When you are attached to something you are that. When you have totally identified with something, you are that. Why is there this urge to identify, to be attached? Why is one human being attached to another? Does not attachment breed fear, fear of losing what one is attached to? Being attached, you may become jealous, frightened, anxious, which are obvious phenomena. You are attached because of your own insufficiency, loneliness. And so out of your own insufficiency, loneliness, a sense of lacking, you cling to another. So is attachment love? Where there is attachment there must be exploitation. And we use that word love to cover up all this. And is love jealousy? None of these things exist as attachment when you have understood that that emptiness in yourself can never be filled by something else. You have to look at it. You have to not escape from it, observe it totally. Then you will see that loneliness goes completely away. Then there is not that lonely attachment. Then perhaps one will know what love is. In attachment there is fear, there is anxiety, there is hate, all the conflicts in relationship, and where there is conflict can there be love? Where there is ambition, can there be love? When you strip yourself of ambition, anxiety, attachment, and understand deeply the meaning and the significance of pleasure and desire, then you perhaps come upon that strange thing called love. And out of that comes compassion. Compassion is the highest form of intelligence. When you have compassion and, therefore, intelligence, you will do the right thing at the right moment. I hope you are following, not verbally, but actually in your hearts, in your minds, doing it. And there is the question of what death is. It is rather strange to talk about it on a lovely morning, but it is part of life. Not to go into the full meaning of that word, and know what it implies, to shut ourselves away from it, to escape from it, to avoid it, not to talk about it, is to divide life, which is a total movement. We must go into this question. Not only for the aged, but also for the young, we are all involved in this. So what does living mean, and what does dying mean? What do we mean by living, our daily living? An effort, a struggle, a conflict, pleasure, anxiety, uncertainty, fear of losing a job, or having a job, trying to get a better job, and so on, constant struggle, constant effort, fear, anxiety, with occasional joy. This is our life, if you are honest about it. This is our everyday existence. To that endless struggle we cling, and say that is living. And what then is dying? The ending of this so-called living? Is it a biological ending? Or the ending of this immense stream which man has created of conflict, sorrow, pain, anxiety? Please, it is your life we are talking about, not a description of the speaker's life, or somebody else's life. It is your life, your daily life with which we are concerned. Unless there is a radical transformation in that daily life, we are going to create more and more misery for ourselves and for other human beings, which is actually what is going on. So what is dying? There is a biological death through accident, through disease. And the body, the organism, wears itself out and comes to an end. The body has its own intelligence, but we have destroyed that intelligence through drink, through drugs, through constant effort, battle. Through various drugs and chemicals, medicines, we have destroyed that innate intelligence of the organism, and so the body dies by constant strain, usage. Is it possible for the organism, this biological instrument with its brain, never to deteriorate? Our brain as it gets older deteriorates. Can the brain be young all the time and not deteriorate? When there is constant friction, constant effort, constant struggle, biologically as well as psychologically, the brain must deteriorate. Is there a way of living without effort and so the brain is always young, fresh, active, decisive? It is possible. Is one aware daily of the constant battle in oneself, trying to be something, trying to imitate, trying to conform, becoming the ideal, which is the mechanical process? Do you know, are you conscious that you are doing this? Don't ask how to stop it, how to break the mechanical routine, but be aware of it without any choice. Just look at it, because if you introduce an effort you have already destroyed it. Can you observe without any choice the mechanical movement of the brain, or rather one part of the brain that has been cultivated for centuries upon centuries to act mechanically? Just be aware of it, not try to correct it, not try to alter it, because from trying to alter it comes conflict. As we said, where there is duality, difference between the observer and the observed, there must be conflict. When there is no observer but merely observation, then there is no conflict. If you are totally aware during the day of all the mechanical movement, the ways of your thinking, desire, then you will find at night when you go to sleep, in spite of what all the scientists say, there are no dreams. The mind, the brain is quiet because all your problems, all your activities have been dissolved during the day, if you are attentive, are watchful, aware. Then when you go to sleep there is peace. The brain may be in movement but it is a quiet movement, it is not an agitated, anxious movement. Therefore, the brain brings order in itself, so the brain becomes young, fresh. It cannot be young and fresh and decisive if there is any form of hurt. When it is free of hurt, the brain has no resistance. Apart from the biological ending of the organism, what is death? What is it that you are so frightened of? Is it the ending of your experiences? The ending of your knowledge? The ending of all the things that you are attached to, psychologically? Biologically, when death takes place, whatever you are attached to does end. You are not going to carry your house, your furniture, your books, and even your gurus, the Catholic guru, or the Protestant guru, or the Indian guru, with you. So what is it that human beings are so dreadfully frightened of? They are frightened of something ending, of ending psychologically, inwardly. And knowing it is going to end, we want comfort, so we say there must be a continuity. The ancient Hindus said there is a continuity, which is called reincarnation. They said you will be reborn next life according to what you have done in this life. If you have behaved properly, decently, morally, in the next life you are going to be better, and through a series of incarnations, and depending on your behavior, you will ultimately come to the highest principle. That is a very comforting theory, and millions believe in that. The Buddhist attitude is that life is a constant flux, a constant movement, and when that manifests, an enclosure takes place which becomes the you, the me, which through time, through constant movement, undergoes change. And of course the Christians have their own belief in the resurrection, they believe that their own deity woke up from death physically. We are saying something entirely different. Please listen, because you will see, if you really understand this thing, that there is a timeless movement, a timeless state. First, we said, the world is you, and you are the world. All human beings, radically, basically, are afraid, anxious, in sorrow, confused, unhappy, with occasional joy. Psychologically it is a constant movement, wherever human beings are it is the same stream. It is the same stream, therefore, you are the world and the world is you. That is a fact. You may have different temperament, different gifts, capacities, idiosyncrasies, but those are the responses of the culture in which you have lived. But the basic stream is the same. Therefore, there is no individuality. Individuality implies a wholeness, an indivisible entity, and you are not that indivisible entity. You are divided, broken up, therefore, you are not actually an individual, indivisible. You become totally individual in the complete sense of that word when you are whole, in which there is no fragmentary action. The word whole means healthy, sane, holy. You are the world and the world is you, and you are caught in that constant stream. But sorrow can be ended, fear can be ended, not tomorrow, actually now, then you are out of that stream, not you, there is a manifestation, which is out of that stream or freed from that stream, because that stream is time. That stream is time. So you have to find out whether time has a stop. Time has a stop when there is no longer the movement of that stream. That stream is fear, that stream is conflict, that stream is sorrow, and all the confusion man has built through thought. So that is the stream of time. When there is an ending to that stream, time has stopped, therefore, there is a totally different dimension. So the thing that we are afraid of losing when death takes place is the structure that thought has built as me, the form, the name, and the attachment to the form and to that name, which are pain, pleasure, anxiety. All that is the me, the you. You can say there is a higher me, but that is still the product of thought. So that movement in which human beings are caught is the movement of time, driven by thought. The greater the volume of that stream, the greater is the volume of thought. And when that stream, which is our consciousness with all its content, comes to an end, then time has a stop and, therefore, there is a totally different dimension. And when you understand this, not verbally, but deeply, and live it daily, and it can be done, then you will see that death has a totally different significance. Oh hi! April 17, 1976. 6. One has been talking for the last 50 years and more, seeing a lot of people, talking over not only their personal problems, but the global problems of human beings, the vast confusion, the misery, the extraordinary lack of clarity. And through all these days and years it becomes more and more clear that unless human beings radically transform themselves, we may destroy not only ourselves but the earth. So it seems to us that there must be a group of people who are utterly serious, who are concerned, not superficially, not adjusting themselves to environment and circumstances, but deeply, and who will live a life that is whole, complete, noble, full of intensity and clarity. Otherwise we waste the short years we have. So we have talked about various things, like the utter lack of relationship between human beings. We have talked about the process of thought as a material movement in time and said that thought is totally inadequate to solve our human problems because thought has created them. Thought cannot solve them because thought is a fragment, a material process and a movement of measure. We also talked about fear and the ending of it, about understanding the whole complex problem of pleasure and of the ending of sorrow, and we talked about love and death. As we are concerned with the very deep problem of existence, we must not put aside the whole question of religion, meditation, and whether there is anything sacred, holy. To hear correctly is an art. To see things as they are is also an art. And to learn, not from others, the whole content of one's human consciousness, which is the result of millennia of human endeavor, human sorrow, human agony, anxiety. It is all there in us. In learning to look at it, to listen to all the content of that consciousness, in the observation of that consciousness, is action. We are going to discuss religion together, because religion is the creative factor of a new culture. If there is no religion, then the culture dies, civilization goes to pieces. Considering what the world is like, with all its brutality, violence, wars, divisions, class hatreds, and so on, which all indicate degeneration of the human mind, it behooves us to discover for ourselves what religion is. Is it a gathering of beliefs? Is it performing rituals, repeating endless words which have really no meaning at all? Is it going on Sunday morning to a church, or to a temple, or to a mosque, and repeating some chant, some words? If one asks oneself seriously, what is the necessity of any belief, of any conclusion? Beliefs, conclusions, divide people. In this little village there are 5 or 6 divisions of Christianity. And throughout the world there is much division brought about by so-called religions, the Hindu, the Buddhist, the Muslim, and the Christian, and their innumerable sects. So what is the importance of any belief at all? Or does belief prevent the understanding of what truth is? Is religion divorced from daily life, or is religion a movement that brings order in our life? If religion is divorced from our daily life, it can only create further confusion, further conflict. To find out the meaning of religion, one must have order in one's life. Our life is confused, contradictory, disorderly, fragmented, broken up. How can such a life have order? Order is not the acceptance of a blueprint. Order comes only when one realizes, is aware fully, without any choice, of one's own confusion, one's own daily disordered life. From awareness without any choice of disorder comes order, that is, from the understanding, from the observation of our daily life, which is disorderly. Such observation is not based on condemnation, rationalization, judgment. From that choiceless awareness comes order, and this order is a living thing, therefore, it is constantly moving. Although to the modern generation, morality means nothing, morality in essence is order. And without order, how can there be clarity? Part of this touches the question of meditation. Without order in one's life, without being totally moral in one's daily activity, how can you even think of meditating? You may sit cross-legged for the rest of your life, for the next 10 incarnations or 1,000,000 incarnations, breathe in a certain way that you have learned in India, but you will never come upon that which is truth because your life is disorderly. Therefore, you must bring order into that life before you even think of meditating. If you meditate without having order, it is a marvelous escape and, therefore, without any significance, without any meaning. Please do realize this. Meditation is the most marvelous thing, but not your kind of meditation. There must be order in our relationship, and that can only exist when there is no fear. Order is not put together by thought. If it is put together by thought, then it will create further disorder. To find, or come upon, that which is most sacred, most holy, there must be a life based solidly on order. And the importance of all meditations is to come upon that silence. Even biologically, physiologically, to see anything clearly, to look at the trees, the light on the leaves, the green grass, and the hills, and to see them clearly, your mind must be quiet, mustn't it? It is so simple, we make it so complex. To see anything clearly, to observe clearly, you must have a quiet mind, mustn't you? If you are chattering, you won't see the tree, you won't see the depth of the shadow, the beauty of a trunk or a limb. You can only see it when your mind is quiet. See the fact of it, the reason of it, the logic of it, that you can see something clearly only when your mind is silent. You cannot hear what somebody else is saying if you are talking to yourself all the time. So if you want to hear somebody clearly, you must be quiet. So silence is absolutely necessary to perceive outwardly and inwardly. The outward and the inward are the same movement, they are not different. It is one unitary movement, but we have divided it as the inner and the outer. By observing the outer clearly, you then discover the inner, and then see that it is one movement. To see this clearly, you must look, observe silently. We are investigating together the meaning and the depth of that thing called religion, to find out if there is anything incorruptible, untouched by thought, which is not an illusion, which is not the projection of one's own desire, or an experience, but something that has never been touched by thought, something totally original. And to come upon that, we said there must be order in daily life, which is the essence of virtue. There are different kinds of silence, aren't there? There is the silence between two noises, is that silence? There is silence between two thoughts, is that silence? There is so-called peace between two wars, is that peace? So what is silence? Is it put together by thought? Is it contrived? Is it something that is manufactured because you understand that if you want to see heaven you must be silent? Then you say, how am I to be silent? Teach me how to be silent. Out of the desire to find out what silence is, people begin to invent systems, methods, ways to come upon that. Now if once you understand this, you will never touch any system, because what is implied in a system and a practice? Repetition, practice, 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 control, make an effort, which is, become mechanical. As we have said, part of our brain has become mechanical. We said thought in its essence is mechanical, because thought is the repetition, or the reaction, of memory. And when you already live a life that is mechanical and try to go beyond that mechanical life by introducing another mechanical process, which is systems, methods, practices, you are still mechanical. So when once you see the truth of this, the logic, the reason of this, you will never touch systems, methods, practices. Anything that is contrived, put together by thought, however beautiful, however logical, however ancient, traditional, makes the mind more mechanical and eventually dull. The very seeing of the truth of that ends the demand for systems, methods. If silence is not put together by thought, then what is it? To see clearly you must be silent, to hear clearly the mind must not be chattering. If you see the truth of it, then it happens. You do not have to make an effort to be silent. So what is that which is silent? We will look at it by examining awareness. What is awareness? To be aware. When you are sitting there you are aware of the trees, the shadows, the light on the leaves, the movement of the leaves. The talk is taking place in the open in an oak grove. If you are looking at the tree you are aware of it. Can you look at it without verbalization? Just look without naming it, without giving it a quality, or description, just observe. We never just observe, we look and say, how beautiful, how ugly, how useful, depending on our conditioning. So we never observe things as they are. Now can you observe, see the beauty of this whole land, all the hills, their quietness, their shadows, just observe without any reaction of thought, without any reaction of like and dislike? Just to observe, that is awareness. Be aware of the universe around you, then be aware of the universe inside. The universe inside is much more complex. The universe inside is our whole consciousness. And the consciousness is its content. The universe inside is much more complex, much more subtle, and if one has the energy, the capacity, the intensity, and the clarity, to go into it, there is a tremendous depth in that. So, be aware first of the outer, look at it, and be aware of all your reactions to it, and then go beyond your reactions and observe. Now in the same way go into the universe of yourself, which is your consciousness, with all its content, with its experiences, with its knowledge, with its likes, with its fears, anxieties, sorrow, pain. Be conscious of that enormous content that man has added to for thousands of years, be aware of that. Can one be aware totally? Or must one take one segment after another, one layer after another, one fragment after another? The content of consciousness makes up consciousness. If there is no content there is no consciousness, as we know it. Will you understand the content of consciousness bit by bit? Or is there an understanding of it totally? The content of your consciousness is your conditioning, as a Christian, as a socialist, by the climate, by the food, by all the things that man has done to himself and to others, his identifications, his beliefs. All that is consciousness. To understand that consciousness, will you examine it portion by portion? Or is there a way of looking at it wholly, so that you don't have to take time? There is a way of looking at it wholly, not fragment by fragment. And that is only possible if you understand awareness. So there is awareness of the world outside you, watching your reactions to the world outside you, and observing without reactions the world outside you. And move from the outer to the inner with all the content, which is your consciousness, to observe it. First you will react to it, naturally, I don't like, I like, how beautiful this is, how pleasurable that was, I wish I could keep a little bit of this, and so on and so on and so on. Watch that reaction and then go beyond it. If you go beyond it then, you see the whole content instantly. This is part of meditation, to see the outer actually as it is, not what you wish it to be, the wars, the antagonisms, the hatreds, the innumerable insults and hurts that human beings receive, the sorrow, the pain, the anxiety, the loneliness, lack of love, to observe all that. Then what takes place? Then you will see that energy is being gathered, because there is order and, therefore, there is no wastage of energy. When there is mathematical order in your daily life, there is no wastage of energy. It is only when there is no order that there is wastage of energy. When there is order, there is the accumulation of energy. And with that energy observe the world and yourself, and realize the world out there and here are the same movement. There is the accumulation of energy when there is an observation without the observer. The observer is the past being all your prejudices, your opinions, your conclusions, your traditional responses. The observer is the past and the observer meets the present, the what is, and tries to translate it according to his past conclusions. Right? That gives to the past further movement in time as the future. You are the result of the past. That is a fact. Part of your brain is the result of a series of adventures, happenings, incidents, experiences, as knowledge, and knowledge is always the past. That movement of the past meets the present and translates the present, or modifies the present according to the past and so gives a further movement into the future. The past meeting the present is a movement, the present is also a movement. If the past meeting the present ends there, which means no movement, then time has a stop. So meditation then is bringing about order in life, and thereby gathering great energy, and ending conflict between the observer and the observed, which adds further energy. When there is a division between the observer and the observed there must be conflict. When you are angry, at the moment of anger, at the second of anger, there is no division, but a second later a division takes place. I must not be angry, or, why shouldn't I be angry? Where there is a division, there must be conflict. Conflict with all its violence is a wastage of energy. The gathering of total energy is the beginning of silence. We live confused lives, our consciousness is in turmoil, constantly in battle, constantly choosing, denying, asserting, dominating, being attached. It is in constant struggle, boiling all the time, and that boiling is a wastage of energy. For that turmoil to come to an end is part of meditation. Not by control. The moment you control, who is the controller? Please, go into this yourself. The controller is part of thought. When the controller tries to control thought, that is a wastage of energy. But if you see the truth, that the controller is the controlled, then the conflict comes to an end. That means you have further energy, and this energy is necessary, this complete energy, which is not put together by friction. Friction has its own energy, but this energy that we are talking about is not put together by thought and, therefore, it is not the result of friction. This energy is necessary to come upon that which is sacred, which is the religious mind. Meditation then is the emptying of the content of consciousness, which means the fears, the anxieties, the conflicts in relationship, the ending of sorrow and, therefore, compassion. The ending of the content of consciousness is complete silence. Then that silence is full of energy. It is not vacant silence. It is not a silence that wants something more. So meditation is not the repetition of mantras, not merely sitting down breathing carefully. Meditation must be totally uninvited, not contrived, not put together. Which means there is no measurement. If one has gone that far, no, it is not far or near. If one has done this, then there is that emptiness. Now wait a minute. Scientists say in this emptiness there is energy. We are saying that when there is this meditative process, movement, there is a totally different kind of consciousness of a dimension in which there is all this energy which has been gathered through meditation, order in life. You have total energy, there is total energy. And in that emptiness there is not a thing. There is nothing. Nothing means not a thing. Thing means thought. Thought is a material process. So in that emptiness thought does not exist at all. And, therefore, there is no experiencer who is experiencing this total nothingness. What is beauty? That is also part of our life. Is it the shadow? The line of an architectural building? The painting? The marvelous cultures that exist in the world? The mountains? The running waters? The beautiful face? What is beauty? Does not beauty exist when there is not a center of conflict? When you say, how beautiful it is, what is the feeling behind that? What is the nature, the quality of emotion, the surging of something? Is that beauty? Or is beauty the total absence of the observer? When there is only complete observation, in which there is no choice, no division, there must be this sense of beauty. That may be that which is sacred. Not the beauty of form of a woman or a man. There is the beauty of woman and man, the beauty of a tree, the beauty of a line, of a sheet of water, the running sea, but to find out, or come upon that sense of total absence of anything that is contradictory, something that is whole, complete, sane, rational. Such a mind is a beautiful mind, which is the religious mind. Because there you have total energy embodied. So there is such a thing as something sacred that is not touched by thought, that is not touched or made corrupt by human beings, with their desires and frights and quarrels and mischief. And to come upon that is not only part of meditation, but the ending of sorrow, which is the beginning of wisdom. So wisdom is not learning from books or going to a school. When there is an ending of sorrow in yourself as a human being, then out of that comes wisdom. And when a human being transforms himself, when you transform yourself radically, you are affecting the whole consciousness of mankind. You are mankind, you are the movement of mankind. This is a fact, this is actual. If you change, you affect the world. So it is your tremendous responsibility. We must be very skeptical of all psychological experiences, subjective experiences, because they are most destructive. So meditation implies a life of great order and, therefore, great virtue, morality. And it implies the understanding and the depth of beauty. And it implies the emptying of that consciousness which is you, with all your attachments, fears, hopes, despairs, the emptying of all that by observing. Then you have energy which alone can discover that which is eternal, which has no beginning and no ending. Oh hi, April 18, 1976. The wholeness of life. One wonders, observing what is going on in the world, why there is so much disorder, why man is destroying man. Why is there such enormous expenditure on armaments? Why have people divided themselves into tribal romantic nationalities? Why have the organized religions, the accepted religions, throughout the world, divided themselves? Why is there such division in the world? We are inclined to think that an outside agency has created all this mess, that God, or some other supreme entity, having created man, has let him loose on the earth. What mankind has done is quite incredible and shocking, not only toward other human beings, but also in himself. Why in the world are there so many neurotic people? Why is there this constant battle between man and woman? Why is there this inward disorder, which naturally must express itself in outward disorder? Our lives have produced the society in which we live. Society is not created by some extraordinary events but by the extraordinary lives we lead, not only we, but also past generations. Could we go together into it, think it out together, not only think it out but also go beyond the realm of thought? We have pointed out over and over again that thought is born of memory, memory is the result of knowledge and experience. And thought, therefore, is always limited, for knowledge is everlastingly limited because there can be no complete knowledge about anything. And thought born out of that must also be very, very limited. And the world in which we live, our daily life, our careers, our anxieties, fears, and sorrows, are the result of our thinking, are the product of our daily activity. Could we together look at life as a whole, our education, our occupations, our hobbies, work, and all the travail that exists inwardly, the psychological conflicts, the anxieties, the fears, the pleasures, the sorrows? Could we take all that as a whole and not let thought occupy itself with one particular part, with one particular pattern, or cling to one particular experience, looking at life from only that point of view? Why do we live the way we are living? Why is there so much disorder in the world and in ourselves? Is the world disorder different from our disorder? Why is there disorder outwardly and disorder inwardly? Are they two separate disorders? Or are they one unitary process? The disorder out there is not different from the disorder in me, but rather this disorder is a movement which goes outward and comes inward. It is like a tide going back and forth endlessly. Can we begin to bring about order in our life? Because without order there is no freedom. Complete order, not occasionally or once a week, but in our daily life, not only brings freedom, there is then in that order love. A disordered, confused mind that is in conflict cannot have or be aware of what love is. Can there be absolute order? We are using the word absolute in its right sense, complete, total, not an order that is intellectually brought about, an order that is based on values, not order that is the outcome of environmental pressures, or adaptation to a certain norm, a certain pattern. We are talking about absolute total order in which there is no division as disorder at all. We are asking whether there is an order in which there can never be disorder. Why does our mind, which includes the brain, our emotional responses, sensory responses, and so on, accept and live in disorder? If you observe your own mind, that is, your own life, which is based on your mind, your thoughts, your emotions, your experiences, your memories, regrets, apprehensions, why does that mind, which has all this in its consciousness, accept disorder? Not only the neurotic disorder, the acceptance of disorder and living with disorder, getting used to disorder, but why does the mind have this sense of division, this sense of order and disorder, this constant adjustment? Is this inevitable? Is this our natural state? If it is natural, then one must live with this conflict, in this disorder, from the moment you are born until you die. And if it is unnatural, which obviously it is, what is the cause of it? What is the basis of it? What is the root of all this? Does the basis depend on our particular attitudes, on our particular desires? One wants to find out what is the basis of this disorder, the root of it. To find out, how do we approach it? How do we approach the problem of disorder in order to resolve it totally? What is your approach? Are you approaching to find order out of disorder and, therefore, your approach is already directed? Suppose I am in disorder and I have the desire to bring about order. That very desire dictates what the order must be, whereas if I approach the problem of disorder as though I want to find the root of it, then my direction is not diverted, wasted in various intellectual, verbal, and emotional directions, but my whole attention is directed to the cause of it. So how do you, as a human being, living in this world, both outwardly and inwardly in disorder, approach this. We must be very clear what our approach is. If it is clear, then let us find out together what is the root of disorder. Is it self-contradiction? Is it desire that has created this division in us? Wherever there is division there must be conflict, and conflict means disorder. Conflict is disorder, whether it is minor, or conflict that brings about a great crisis. So is our conflict self-contradiction, saying one thing, doing another, having ideals and always trying to accommodate ourselves to those ideals? Is it our desire to become something? Or is this conflict created by thought? Because thought in itself, as we said, is limited and, therefore, it divides as the outer and the inner, the you and the me. Thought struggles to become something which it is not. Are these constant divisions, becoming, contradicting, conforming, comparing, imitating psychologically, the various expressions of a central cause? So what is the central cause, the root of all this? You are exercising your mind, therefore, you are aware of how you approach the problem, you are aware of your own contradictions, your own conflicts, your own divisions, your own apprehensions. Is one aware of all that? Or is one aware only of a fragment of it, a fragment that demands an immediate response? If I am concerned about my livelihood, I am not concerned about anything else because that is an immediate demand. I need money, food, I have children, responsibility, therefore, my approach to this whole problem will be directed by my desire to have a job. Or if I have been thinking along a certain pattern, along a certain direction, and I am unaware that I am caught in that pattern, then when I approach this question I am always approaching it according to the pattern that my mind has established. Or if I am emotional, romantic, then my approach will be sloppy, not precise, not exact. So one must be very clear for oneself how one approaches this problem, because if we approach it with any pattern at all we shall not be able to solve it. Therefore, is our mind free from patterns? From ideals? From a direction? Are you aware of the confusion of the world, which is becoming worse every day? And of the confusion in us which we have inherited, to which we have added? Of the society in which we live, which is so utterly confused, where there is such great injustice, millions starving and the affluent society, tyranny and democratic freedom to think what you like, to express what you like? Our mind and our consciousness is the consciousness and the mind of the world. Wherever you go man is suffering, anxious, uncertain, lonely, desperate in his loneliness, burdened with sorrow, insecure. Psychologically, you are the humanity, you are not separate from the rest of mankind. The idea that you are an individual with a mind that is specially yours is an absurdity because this brain has evolved through time. It is the brain of mankind, and that brain is part of mankind, genetically, and so on, and so on. So you are the world and the world is you. It is not an idea or a concept, a utopian nonsense, it is a fact. And that mind is utterly confused. And we are trying to discover for ourselves the root of it. What is the cause of these divisions between man and woman, between nation and nation, between one group and another group, these divisions of belief, ideals, concepts, historical conclusions, and materialistic attitudes? Division must inevitably create conflict. That is a fact. Through division we think that there can be security, where there is division as British, French, German, each group holding together as an idea, as a concept, under a flag, they think there is security. And this isolation must inevitably create division. So do we understand very deeply the truth that as long as there is division there must be conflict? Obviously there is no security in this isolation, this seclusion. You can build a wall around yourself as a nation, but that wall is going to be broken down. So what is the cause, the root, of this division? Each human being in the world thinks, lives according to the pattern, that he is separate from another, with his problems, his anxieties, his neurosis, his particular way of thinking. The center of this is the idea that I am separate from you. Now, is that a fact? Is it a fact that we are separate individuals, totally different from another? You may be tall, you may be short, have black hair, white hair, but inwardly are we different? Inwardly we all go through the same, or similar, things. So there is no division psychologically. And as long as we accept that idea that we are separate, you must have conflict and, therefore, division and confusion. You hear a statement like this, that as long as you think you are separate from another human being psychologically, there must be conflict and disorder. That is a fact. When you hear that, do you make an abstraction of it as an idea and then see how that idea can be carried out? Or it is a fact? If it is a fact, then you can do something about it. But if you are merely making an abstraction of that fact into an idea, then we are getting lost, because you have your idea and I have my idea. But it is a common fact upon which we stand as human beings, that as long as there is division inside me and you, there must be conflict and disorder and confusion. But our minds are so conditioned. For thousands of years we have been conditioned by what other people have said to think that we are separate. Religions have said that we are separate, that each individual must save himself. That whole pattern is repeated over and over and over again. Being so conditioned, it is very difficult to accept something which perhaps is true. I am using the word perhaps because I am not being dogmatic, but it is a fact. Going into it analytically with you, if you are willing, with argument, intellectually, reasoning, at the end of it, we come to the same fact. If we want to understand the nature of confusion and the ending of confusion, completely, not relatively, are we aware of this fact? If we are aware, then the question arises, what shall I do? I know I am divided, now how am I to put away this division? Is the fact of this division different from the observer who is observing the fact? I will explain a little. I observe greed. I am greedy. Is that greed which I observe different from me, from the observer who says, I am greedy? Or greed is the observer? Right? So there is no division between the observer who says, I am greedy, and who acts upon greed, saying, I must not be greedy. I must control it. I must suppress it. I must go beyond it. So there is a division, and that division is conflict and, therefore, disorder. But the fact is that the observer who says I am greedy, that observer is greed himself. Have you gone that far? If you have gone that far, then I am asking, is this confusion, this division, different from the observer who is me observing it? Or is this confusion, this division, me? My whole being is that, right? I wonder if you come to that point, otherwise you can't go much further. Please come. This is really important if you can really understand this once and for all as a fact. If you understand it, it will make life totally different, because in that there is no conflict. I will point it out. Suppose I am attached to a person. In that attachment and in the consequences of that attachment are innumerable pains, jealousy, anxiety, dependency, the whole consequence of attachment. In that attachment to the person there is division immediately. Now is that attachment, the feeling of dependence, clinging, holding on to somebody, different from me? Or I am that? I am attachment. If one realizes that, conflict ends. It is so. Not that I must get rid of it, not that I must be independent, detached. Detachment is attachment. If I try to become detached, I am attached to that detachment. So now am I very clear that there is no division. When I say I am attached, I am attachment, I am the state of attachment. Therefore, I have removed completely all conflict, haven't I? Do you realize that? I am that. So me, is confusion. It is not that I realize I am confusion, or that I have been told that I am confusion, but the fact is that I, as a human being, am in a state of confusion. Any action I do will bring more confusion. So I am in a state of total confusion. And all the struggle to overcome it, suppress it, to be detached, all that is gone, all movement of escape has completely come to an end. If it has not, don't move from there. Be free first of all escapes, of all verbal, symbolic escapes, and remain totally with the fact that you are, as a human being, in a state of confusion. Then what has taken place? We are two friends talking this over. This is not therapy or any of that nonsense, or psychological analysis. We are two people talking this over together, saying how we have come to that point, logically, rationally, unemotionally, and, therefore, sanely. Because to be sane is the most difficult thing. So we have come to that point, that is, I am that. What has taken place in the mind? Before, I wasted energy in suppressing, trying to find how not to be confused, going to some guru or someone else. All that I have done is a wastage of energy. Now when there is the realization that I am confused, what has happened? Come with me. My mind then is completely attentive to confusion. My mind is in a state of complete attention with regard to confusion. Right? Therefore, what takes place? When there is complete attention, there is no confusion. It is only when there is no attention that confusion arises. Confusion arises when there is division, which is inattention. Where there is total attention there is no dissipation of energy. When I am saying, how am I to get this total attention, that is a wastage of energy. When you see that where there is confusion it is brought about by inattention, then that very inattention is attention. Now with that attention we are going to examine fear, pleasure, suffering. It is important to be free of fear. The mind has never been free of fear. You may cover it, you may suppress it, you may be unaware of it, you may be so enchanted by the world outside that you are never aware of your own deep-rooted fears. Where there is fear there is no freedom, there is no love, there is discontent. To see this, you must have the capacity to run, not physically but inwardly run, jump, not go step by step like a snail. One sees what fear does in our life. Fear brings darkness to the mind. We are not talking of a particular neurotic fear, but about fear itself. When we understand the root of fear, fear about something particular disappears. If I am afraid of the dark, that is my particular fear and I want that particular fear to be resolved. I am not concerned with the whole field of fear. But if I understand the whole field of fear, the other thing doesn't exist. We are concerned with the whole field of fear. Can that fear be dissolved completely, so that the physical fear and the complex fears of the psyche, the inward fears, dissolve? The physical fears one can deal with fairly simply, but if you are attached to physical fears and are concerned only with resolving the physical fears, then you are attached to that which will then create division and, therefore, conflict. If we understand first the psychological fears, then you can deal with the physical fears, not the other way round. First deal with the wider fear, the depth and the nature and the darkness of fear, then you will yourself resolve the particular physical fears. Don't start the other way, with the physical fear, which is what we all want to do. The psychological fears are far more important, they make us such ugly human beings. When there is fear, we become violent, we want to destroy in the name of God, in the name of religion, in the name of social revolution, and so on, and so on. Now, can we as human beings, who have lived with this fear for a measurable time, be free of it? We have asked that question, now how do you approach the problem of fear? Do you approach it with the desire to resolve it? If you do, you are again separating yourself from the fact of fear. So are you approaching it as an observer who is afraid and wants to resolve it, or do you realize that you are fear? Have you given your total attention to this fact? That you, as a human being, who is the rest of humanity, are frightened, live in fear, consciously or unconsciously, with superficial fears or deep hidden fears. The hidden fear becomes completely open when you are attentive. You are investigating, you are looking at yourself, not agreeing with the speaker is not important. And I mean it, he is not important. What is important is that you walk away without a single shadow of fear. So when you become aware of fear, do you escape from it? Do you try to find an answer for it? Do you try to overcome it? If you do, you are dissipating energy, therefore, you are dividing and, therefore, there is conflict about fear and how to be free of it. All that arises. But if you realize that fear is you, there is no movement to be made. There is no movement to be made, you are that and, therefore, all your attention is directed, is that, in that attention fear is held. It is up to you. You see, as long as we try to overcome, the very overcoming has to be overcome. But if you say, yes, it is a fact and I won't move from that, then the thing dissolves, completely, not relatively, not gone one day and then the next day is full of fears. It is gone when you have given complete attention to it. It is similar with regard to pleasure. Be careful now. We have to be very careful here. I don't know if you have noticed that right from the earliest time of man, one thing that has driven him everlastingly forward is pleasure, the pursuit of pleasure and the avoidance of sorrow. You can see it in the pictures, the paintings, the ancient writings, the symbols. Everything says, pursue this, avoid that. Thought can divide life into fear, pleasure, sorrow, job, but they are all one, aren't they? See what we have done, our mind has been conditioned, accepting, living in this norm of constant pursuit of pleasure. God, if you have that image, is the essence of pleasure. You name it differently, but your urge is to attain that ultimate sublime pleasure so that you will never be disturbed, you will never be in conflict, and so on, and so on, and so on. And we must understand it, not suppress it, not run away from it. Why has pleasure, like sorrow, like fear, become so all-important in life? Do you understand the word sorrow, the suffering of man, the suffering of centuries, war after war, destroying human beings, destroying nature, destroying animals, whales, everything? Man not only suffers but causes suffering. That is part of us, part of our consciousness. And we try to avoid that because we have not solved it. We think the pursuit of pleasure is the main thing, that in that at least we can have something accurate, something real that will go on. So that becomes dominant, and fear, sorrow, anxiety, are all in the background, not only sexual pleasures, but the remembrances, the pictures, and all the rest that goes on in the mind. If you watch it, you see what is happening, that your own minds become full of that. Not the actual act but the whole build-up, and that building up is called love. So pleasure, love, suffering, fear are all entangled, all interrelated. So will you take fear, pleasure, sorrow, separately, one by one? Or will you have the capacity to deal with the whole of it? Our minds are being broken up, so we take one by one, hoping to resolve one by one and come to the end of the breaking up, the fragments. Now how will you deal with the whole of it? Deal with your disorder, pleasure, fear, sorrow as a total movement of life? Not as something separate, but as a whole. Can you do it? That is, can you look at yourself as though it were in a mirror, psychologically, as a whole being? Or can you only look at a part? How do you look at yourself? Can you take your job, your wife and children, your religion, your particular way of thinking, your experiences, your ideas, your intentions, your ambitions, as one unitary movement? That is the only way to solve the whole thing, not through fragments. Now how will a mind, the brain, the emotions, that have been broken up for generations upon generations, approach or realize the totality? Will you approach the whole of life fragmentarily, business first, money first, house first, wife, children, sex, bit by bit? Or can your mind see the whole of existence? Is it capable of that? Or are you striving to see the whole of it? If you are striving to see the whole of it, it is finished, you will never have it, because then you create a division, conflict, confusion. To see that life is one movement, you need really to learn. Learn, not from me. Learn from yourself by observing. Learn to observe the division and see the futility of approaching that. See the obvious fact that you can't through one fragment approach the whole universe. You must have a mind that is capable of receiving the whole universe, and that is possible only when the mind is clear of confusion, fear. Then there is no shadow of division, as the me and you, my country, your country, my dogma, and so on. That means, when there is complete freedom then there is the perception of the whole. And from that comprehension, from that intelligence, one can act in the world, to get a job, to get no job, to do anything. But now we approach it as parts and we are creating havoc in the world. Why does the mind live in time? It has evolved in time. The present mind that we have has evolved through thousands of years. And that is normal and healthy, obviously. But we are asking why time has become so important psychologically, inwardly. Please ask yourself. Is it because we are always avoiding what is in order to become something else, moving from this to that? Psychologically I am this, but I should not be this but that. Psychologically I am unhappy, but I must be happy. The must or will or shall be is the movement of time. So the mind is caught in time because it is always moving away from this, from what is. It will change in time, I will be good, give me time. That is like developing a muscle. Your muscle may not be sufficiently strong but if you keep on doing something to strengthen it, it will become strong. With the same mentality we say, I am this, I will be that, so give me time. But will what is be changed through time? When I have great anxiety, can that anxiety be changed through time? That is, will I become, or be in, a state where I have no anxiety? See what I have done? I have anxiety, I have projected a state of not being anxious, and to arrive at that state I must have time. But I never ask if this anxiety I have can be changed immediately without allowing time. See what happens. I am anxious, I hope to be not anxious, there is a time interval, a lag, and in that lag of time all other activities are going on, other pressures, negligence, so anxiety is never solved. I think I will come to a state when I have no anxiety, so I am struggling, struggling. It is like a man who is violent. He has invented non-violence, but in that time interval he is violent, so he never reaches non-violence. So the question is then, can what is be transformed immediately, which means never allowing time to interfere? Listen to this, you will find out, it is really simple. If we apply our mind we can solve anything. They have been to the moon, built marvelous submarines, done incredible things. Here, psychologically, we are so reluctant, so incapable, or have made ourselves incapable. If you do not allow time, or never think in terms of time, then the fact is not. Because we allow time the fact becomes important. If there is no time it is resolved. Suppose I died this second, there is no problem. When I allow time, I am afraid of death. If I live completely without psychological time, it is an extraordinary thing. Time means accumulation. Time means remembrance. Time means accumulating knowledge about oneself. But when there is no time at all, psychologically, there is nothing. Because we have allowed time as a factor to intervene between living and dying, fear arises. The nature of dying can be found in the living. That is, death is the ending of my possessions, my wife, my children, my house, my bank account. In that ending there is no argument. I don't say to death, please hold on a minute. So where there is ending, there is a beginning. I will go into it. When there is an ending to attachment, completely, not just to persons and ideas but the whole process of attachment, with all the consequences of that, there is a totally different state of mind. Isn't there? I have been attached to my furniture and that attachment has been a burden. With the ending of that burden there is freedom. So ending is more important than beginning. So can I, living, end my anxiety, end my fears. End, not the bank account, I am not talking of that, but ending psychologically. Ending my uncertainty. When I am confused, to end it, not say, I must find out why I am confused, what is the cause of confusion, and I must be free from confusion. All that is time. That is negligence, whereas diligence is to be aware of the whole movement of time and to end anxiety immediately. Therefore, there is no accumulation psychologically as knowledge. Now death is ending. Ending of everything. Death is an ending and I am living. We are living, active. Can we psychologically end everything? Can you end your attachment instantly, immediately, your anger, your violence, your greed, your this and that, end while living? Then living is dying. Not living and ultimately dying. Living means the dying, otherwise you are not alive. And most of us are frightened of dying because we have never been able to live properly, we have never lived. We have lived in conflict, in struggle, in pain, in anxiety, and we call that living. Living is not all that. If all that can be ended, then there is living. So you are then living and dying. They go together, like a flower with perfume. The perfume is not apart from the flower, it is there. This is the actual ending of senility, if you go into it very deeply, so the mind never gets old like a machine that is always wearing itself out because of friction. But it is not your mind, it is the human mind. The mind is the result of a million years, it is the mind of the Indian, of the Chinese, the Russians, all other human beings, because they go through similar pain, anxiety, sorrow, pleasures, occasional joys and occasional love. So our brain, our mind, is the mind of humanity. If you can understand that one real fact, then we will live without any division, which is causing such disaster in the world. Because their minds are everlastingly chattering, everlastingly moving from one thing to another, driven by desire, driven by seeking reward and avoiding pain, human beings have always sought some kind of quietness, some kind of peace in which at least for 10 minutes it can be quiet. Man has sought this. Go to the church, sit there quietly. Go to a marvelous cathedral, when there is no circus going on, and be quiet. And it is a strange fact that in all these churches there is never a moment of quietness, except when it is empty. Because if you are quiet, you might inquire. If you are quiet, you might begin to doubt. But if you are occupied all the time, you never have time to look around, to question, to doubt, to ask. That may be one of the great tricks of the human mind. What is meditation and why should one meditate? Is it natural? Like breathing, like seeing, like hearing, is it natural? And why have we made it so unnatural? Taking postures, following systems of Buddhist meditation, Tibetan meditation, Christian meditation, tantric meditations, and the meditations set by your favorite guru. Aren't all those really abnormal? Why should I take a certain position to meditate? Why should I practice, practice, practice? To arrive where? Can I follow a system, 20 minutes in the morning, 20 minutes in the evening, to have a quiet mind? Having achieved a little quiet mind, I can go off and do other mischief all day long. Is there a way of meditating that is none of these things? People say meditation is to quiet the mind, to have a mind that is capable of observation, to have a mind that is completely centered, completely concentrated, so that there is no thought except one thought, one picture, one image, one center upon which you are looking. Right? I don't know if you have gone through all this. The speaker has played with them for half an hour for each of these meditations, for 10 minutes, 5 minutes, and they meant nothing. You have to go into the question of who is the controller and who is the controlled. Our whole life, if you observe, is this, controlling and not controlling. I must control my emotions, I must control my thinking, I can only control my thinking by constant practice, and to practice I must have a system. A system implies a mechanical process, making the mind more and more mechanical. It is already mechanical now, but we want to make it much more dull. Why do we go through all this? You want to have an experience, and you know drugs do you harm, therefore, you put them aside, but hope that by practicing something you will experience something else. Why do human beings demand experience? Is the mind asleep, and experience means a challenge? Or is the mind awake and so does not need an experience? You have to find out if your mind is asleep, or bored with the experiences that you have had, sex, drugs, and all the rest. You want something far beyond all that, you are always craving for more delightful, more extravagant, experience. Why does the mind demand experience? Ask yourself, please. There is only one thing. A mind that is very clear is free from all entanglements of attachment. Such a mind is a light to itself. Therefore, it does not want an experience, there is nothing to experience. You cannot experience enlightenment. The very idea of experiencing it is a stupid thing to say. To say, I have achieved enlightenment, is really dishonest. You cannot experience truth because there must be an experiencer to experience. If there is no experiencer, there is no experience at all. But we are attached to our experiencer and, therefore, we are always asking for more and more and more. Meditation generally as it is accepted now is the practice of a system, breathing properly, sitting in the right position, wanting or craving greater experience, or the ultimate experience. This is what we are doing. And all that is a constant struggle, a never-ending struggle. This is a never-ending struggle, which is hoping to end all struggles. See what we have done. I am struggling, struggling, struggling to end struggling sometime in the future. See what tricks I have played on myself. I am caught in time. I don't say, why should I struggle at all? If I can end this struggle, that is enlightenment. To have no shadow of conflict. But we do not want to give up all those efforts, we are caught in time. And to be free of time is to be free to have pure observation, and then the mind becomes extraordinarily quiet. You don't have to make the mind quiet. If you end all conflict, the mind naturally becomes quiet. And when the mind is absolutely silent, without any movement of thought, then perhaps you will see something, perhaps there is something sacred beyond all words. And this man has sought everlastingly, something that is beyond measure, beyond thought, which is incorruptible, unnameable, eternal. That can only take place when the mind is absolutely free and completely silent. So one must begin very near, very near. And when you begin very near, there is no far. When you begin near, there is no distance and, therefore, there is no time. And it is only then that that which is most holy can be. Brockwood Park, September 6th and September 7th, 1980. The Ending of Sorrow. My friends, if you have listened to yourself, the speaker is only a mirror in which you see yourself as you are. If you see yourself as you are, then you can throw away the mirror, break it. The mirror is not important. It has no value. What has value is that you see clearly in that mirror yourself as you are, the pettiness, the narrowness, the brutality, the anxieties, the fears. When you begin to understand yourself, then you go profoundly into something that is beyond all measure. But you must take the first step. And nobody is going to help you to take that first step. We are thinking together, walking down a lane full of quietness and a great sense of beauty. One wonders what beauty is. You may see some statue or picture or a lovely head of the Buddha in a museum, or in a house, and you say how marvelous it is, but behind the words, behind the structure of a painting, the shadows, the proportions, what is beauty? Is it in the way you look at it? Is it in the picture? Is it in the face of a person? When you see a marvelous mountain against a blue sky, with the great depth of a valley and snow-capped peaks, when you look at all that great beauty, for a moment you have forgotten yourself. The mountain is so vast, so extraordinarily lighted by the morning sun catching the highest peaks, and your whole brain is struck by the grandeur, by the greatness of that sight, and for a second you forget all about yourself, forget all about your worries, you forget your wife, your husband, your children, your country. And you look at that with all your being, and have no sense of contradiction, duality. Its splendor is there in the self, the me is for a second put aside by the greatness of that beauty. As one came in, one looked at the moon, very young, new, extraordinarily simple. And, therefore, one thought, what is the point of talking at all? What is the point of reading books, attending meetings? What is the point of all this existence when one cannot look at this simple thing clearly, with great love and affection, a simple thing, to approach life with all its complexity, simply, without all the accumulated knowledge of our past, our traditions. Just to look at this vast movement of life, simply, with a brain that is not burdened, a brain that is active, alive, full of energy, with clarity, simplicity. Having said that, let us proceed together. We human beings have suffered a great deal. There have been incessant wars. For the last 5,000 years there has been a war practically every year, human beings killing each other, destroying what they have built, great monuments being destroyed overnight. This has been the history of man, perpetual conflict, war. And through wars man has suffered enormously. How many people have shed tears, for their sons, their husbands left maimed for life, one arm, no legs, blind. Mankind has shed tears endlessly. And we too are shedding tears, because our life is rather empty, lonely. And we suffer too, all of us, not only watching the suffering of others but also the grief, the pain, the anxiety, of our own life, the poverty of people, not the poverty of the poor only but also the poverty of our own minds and hearts. And when we begin to discover this enormous poverty, in spite of our vast information and knowledge, that breeds also great sorrow. There is the sorrow of loneliness, the sorrow brought about by man's inhumanity to man, the sorrow of losing your friend, your son, your brother, your mother, and so on. We have carried this sorrow throughout our lives for centuries upon centuries. And we have never asked if that sorrow can ever end. We are asking now, together, looking at this sorrow of the world and the sorrow in which one lives, in your own heart, in your own mind, in your own brain. We are asking whether that sorrow can ever end, or must men and women always carry it throughout the future from the past? Can that sorrow ever end? As there is an art in love and so on, there is also an art in questioning, doubting one's own conclusions, one's own opinions, to question why we tolerate this vast burden of sorrow. Sorrow is also self-pity, the feeling of utter loneliness, and the sorrow that is brought about through great failures, through comparison, through the whole movement of feeling a sense of lack of relationship to anybody. But we never go to the very end of it. We would rather escape from it, seek some form of comfort, some form of drug that gives us solace. So, could we not try to find an answer, not ask whether sorrow can be conquered, but be aware to see the full meaning of that word sorrow? Sorrow also means, etymologically, passion, not lust, passion. Without passion, life becomes rather dull, meaningless. And the ending of sorrow brings about passion. So together we are looking at this word, the content of that word, the significance of that thing called sorrow, which man has carried throughout his life, looking at it, not explaining it away, not finding the cause. There are many causes of sorrow, the death of a son, the failure of not being successful, not being able to fulfill, having no identification, and so on and so on. But if you are inquiring into the causes of sorrow, then you are also preventing yourself from looking at the word, the beauty, the strength of that word. Sorrow means grief, pain, anxiety, desperate loneliness, the meaninglessness of this existence. All that and more is contained in that word. Can you look at it wholly, as you would hold a precious jewel, a marvelous piece of sculpture? Hold it, remain with it, and not in any way allow thought to come and interfere with that actuality. If you can so remain with that, then that very word, the significance of that word, is totally ended. But we never stay with anything. We always want to find an end, and so we are always moving away from that very jewel that would give us great vitality, great strength, great passion. Are we walking together, or are you merely listening to these words and getting emotional, romantic and, therefore, never looking at that thing, the pain of it, the grief, the emptiness of one's own being? If one can really completely hold that jewel, it is a great jewel, but man has tried to do everything he can to escape from it, volumes have been written about it. But the books, the explanations, the words, are not the actual. Remain with the actual, then that very attention brings an end to that thing that we call sorrow. Where there is sorrow there cannot be love. Love is not related to any activity of the human brain. Love is something that comes into being when there is no fear, when there is an end to sorrow. Then that very love becomes compassion, which is passion, with its immense intelligence. We are all going to die, but we human beings put that as far away as possible from us, and so there is duality, living and dying. Have you ever considered what duality is and whether duality, the opposite, exists at all? We have been brought up by tradition, by education, by the books, to think that there is duality, contradiction, man and woman, anger and not being angry, violence and non-violence, and so on. So we have divided the whole of life into duality. Is there such a thing as duality? Is there an opposite, psychologically? Of course, there is an opposite between man and woman, between daylight and darkness, sunrise and sunset. You are taller than another, someone is fairer than another, one person is more learned than another, there is that physical duality, the opposites, dark hair, fair hair, the beautiful and the ugly. Now, psychologically, inwardly, is there an opposite? Your tradition says there is. Books have been written about it saying that it is only the liberated who are free from duality, which is such utter nonsense. Sorry. You and I can look at this problem very simply, not with all the complications of philosophers. There is duality outwardly, but inwardly, psychologically, inside the skin there is only one thing. There is anger, for example, and when you say, I must not be angry, it becomes duality, the ideal which thought has projected, has structured from the pain it has. So there is only that fact. Violence is a fact, non-violence is non-fact. So why do we give such importance to the non-fact, which then becomes the opposite? We are caught in this ugly business of duality, which means choice, to choose. Is there an opposite, psychologically, in anything at all? There is violence, anger, hatred, dislike. Those are facts. But to invent a non-fact like non-violence, that you must like people, and so on, is just unreal. Therefore, there is only the fact. And a fact has no opposite. When we live with fact, then there is no conflict involved. Have you understood anything of this? But our whole condition is based on duality, I am this, I must not be that, I am a coward, I must be brave, I am ignorant about myself, so I must learn that. We are caught up in this. And we are saying there is no opposite psychologically at all actually. The opposite is structured, or put together, by thought to escape from the actual. I am violent, that's actual, but there are a great many people telling me that I must be nonviolent. The nonviolence is totally unreal, because I am violent. But if I remain with the actuality, then I can do something about it, or not do anything about it, not pretend. To pursue the ideal of nonviolence is just playing games with yourself. While you are pursuing nonviolence, you are actually violent. So we are saying there is no psychological opposite, there is only what is. And if you understand that, then does the conflict of duality exist at all? With that quality of brain that has understood this question of duality, let us look at what is called living and dying. We are trying to eliminate altogether this conflict between what is and what should be. Then the brain is free and full of energy to face things as they are. So there is the living and the dying as two opposites. To understand both, the living and the dying, one must approach this non-dualistically. What is living? What do you call living? Going to the office from 9 o'clock in the morning to 6 o'clock in the evening every day of your life for the next 60 years, being bossed, being bullied, and you bullying somebody else? Or you are a businessman always wanting more and more money, more power, better position, and then go home and quarrel with your wife, sleep with her, and beat her up verbally, or actually. And this constant struggle, constant conflict, the utter despair, hopelessness, goes on. This is what we call living. And in your heart of hearts there is fear, despair, anxiety, grief. This is actuality, isn't it? And you are frightened to leave that, because death is coming. One is deeply identified with this so-called living, has taken roots in that, and is frightened to end all that. And so you say there will be a next life. Next life is the continuity of the same old pattern, only perhaps in a different environment. If you believe in the next life, then you must live rightly now, morally, ethically, have some sense of humility. But you really do not believe in the next life, you talk about it, you write volumes about it. If you actually believe, then you must live now rightly, because what you are now, your future will be the same. If you do not change now, your future will be the same. This is logical. This is sane. For us, death is total ending, the ending of your attachment, ending all that you have collected. You cannot take it with you. You may like to have it until the last minute, but you cannot possibly take it with you. We have divided life into dying and living, and this division has brought about great fear. Out of that fear we invent all kinds of theories that are very comforting, they may be illusory, but they are very comforting. Illusions are comfortably neurotic. But is it possible, as we live, to die to things that we are attached to? If I am attached to my reputation, and death is coming along, I am getting older and I am frightened, because I am going to lose everything. So can I be totally free of the image, of the reputation, that people have given me? So that I am dying as I am living. So the division between the living and dying is not miles apart, it is together. Do you understand the great beauty that each day, or each second, there is no accumulation, no psychological accumulation? You have to accumulate clothes, money, and so on, that's a different matter, but psychologically there is no accumulation as knowledge, as attachment, saying, it's mine. Will you do it? Will you actually do this thing so that this conflict between death and living, with all its pain and fear and anxiety, comes totally to an end? So that you are, the brain is, incarnated. Then the brain is being reborn afresh, so that it has tremendous freedom. So, when living, be with death, so that you are a guest in this world, so that you have no roots anywhere, so that you have a brain that is amazingly alive. Because if you carry all the burdens of yesterday, your brain becomes mechanical, dull. If you leave all the psychological memories, hurts, pains, behind, every day, then it means dying and living are together. In that there is no fear. What happens to the person who does not do any of this? Please, this is being said with great humility, with great compassion and affection. I hear from you of a totally different way of living. I see the logic of it, the sanity of it, the clarity of it. I see it intellectually, verbally I have accepted it. But I pursue my old ways, the ways of my life, to which I am accustomed. And I am going to die and I am frightened, as most people are frightened. So I ask, what is going to happen? Will I be reborn? My consciousness accepts this old way of life and hopes that perhaps next life it will have a better chance. But is that consciousness, which I have said is mine, my consciousness at all? That consciousness is the consciousness of humanity. Each one of us shares this consciousness, so it is not mine. Please, you must question whether your consciousness is your individual consciousness or is shared by all humanity. All humanity goes through what you are going through, in a different environment, in a different ambience. So you are not actually an individual. You may have a different body from another, you may have a better bank account. One may be lame, one may be healthy, but inwardly your being is shared by all the rest of humanity. Therefore, you are humanity. So as long as you think you are an individual, you are living in illusion, because your consciousness, your life, is shared by everybody on this earth. So when you die, your consciousness, which is shared by all humanity, will continue. And that consciousness manifests itself through someone, and then he says, it is mine, I am an individual, Atman, soul, and so on. So there is a way of living that is totally different. Then you are no longer concerned with dying, but with living, living which contains, which moves with, death. I leave it to you. If you don't understand, please don't deny it, find out, question, doubt your own individuality. It is possible to live a life psychologically in which there is never a continual recording, there is the ending of recording. Say you are flattered, or insulted, that is recorded. Now, not to record flattery or insult is to have a brain that is free, not burdened by 1,000 records of 1,000 yesterdays. The religions which exist throughout the world accept dogmas, some fantastic beliefs, some meaningless rituals. To find out what religion is, one must doubt the accepted thing, have the vitality, the strength, to wipe it out. One must question, doubt, wipe away all the structure put together by thought. When you question all this, to find out the nature of a religious brain, religious mind, there must be freedom to inquire. If you have a hypothesis, it must be proved under a microscope, or under the clarity of your own attention. If a human being, you, has the intention, the drive, the energy, the passion to find out if there is something sacred, holy, to do that, there must be no fear, there must be no sense of anxiety, there must be complete freedom. And that is meditation. Meditation can only be actual, truthful, honest, when there is no fear, no hurt, no anxiety, no sorrow. Meditation can only take place when there is no conscious effort made to meditate. I am afraid it goes against everything you believe. How do you come upon that which is sacred? Is there anything sacred? Man has sought throughout the ages something beyond. From the times of the ancient Sumerians, the Egyptians, Romans, people have sought. And they worshipped light, worshipped the sun, worshipped the tree, worshipped the mother, never finding anything. So can we together discover, or rather, come upon, that thing which is most holy? That can only take place when there is absolute silence, when the brain is absolutely quiet. You can discover for yourself, if you are attentive, watchful, watchful of your words, the meaning of the words, never saying one thing and doing another, if you are watchful all the time, that the brain has its own natural rhythm. But upon that natural rhythm thought has placed all kinds of things. For us, knowledge is tremendously important. To do anything physical requires knowledge, but psychological knowledge, the knowledge you have accumulated about your hurts, about your vanity, your arrogance, your ambition, all that knowledge is you. And with that knowledge we try to find out if there is anything most holy. You can never find out through knowledge, because knowledge is limited, and it will always be, physically, technologically, and psychologically. So the brain must be absolutely quiet, not through control, not through following some method, system, not by cultivating silence. Silence implies space. Have you noticed how little space we have in our brain? It is cluttered up, full with so many thousands of things, it has very little space. And for silence there must be space, because that which is immeasurable, that which is unnameable, cannot exist or be perceived or seen by a narrow little brain. If you take a journey into yourself, empty all the content that you have collected and go very, very deeply, then there is that vast space, that so-called emptiness, that is full of energy. And in that state alone there is that which is most sacred, most holy. New Delhi, November 13, 1983. Truth most holy. 1. We are going to talk together about the whole of our existence, from the moment we are born until we die. In that period of time, whether it be 50 years, 90 years, or 100 years, we go through all kinds of problems and difficulties. We have economic, social, and religious problems, problems of personal relationship, problems of individual fulfillment, wanting to find roots in some place or other. We have innumerable psychological wounds, fears, pleasures, sensations. There is a great deal of fear in all human beings, a great deal of anxiety, uncertainty, and there is the pursuit of pleasure. All human beings on this beautiful earth suffer a great deal of pain, loneliness. We are going to talk about all that together, and about what place religion has in modern life. We are also going to talk over together the question of death, what is a religious mind, and what is meditation? Is there anything that is beyond thought, and is there anything sacred in life, or is everything matter, so that we lead only a materialistic life? This is a conversation between you and the speaker in which there is no implication of conversion or propaganda or of introducing new theories, ideas, and exotic nonsense. That would be too terrible. We are going to, if you will kindly, talk over together our problems as two friends. Though we don't know each other, we are going to talk, discuss, have a conversation, which is much more important than being lectured at or being told what to do, what to believe, what to have faith in, and so on. On the contrary, we are going to observe dispassionately, impersonally, not anchored to any particular problem or theory, what mankind has done to the world and what we have done to each other. We are going to take a very long, complex journey together, and it is your responsibility, as well as that of the speaker, that we walk together, investigate together, look together at the world we have created. The society in which we live is put together by man. Each one of us has contributed to it. Life is very complex. We like to look at complexity and get more and more complex. We never look at anything simply, with our brains, with our hearts, with our whole being. We have lived on this earth for many millennia, and during those long periods of time mankind has suffered loneliness, despair, uncertainty, confusion, multiple choices and, therefore, multiple complexities. There have been wars, not only physical bloody wars but also psychological wars. And mankind has asked if there can be peace on earth. But apparently this has not been possible. There are about 40 wars going on at the present time, ideological, theoretical, economic, social. During historical times, perhaps about 5,000 to 6,000 years, there have been wars practically every year. We are preparing for wars now. Two ideologies, the communist and the so-called democratic, are at war over what kind of implements we should use, control of armaments. War seems to be the common lot of mankind. One observes all over the world the piling up of armaments, from the tiny little nation or tribe to the highly sophisticated affluent society like yours. How can we have peace on earth? Is it at all possible? It has been said that there is no peace on earth, only in heaven. This is repeated in different ways, both in the East and the West. Christians have killed more than anybody else on earth. We are observing these facts, these actualities, not taking sides. And then there are the different religions. In Buddhism there is no God. In Hinduism somebody calculated that there are about 300,000 gods. That's rather fun, you can choose whichever god you like. In Christianity and Islam there is only one God, based on two books, the Bible and the Quran. So religions have divided man, just as nationalism, which is a glorified form of tribalism, has divided man, so has religious ardor. Fundamentalists in India, here, and in Europe, are reviving their religious traditions. I wonder if you have ever looked at the word reviving? You can only revive something that is dead or dying. You can't revive a living thing. Man has always been in conflict. Everyone in this world goes through all kinds of misery, all kinds of sorrow, pain, desperate loneliness, and we long to escape from all that. We are observing together this extraordinary phenomenon, how man, after these thousands of years, still remains a barbarian, cruel, vulgar, full of anxiety and hatred. Violence is increasing in the world, so one asks if there can be peace on this earth, because without peace, inwardly, psychologically, the brain cannot flower, human beings cannot live completely, holistically. Why are we human beings, after this long evolution in which we have gathered immense experience, knowledge, a great deal of information, still perpetually in conflict? That's the real question. Because when there is no conflict there is naturally peace. Without getting angry or irritated with what we are investigating together, it is the responsibility of men and women to inquire, not merely intellectually, verbally, but with your hearts, with your brains, with all your being, and find out why we are what we are. We have tried various religions, various economic and social systems, and yet we live in conflict. Can this conflict in each one of us end, completely, not partially, not occasionally? It's a very serious question. It demands a serious answer. Why do human beings, including you, and the speaker perhaps, live in perpetual conflict with problems and divisions? Why have we divided the world into nationalities, religious groups, social behaviors? Can we seriously inquire into whether it is possible to end conflict? First psychologically, inwardly, because if there is a certain quality of freedom inwardly, then we shall produce a society in which there will be no conflict. It is our responsibility as human beings, as so-called individuals, seriously to put our brains, our energy, our passion, into discovering for ourselves, not according to any philosopher or psychiatrist, but find out for ourselves, whether this conflict between human beings can end. What is conflict? Why have we lived with conflict? Why have we problems? Please inquire with the speaker into these questions. What is a problem? The etymological meaning of that word is something thrown at you, a challenge, something you have to answer. When you are a child, you are sent to school, where you have the problems of writing, mathematics, history, science, chemistry, and so on. So from childhood you are trained to have problems. Look at it carefully. Your brain is conditioned, trained, educated to have problems. Observe it for yourself. We are together investigating, looking into the problems that we have. From childhood we are trained, educated, conditioned to have problems. And when new problems arise, as they inevitably do, it is our brains, full of problems, that try to solve them and thereby increase them, which is what is happening in the world. The politicians all over the world are increasing problem after problem. And they have found no answers. Is it possible to have a brain that is free, so that you can solve problems, instead of a brain cluttered with problems? Is that possible? If you say it is or is not possible, you have stopped investigating. What is important in this inquiry is that one must have a great deal of doubt, skepticism, never accepting anything at its face value or according to pleasure or gratification. Life is much too serious. We should inquire not only into the nature of conflict and problems, but also perhaps into something which may be much more important. All over the world, go where you will, every human being on this earth goes through all kinds of sorrow. Millions have had tears, and occasional laughter. Like you, every human being on this earth has had great loneliness, despair, anxiety, has been confused, uncertain. Psychologically, this is a fact, an actuality. This is observable, you can see it on every face on this earth. And so psychologically you are the rest of mankind. You may be tall, short, black, or white, but psychologically you are mankind. Please understand this, not intellectually or ideologically or as a hypothesis, but as an actuality, a burning reality, that you psychologically are the rest of mankind. Therefore, psychologically you are not individuals. Although religions, except perhaps parts of Hinduism and Buddhism, have entertained, encouraged, the sense of individual growth, of saving individual souls and all that business, in actuality your consciousness is not yours. It is the rest of mankind's, because we all go through the same mill, the same endless conflict. When you realize this, not emotionally, not as an intellectual concept but as something actual, real, true, then you will not kill another human being. You will never kill another, either verbally or intellectually, ideologically or physically, because then you are killing yourself. But individuality has been encouraged all over the world. Each one is struggling for himself, his success, his fulfillment, his achievement, pursuing his desires and creating havoc in the world. Please understand this very carefully. We are not saying that each individual is not important, on the contrary, if you are really concerned with peace, globally, not just in your own little backyard, as most serious people must be concerned, as you are the rest of humanity, that is a great responsibility. So we must find out for ourselves why human beings have reduced the world to what it is now. What is the cause of all this? Why have we made such a mess of everything we touch? Why is there conflict in our personal relationships? Why is there conflict between your God and the other's God? We must inquire together into whether it is possible to end conflict. Otherwise we will never have peace in this world. Peace on earth was talked about long before Christianity. Long before Christianity, people worshipped trees, stones, animals, lightning, the sun. There was no sense of God because they considered the earth as the mother to be worshipped, to be preserved, spared, not destroyed as we are doing now. Without agreeing or disagreeing, can all of us look at things as they are, not as you think they are, not from your idea or concept of what is, but just look? Look non-verbally, if that's possible. That's much more difficult. First of all, this is the actual world we live in. You cannot possibly escape from it through monasteries, through religious experiences. One must doubt all one's experiences. Man has done everything on earth possible to run away from the actuality of daily living with all its complexities. Why do we have conflict in relationship between man and woman, sexual division? In this peculiar relationship, the man is pursuing his own ambition, his own greed, his own desires, his own fulfillment, and the woman is doing the same. So there are two ambitious, driving beings, driven by desire, two parallel lines never meeting, except perhaps sexually. How can there be a relationship between two people when each one is pursuing his own desires, ambitions, greeds? In this relationship, because there is this division, there is no love. That word love is spoiled, spat upon, degraded, it has become merely sensuous, pleasurable. Love is not pleasure. Love is not something put together by thought. It is not something dependent on sensation. So how can there be right, true relationship between two people when each one considers his own importance? Self-interest is the beginning of corruption, destruction, whether it be in the politician or the religious man. Self-interest dominates the world and, therefore, there is conflict. There is separation, as the Jew and the Arab, as the Christian who believes in some savior and the Hindu who doesn't. There is national division, religious division, individual divisions. Where there is division there must be conflict. That is a law. So we live our daily life in a little circumscribed self, a limited self. Self is always limited and that is the cause of conflict. That is the central core of our struggle, pain, anxiety. One becomes aware of it, as most people must naturally, not because you are told to or because you read some book of philosophy or psychology, but because it's an actual fact. Each one is concerned with himself. He lives in a separate world all to himself. And, therefore, there is division between you and another, between you and your religion, between you and your God, between you and your ideologies. So is it possible to understand, not intellectually but deeply, that you are the rest of mankind? Whatever you do, good or bad, affects the rest of mankind because you are mankind. Your consciousness is not yours. Your consciousness is made up of its content. Without the content there is no consciousness. Your consciousness, like that of the rest of humanity, is made up of beliefs, fears, faith, gods, personal ambitions. Your whole consciousness is made up of all this, put together by thought. One hopes that we have taken the journey together, that together we are walking the same road, not that you are listening to a series of ideas. We are not pursuing ideas or ideologies, but facing actuality, because in actuality and going beyond that actuality is the truth. And when there is truth, it is the most dangerous thing. Truth is very dangerous because it brings a revolution in oneself. Have you ever gone into the question of why we ask questions? Not that you should not, but we are inquiring. Suppose you ask the speaker a question and he answers it, either you accept it or deny it. If it is satisfactory to you according to your conditioning or your background, then you say, yes, I agree with you entirely. Or if you don't agree, you say, what nonsense. But if you begin to inquire into the question itself, is the answer separate from the question? Or does the answer lie in the question itself? The perfume of a flower is the flower. The very flower is the essence of that perfume. But we depend on others so much to be helped, to be encouraged, to solve our problems. Therefore, out of our confusion we create authority, the gurus, the priests. It is good to ask questions. You know, we have lost the art of investigation, discussion, not taking sides but looking at things. It is very complex. We should also ask why, from childhood, we are hurt psychologically. Most of us are wounded psychologically, and from that wound, whether one is conscious of it or not, many of our problems arise. A child is wounded by a scolding, by hearing something ugly, brutal, violent. When you say I am wounded, who is it that is wounded? Is it the image that you have built about yourself that is wounded, the psyche? The psyche is the me and the me is the image I have built about myself. There is nothing spiritual about it. That's another ugly word, spiritual. So that image gets hurt and we carry that image right through our life. If one image is not pleasant, we put together another image which is pleasant, encouraging it as worthwhile, significant, giving intellectual meaning to our life. Is it possible to live on this earth not having a single image about anybody, including God, if there is such an entity, no image about your wife and your children and your husband, or anyone? Not to have a single image? Then it is possible never to be hurt. Just to observe without any distortion is entirely different from analysis, as you observe your neighbor's dress, face, how he talks, just to observe, not to criticize, not to evaluate, judge, but to observe. Observe a tree, observe the moon and the swift running waters. When you so observe, then you ask yourself, what is beauty? They talk a great deal about beauty in the magazines, how you must be beautiful, your face, your hair, your complexion. What is beauty? Is beauty in the picture, in the painting, in the strange modern structure? Is beauty in a poem? Is beauty merely in the physical face and body? Have you ever asked this question? If you are an artist or a poet or a literary person, you may describe something very beautiful, paint something that is lovely, write a poem that really stirs your very being. So what is beauty? Have you ever noticed that when you give a nice toy, a complicated toy, to a child who is being naughty, he gets completely absorbed in it and all his naughtiness stops because he is absorbed? Is being absorbed in a poem, in a face, in a picture, beauty? When you look at a marvelous mountain with a cap of eternal snows, its line against the blue sky, for a second the immensity of that mountain drives away the self, the me, with all my problems, all my anxiety. In seeing the majesty of the great rocks and the lovely valleys and the rivers, at that moment, that second, the self is not. So the mountain has driven away the self, as the toy quiets the child. That mountain, that river, the depth of the blue valleys, dispel for a second all your problems, all your vanities and anxieties. Then you say, how beautiful that is. But is there beauty without being absorbed by something outside? That is, beauty is where the self is not. So beauty is when the self is not. That requires great meditation, great inquiry, a tremendous sense of discipline. The word discipline means the disciple who is learning from the master, learning, not disciplining as in conforming, imitating, adjusting. Learning brings its own tremendous discipline, and for an inward sense of austerity discipline is necessary. We must also inquire carefully into whether it is possible to be free of fear. This is really an important question to ask. I am not asking it for you, but you are asking this of yourself. Is it possible, living in modern society with all the brutality, with all the tremendous violence that is on the increase, to have freedom from fear? What is fear? Humanity has put up with fear, has never been able to solve fear. Never. There are various forms of fear. You may have your own particular fear, fear of death, fear of gods, fear of the devil, fear of your wife, fear of your husband, fear of the politicians. God knows how many fears humanity has. What is fear? Not the mere experience of fear in its multiple forms, but the reality, the actuality, of fear? How is it brought about? Why has humanity, which is each one of us, accepted fear as a way of life, violence on television, violence in our daily life, and the ultimate violence of organized killing, which is called war? Is not fear related to violence? We are inquiring into fear, the actual truth of fear, not the idea of fear. The idea of fear is different from the actuality of fear. So what is fear? How has it come about? What is the relationship of fear to time, to thought? One may be frightened of tomorrow, or of many tomorrows, or have fear of what has happened before, in the past, or be in fear of what is actually going on now. And the fear of death is the ultimate fear. Is fear brought about by time? Someone has done something in the past to hurt you, and the past is time. The future is time. The present is time. So we are asking, is time a central factor of fear? Fear has many, many branches, many leaves, but it's no good trimming the branches. We are asking what the root of fear is, not the multiple forms of fear, because fear is fear. Out of fear you have invented gods, saviors. If you have absolutely no fear psychologically, then there is tremendous relief, a great sense of freedom. You have dropped all the burdens of life. So we must inquire very seriously, closely, hesitantly, into this question, is time a factor? Obviously. I have a good job now, I may lose it tomorrow, so I'm frightened. When there is fear, there is jealousy, anxiety, hatred, violence. So time is a factor of fear. Time is a factor and thought is a factor, thinking about what has happened, what might happen. Isn't thinking a factor in fear? Has thinking brought about fear? One sees that time has brought fear. Time is not only time by the clock, but psychological time, the inward time. I am going to be, I am not good, but I will be, I will get rid of my violence, which is again the future. All that implies time. Are you prepared for all this? Do you want to go into all this? If you do, I'm rather surprised, because you have all been instructed, informed, you have been told what to do by the psychologists, by the priests, by your leaders. You are always seeking help and finding new ways of being helped. So one has become a slave to others. One is never free to inquire, to stand psychologically completely by oneself. We are now going to inquire into time. What is time? Apart from the clock, apart from the sunrise and the sunset, apart from the light and the dark, what is time? Please, if you really understand the nature of time inwardly, you will find for yourself an extraordinary sense of having no time at all. Time is the past, time is the future, and time is the present. The whole cycle is time. The past is your background, what you have thought, what you have lived through, your experiences, your conditioning as a Christian, a Hindu, a Buddhist. Without the past you wouldn't be here. You have been programmed like a computer, repeating, 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 for 2000 years, and the Hindus for 3 to 5,000 years. So the past is the present, what you are now is the result of the past. And tomorrow, or 1,000 tomorrows, is what you are now, so the future is now. In the now, all time is contained. This is a fact too, an actuality, not a theory. What you are is the result of the past and what you will be tomorrow is what you are now. If I am violent now, tomorrow I will be violent. So tomorrow is in the now, in the present, unless I radically, fundamentally, bring about a mutation. Otherwise I will be what I have been. We have had a long evolution, evolving to what we are now. And if we carry on that game, we will be violent, we will be barbarous the next day. So as all time is contained in the now, which is a fact, an actuality, can there be total mutation now in all our behavior and our way of living, thinking, feeling? Because if we don't radically, psychologically bring about a mutation, then we will be exactly what we have been in the past. Is it possible to bring about this psychological mutation at all? You know, when you have been going north all your life, following a particular direction, or no direction, just wobbling as most people do, if somebody comes along and tells you most seriously that going north leads nowhere, there is nothing at the end of it, you listen seriously, not only with the hearing of the ear but deeply. Go east or south, you are told, and you say, I will do it. At that moment you have taken a new turn and there is a mutation. The speaker is making it very simple, but it is a very complex problem, to realize deeply that we have been going on this way for centuries and we have not changed at all. We are still violent, brutal, and all the rest of it. If we actually perceive that, not intellectually or verbally but deeply, then we turn in another direction. At that second there is the mutation in the very brain cells themselves. We said time is important because we live by time, but we don't live time as a whole, which is the present. In the present all time is contained, the future and the past. If I am violent today, I will be violent tomorrow. But can I end that violence today completely, not partially? I can. And is fear brought about by thought? Of course it is. Don't accept the speaker's word for it, look at it. I am secure today, but I am frightened of what might happen tomorrow, there might be war, there might be some other catastrophe. So time and thought are the root of fear. Now what is thinking? If time and thought are the root of fear, which they are in actuality, what is thinking? Why do we live, act, do everything, on the basis of thought? The marvelous cathedrals of Europe, their beauty, structure, architecture, have been put together by thought. All religions and their paraphernalia, their medieval robes, are put together by thought. All the rituals are contrived, arranged, by thought. And our relationship with each other, man and woman, is based on thought. When you drive a car, it is based on thought. Recognition is thought. So one has to inquire into what thinking is. Probably very few people have asked this question. The speaker has been asking this question for 60 years. What is thought? If you can find out what is the origin, the beginning of thought, why thought has become so extraordinarily important in our life, there may be in that very inquiry a mutation taking place. So we are asking what is thought, what is thinking? Don't wait for me to answer. Look at it, observe it. Thinking is the word. The word is important, the sound of the word, the quality of the word, the depth, the beauty of a word. Especially the sound. Thinking is part of memory, isn't it? If we had no memory at all, would we be able to think? We wouldn't. Our brain is the instrument of memory, memory of things that have happened, experience, and so on, the whole background of memory. Memory arises from knowledge, from experience. So experience, knowledge, memory, and the response of memory, is thought. This whole process of experiencing, recollecting, holding, becomes our knowledge. Experience is always limited, naturally. Is experience different from the experiencer? Give your brain to this, find out. If there is no experiencer, is there an experience? Of course not. So the experience and the experiencer are the same, like the observer and the observed. The thinker is not separate from his thoughts. The thinker is the thought. So experience is limited, as you can observe in the scientific world or any other field. They are adding more and more and more every day to their knowledge through experience, through experiments on animals and all that horror that is going on. And that knowledge is limited because it can be added to. So memory is limited. And from that memory thought is limited. So thought, being limited, must invariably bring about conflict. Just see the pattern of it, don't accept what the speaker is saying. That's absurd, he is not an authority, he is not a guru. We can observe this fact together, that thought and time are the root of fear. Time and thought are the same, they are not two separate movements. See this fact, this actuality, that time and thought, time thought, are the root of fear. Just observe it in yourself. Don't move away from the reality, from the truth that fear is caused by time and thought. Hold it, remain with it, don't run away from it. It is so. Then it is like holding a precious jewel in your hand. You see all the beauty of that jewel. Then you will see for yourself that fear psychologically completely ends. And when there is no fear you are free. And when there is that total freedom you don't have gods, rituals, you are a free man. When you yourself become both the teacher and the disciple, disciple being a man who is learning, not accumulating knowledge, then you are an extraordinary human being. Washington, D.C., April 20th, 1985. 2. We are going to face the truth of things, not live in delusions. With delusions it is very difficult to observe. If you are deluding yourself and not facing actualities, then it becomes impossible to look at oneself as one is. But we like delusions, illusions, every form of deception, because we are frightened to look at ourselves. To look at ourselves very clearly, accurately, precisely, is only possible in the mirror of relationship, that is the only mirror we have. In the mirror of relationship you see what you are, if you allow yourself to see what you are. We want everlasting pleasure in different ways, sexual, sensory, intellectual, the pleasure of possession, the pleasure of acquiring a great skill, the pleasure one derives from having a great deal of information, knowledge, and the ultimate gratification of what we call God. Man has pursued pleasure endlessly, in the name of God, in the name of peace, in the name of ideology. And then there is the pleasure of power, having power over others, political power. Have you noticed that power is an ugly thing, when one dominates another in any form? Power is one of the evil things in life. And pleasure is the other side of the coin of fear. When one understands deeply, profoundly, seriously, the nature of fear, then pleasure is delight, seeing something beautiful, seeing the sunset or the morning light, the dawn, the marvelous colors, the reflection of the sun on the waters. That is delight, but we cultivate that memory as pleasure. What is action? We are all so active from morning till night, not only physically but psychologically, the brain everlastingly chattering, going from one thing to another endlessly. During the day and during the night in dreams the brain is never at rest, it is perpetually in motion. What is action? The doing. The very word doing is in the present, it is not having done or I will do. Action means the doing now, accurately, completely, holistically, if I can use that word, action that is whole, complete, not partial. When action is based on some ideology, it is not action, is it? It is conformity to a certain pattern that you have established and, therefore, it is incomplete, action according to some memory, some conclusion. If you act according to a certain ideology, pattern, or conclusion, it is incomplete, there is a contradiction in it. Is action related to disorder or to order? We live in disorder, our life is disorderly, confused, contradictory, saying one thing, doing another, thinking one thing and doing quite the opposite. What is order and what is disorder and what is the relationship of action to order and disorder? What is disorder? Look at the world, if you will, the world is in disorder. Terrible things are happening. Very few of us know actually what is happening in the scientific world, in the world of the art of war, all the terrible things that are going on in other countries, the poverty in all countries, the rich and the terribly poor, always the threat of war, one political group against another political group. So there is this tremendous disorder. That is an actuality, not an invention or an illusion. We have created this disorder, because our very living is disorderly. And we are trying to bring about order through the social reforms. Without understanding and bringing about the end of disorder, we try to find order. It is like a confused mind trying to find clarity. A confused mind is a confused mind, it can never find clarity. So can there be an end to disorder in our life, our daily life? Not order in heaven or in another place, but in our daily life can there be order? Can there be the end of disorder? When there is the end of disorder there is naturally order. That order is living that is not according to a pattern or mold. We are investigating, looking at ourselves and learning about ourselves. Learning is different from acquiring knowledge. If you will please kindly give your attention to this a little bit, learning is an infinite process, a limitless process, whereas knowledge is always limited. And learning implies not only observing visually, optically, but also observing without any distortion, seeing things exactly as they are. That requires the discipline of one who is learning, not the terrible discipline of orthodoxy, tradition, or following certain rules, dictates. It is learning through clear observation, hearing exactly what the other fellow is saying without any distortion. And learning is not accumulative because you are moving. In learning what disorder is in ourselves, order comes about very naturally, easily, unexpectedly. And when there is order, order is virtue. There is no other virtue except complete order, that is complete morality, not some imposed or dictated morality. Every human being, whether rich or poor, intellectual or just ordinary layman like us, goes through every form of suffering. Have you ever looked at people who have cried through centuries? Through thousands of wars? There is immense sorrow in the world. Not that there is not also pleasure, joy, and so on, but in understanding and perhaps ending sorrow we will find something much greater. Can sorrow ever end, or is mankind doomed forever to suffer not only physically but psychologically? Inwardly we have suffered enormously without perhaps saying a word about it, or crying our hearts out. During all this long evolution of man from the beginning of time until now, every human being on this earth has suffered. Suffering is not merely the loss of someone you think you like or love, but also the suffering of the very poor, the illiterate. If you go to India or other parts of the world, you see people walking miles and miles to go to a school, little girls and little boys. They will never be rich, they will never ride in a car, probably never have a hot bath. They have one sari and that is all. And that is sorrow. And the man who goes by in a car, who looks at this, is in sorrow, if he is at all sensitive, aware. And there is the sorrow of ignorance, not ignorance of writing and literature, and so on, but the sorrow of a man who does not know himself. There are multiple ways of sorrow. Can this sorrow end for each one? There is the sorrow in oneself and the sorrow of the world. There have been thousands of wars, people maimed, appalling cruelty. Every nation on earth has committed cruelties. It is appalling and we're still perpetuating that cruelty. Cruelty brings enormous sorrow. As human beings, just observing, being aware sensitively of all this, we see sorrow is a terrible thing, and ask if that sorrow can end. Please ask yourself whether sorrow can ever end. Because, as with hatred, when there is sorrow there is no love. When you are suffering, concerned with your own suffering, how can there be love? So one must ask this question, however difficult it is, to find not the answer but the ending of sorrow. What is sorrow? Is sorrow self-pity? Please, investigate. We're not saying it is or it is not, we are asking. Is sorrow brought about by self-pity? Is that one of the factors? Is sorrow brought about by loneliness, feeling desperately isolated, and in that isolation having no relationship with anything? Is sorrow merely an intellectual affair to be rationalized, explained away? Or can one live with it without any desire for comfort? That is, to live with sorrow, not escape from it, not rationalize it, not find some exclusive comfort, some religious or illusory romantic escape, but to live with something that has tremendous significance. Sorrow is not only a physical shock. When one loses one's son or husband, wife or girl, that is a tremendous biological shock, one is almost paralyzed with it. Can we look at sorrow as it actually is in us, and remain with it, hold it, and not move away from it? Sorrow is not different from the one who suffers. The person who suffers wants to run away, escape, do all kinds of things. But to look at it as you look at a beautiful child, to hold it, never escape from it, then you will see for yourself, if you really look deeply, that there is an end to sorrow. And when there is an end to sorrow, there is passion. Not lust, not sensory stimulation, but passion. Very few have this passion, because we are so consumed with our own griefs, with our own pains, with our own pity and vanity. We have tremendous energy, but we dissipate it by conflict, through fear, through endless chattering about nothing. And passion has tremendous energy. That passion is not stimulated. It doesn't seek stimulation, it is there, like a burning fire. It only comes when there is the end of sorrow. When you have the ending of this sorrow, it is not personal, because you are the rest of humanity. We all suffer, we all go through loneliness, every human being on this earth, rich or poor, learned or ignorant, goes through tremendous anxieties, conscious or unconscious. Your consciousness is not yours, it is human consciousness. In the content of that consciousness are all your beliefs, your sorrows, your pities, your vanities, your arrogance, your search for power, position. All that is your consciousness, which is shared by all human beings. Therefore, it is not your particular consciousness. And when you really realize that, not verbally or intellectually or theoretically or as a concept, but as an actuality, then you will not kill another, hurt another. You will have some other thing which is totally different, of a different dimension altogether. What is love? We use the word love so loosely. It has become merely sensuous, sexual. Love is identified with pleasure. And to find that perfume one must go into what is not love. Through negation you come to the positive, not the other way round. Through negation of what is not love you come to that which is immensely true, which is love. Love is not hate, that is obvious. Love is not vanity, arrogance. Love is not in the hand of power, wanting power, whether over a small child or over a group of people or a nation, surely is not love. Love is not pleasure. Love is not desire. Love is certainly not thought. When you are ambitious, aggressive, as you are all brought up to be successful, to be famous, to be known, which is all so utterly childish, how can there be love? So love is something that cannot be invited or cultivated. It comes about naturally, easily, when the other things are not. And in learning about oneself, one comes upon this. Where there is love, there is compassion, and compassion has its own intelligence. That is the supreme form of intelligence, not the intelligence of thought, of cunning and deception. It is only when there is complete love and compassion that there is that excellence of intelligence that is not mechanical. Shall we talk about death? Are you interested in finding out what death is? What is the meaning of that word death, the dying, the ending? Not only the ending but what happens after death? Does one carry the memories of one's own life? The whole Asiatic world believes in reincarnation, that is, I die, having led a miserable life, perhaps done a little good here and there, and next life I will be better, I will do more good. It is based on reward and punishment, like everything else in life. And in Christianity there is resurrection, and so on. If we put all that aside for the moment, really put it aside, not cling to one thing or the other, then what is death? What does it mean to die? Not only biologically, physically, but also psychologically. You have acquired all the accumulation of memories, one's tendencies, skills, idiosyncrasies, the things that one has gathered, whether it be money, knowledge, friendship, and death comes and says, sorry, you can't take anything with you. What does it mean to die? What is death? How do we inquire into it? I am living, I go along every day, it is routine, mechanical, miserable, happy, unhappy. And death comes, through accident, through disease, through old age, senility. We are frightened of death, we never see the greatness of this extraordinary thing. A child is born, a new human being comes into being. That is an extraordinary event. And that child grows and becomes whatever you have all become, and then dies. Death is also something most extraordinary, it must be, and you won't see the depth and the greatness of it if you are frightened. Death means surely the ending of everything, the ending of my relationships, the ending of all the things I have put together in my life, all the knowledge, all the experience. I've led an idiotic life, a meaningless life, or I have tried to find intellectually a meaning to life, then death comes and says, that's the end. But I am frightened, it can't be the end. I've got so much, I've collected so much, not only furniture or pictures. I identify myself with the furniture or the pictures or the bank account, so I am the bank account, the pictures, the furniture. When you identify with something so completely, you are that. I have established roots. I have established a great many things round me. And death comes and makes a clean sweep of all that. So I ask myself, is it possible to live with death all the time? Not at the end of 90 or 100 years, not at the end of my life, but with all my energy, vitality, and all the things that go on, can I live with death all the time? Not commit suicide, I don't mean that, that's too silly, but live with death, which means the ending every day of everything I've collected. The ending. Have you gone into the question of what continuity is and what ending is? That which continues can never renew itself, be reborn. So can I live with death, which means that everything that I have done and collected ends. Ending is more important than continuity. The ending means the beginning of something new. If you merely continue, it is the same pattern being repeated in a different mold. So can I live with death? That means freedom, complete, total, holistic freedom. And in that freedom there is great love and compassion, and that intelligence which has not an end, which is immense. Man has always sought something beyond all this pain, anxiety, and sorrow. Is there something that is sacred, eternal, that is beyond all the reaches of thought? This has been a question from the most ancient of times. What is sacred? What is that which has no time, that which is incorruptible, that which is nameless, that which has no quality, no limitation, the timeless, the eternal? Is there such a thing? Man has asked this for thousands and thousands of years. So he has worshipped the sun, the earth, nature, the trees, the birds, everything that's living on this earth man has worshipped since ancient times. The Vedas and the Upanishads never mention God. That which is supreme, they said, is not manifested. So are you asking that question too? Are you asking if there is something sacred? Is there something that is not put together by thought, as all organized religions are? What is religion? Not only what is religion, but what is the religious brain, religious mind? To inquire into that deeply, not superficially, there must be total freedom. Not freedom from one thing or the other, but freedom as a whole, per se. Is it possible, living in this ugly world, to be free from pain, sorrow, anxiety, loneliness? If there is order in one's life, real order, then what is meditation? Is it following certain systems, methods, the Zen method, the Buddhist meditation, the Hindu meditation, and the methods of the latest gurus? If meditation is determined, if it is following a system, a method, practiced day after day, what happens to the human brain? It becomes more and more dull. Is meditation something entirely different? It has nothing whatever to do with method, system, practices, therefore, it can never be mechanical. It can never be conscious meditation. It is like a man consciously wanting money and pursuing money. Consciously you meditate, wanting to achieve peace, silence. The man who pursues money, success, power, and the man who pursues so-called spirituality are both the same. Is there a meditation which is not determined, practiced? There is, but that requires enormous attention. That attention is a flame, and that attention is not something that you come to, it is attention now to everything, every word, every gesture, every thought. It is to pay complete attention, not partial. If you are listening partially now, you are not giving complete attention. When you are completely attentive, there is no self, there is no limitation. The brain now is full of information, cluttered up, there is no space in it, and one must have space. Space means energy. When there is no space, your energy is very limited. The brain is now so heavily laden with knowledge, with theories, with power, position, so everlastingly in conflict and cluttered up, that it has no space. And freedom, complete freedom, is to have that limitless space. The brain is extraordinarily capable, has infinite capacity, but we have made it small and petty. When there is that space and emptiness and, therefore, immense energy, energy is passion, love, and compassion and intelligence, then there is that truth which is most holy, most sacred, that which man has sought from time immemorial. That truth does not lie in any temple, in any mosque, in any church. And it has no path to it except through one's own understanding of oneself, inquiring, studying, learning. Then there is that which is eternal. Washington, D.C., April 21, 1985.